earn it.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया शोडाउन में। मेरा नाम है रंजीत मामा सीनियर पटेल और मैं हूं आपका होस्ट। और आज हम देखेंगे 24 of the best teams brawl it out in this ultimate showdown। और इतना ही नहीं, of course you only have 2 days to find out कौन होने वाले टॉप 16 कंटेंडर्स जो खेलेंगे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में। वी हैव 15 लाख रुपीस ऑन द लाइन। बट ये तो टूर्नामेंट की बात है, लेट्स रिवाइंड टाइम अ बिट। बात करें कल के बारे में, ऑफ कोर्स हमने 2 टीम के जलवे देखे थे। ओआर एंड हैदराबाद हाइड्रास ने जलवे दिखाए थे। अपने दोनों टीम ने 2-2 चिकन डिनर निकाले थे। एज अ मैटर ऑफ फैक्ट ओआर ने तो 2 बैक टू बैक चिकन डिनर्स निकाले थे। लेकिन गेम नंबर 5 की बात करें, स्काईलाइट्स ने भी दिखा दिया कि वो किसी से कम नहीं। एंड बात करें आखिरी गेम के बारे में, INS केम इन ऑल गन्स ब्लेजिंग। उन्होंने दिखाया अपना एक्सपीरियंस एंड अपना फायर पावर। एंड दैट्स नॉट इट, दे जंप 16 पोजीशंस इन द पॉइंट्स टेबल। बट ये बात हो गई कल की। ऑफ कोर्स आज के बारे में चर्चा करेंगे, हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स हमारे इंतजार कर रहे हैं। लेकिन उसके पहले कि वी गो विद देम, जली मैं आपके पास आना चाहता हूं। कल तो आपने बैक टू बैक चिकन डिनर्स निकाले थे, आज का क्या प्लान है, निकाल पाएंगे आप?
अभी के लिए तो सेमीफाइनल्स है, हम लोग फ्री होकर खेलने वाले हैं क्योंकि ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड है। तो वही है कि चिकन डिनर्स और देखने को मिल सकते हैं। अभी का मैं गारंटी नहीं देता, लेकिन फाइनल्स में डेफिनेटली बहुत सारे चिकन आपको देखने के लिए मिलने वाले हैं।
नहीं, बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है। ऑफ कोर्स वी वांट टू सी अ लॉट ऑफ फन, अ लॉट ऑफ ड्रामा, अ लॉट ऑफ एक्शन, बट our experts are waiting on the desk. So what do you folks?
Well, it looks like OR Esports came prepared, but with the nice weather outside. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a question for you now. Are you guys ready to throw down in this showdown? Welcome to day number 2 of the BGMI showdown. It's your boy Super Johnny, joined by my 2 partners in crime, Experiment and Arka. Well, XP is this side and Arka is this side. How are you guys doing today, Arka? Starting off with you, the last match yesterday, INS finally getting their win.
Oh yes, I'm pretty excited because if one team can do it, so can the others in the bottom of the table. And all it takes is just one game, right, to make it all even Steven. And again, the confident OR might be thinking twice before they make those sentences that they've already qualified into the next round. So hoping a comeback at least in the lower middle bracket so that they can make it on the top as well.
I mean, that's what we want, right? To see the big names move up a little bit. But this entire event, I mean, it's off to an interesting start because we have a lot of interesting teams. Hyderabad Hydras doing well, EXO sitting in the top 2 without any chicken dinners. And let's not forget the format, it's quite short. We have 3 days of qualifiers, the league stages, if you will, and then the last day is the finals, ladies and gentlemen, where only the top 16 teams will make it through. Now, XP,
I like that.
We are seeing a lot of the big names struggle. I mean, as we were talking about it yesterday, the first game we saw Team Soul take an early exit, GodLike was wiped out, TSM were taken out super early. Do you think all of that is going to happen today, or are we going to see the heavy hitters hit pretty hard?
Well, I guess, I mean, the bigger you are, the harder you fall, and you have a lot of pressure on your shoulders always. So I guess they might just bounce back today. But of course, the newer teams, the upcoming teams, they are hungry for all those points. And well, speaking of points, we do have the point structure on our screens right now, and you want to make sure you get yourselves in those, well, the top 5 positions. You make sure you go away with a chunk of the points because well, 1 finish point does equal 1 point. The thing is, it's a little tricky to rake in all those finishes, especially when you are going to be trying and surviving till the end. But I do believe the big dogs are going to be bouncing back today. Let's see what they bring to the table.
Oh, exactly. We'll have to wait for the matches to begin to actually see what they have prepared for today. INS, we talked about them. We saw a win coming in the very last game of the day. GodLike Esports have managed to maintain a pretty good average, keeping them well inside the top 10 as of now. But we're going to have a look at the groups, ladies and gentlemen, because again, as I said, we have 24 teams right now divided into 3 groups. Group A is, well, they have been quite interesting so far. 7C Esports, Global Esports, the winners of the BGMI Master Series, by the way, right there, sitting, I believe, in the bottom 3 right now.
They are down in the bottom, languishing over there. But the thing is, what's interesting is that all these teams, they've had different journeys, right? I mean, we've got teams coming in from the Pro Series, we've got teams coming in from the India Series. And again, the question was that, all right, so, these teams have won certain things, but which one is the best? Well, that is what the showdown is all about.
Yeah. Now, Arka, yesterday Group B became a group of death of sorts. We saw an amazing performance from Hyderabad Hydras. OR Esports was doing well. But we have seen a lot of the big names from Group B struggle quite a lot.
No, I believe that today is going to be the day of Group C, because Enigma, we saw that they were trying to maintain the average. HYDRA was also giving a very good fight. Skylightz Gaming on the other side are spreading out the wing, so are also looking out for those finishes. So somewhere I feel these teams maintaining the momentum could be the game changers as we step into the overall points table. It's pretty evident that that group we were speaking about are all in the middle bracket. We have Skylightz, Enigma, you take Hyderabad Hydras. I mean, eventually it's all been told.
Yeah, exactly.
You gotta shine some light on Team XO though, John, because they've managed the second position without any chicken dinners, mate.
Exactly. I mean, you stole the words right out of my mouth. I mean, XO, they have been incredible. Sitting just 3 points shy of OR Esports, a team with 2 chicken dinners. And XO, I mean, coming back to what you said a few moments earlier, because XO have taken a page out of that book, just constantly focusing on those finish points and somehow managing to make it to the top 2, the top 3 in every single game, apart from that one early exit on that Miramar. But as we move towards the last page of the rankings, the red zone, as we like to call it, we do see the usual suspects of the top 8. Orangutan is here, there's Team X-Park, there's Global Esports, there's Team Soul over here, and it is going to be quite interesting to see how do these teams plan on getting back into the top 16 and then making it to the finals.
Like Arka just mentioned moments before, that, Team INS kind of showcased that they were at the bottom and they jumped 16 positions to make it to that first page. Anything is possible, and if you have that grit and determination, well, you can definitely change your fortunes. But again, a team that does need to change their fortunes, Team Soul, not a good day for them here.
No, I strongly feel Team Soul is trying to experiment over here because they are not sticking to this basic game plan. Probably they're preparing for a bigger picture altogether. Seeing Goblin with 0 finishes, one of the strongest contenders when it comes to the MVP of every single tournament, that shows that, they are experimenting something. They are not allowing him to lead the fight from the front, and it is not even building pressure on the shoulder. Look at their expression. They're just enjoying moving around and making sure that, they go ahead with today's day, start off with a banger and show why Team Soul is the team to watch out for.
Exactly. I mean, just seeing those smiles on these faces, I mean, it does make you wonder what sinister plans they have laid out for the day. Because I'm pretty sure Omega is not going to go into these lobbies empty-handed with anything, just basically playing the situations out. But on the other side, I mean, we have to talk about a few of the interesting names. uDOG India yesterday maintaining a decent run. They are sitting, I believe, on the 9th position right now. But we have yet to see them close out those matches. They are managing to get those placement points very consistently. But as far as the aggression is considered, I feel they are lacking. They're not showing their true form yet.
The thing is, as far as uDOG India is concerned, this is, of course, their first ever LAN event that they're participating as a team. So again, they are going to have some pressure on them. However, they haven't had a bad outing so far. I mean, like you said, 9th position. They are, in a good spot to basically qualify for the finals, because you've got to keep one thing in mind, right? We have 3 days of league play and, 1 day of finals, and those 6 games is when these teams will either make it or break it. So for now, the name of the game, in my opinion, is going to be just make sure you are in the top 16, and it doesn't matter if you're in the first position or if you're in the 15th or 16th position. All you have to do is you make sure you get to that final day.
Exactly, and talking about getting to the final positions, I mean, one team that has done that quite consistently has been Team XO, making it into the top 4 every single match that they play, and with double-digit finishes as well. Arka, that has to be one of the most impressive runs we have seen on the opening day of a tournament.
I mean, as soon as I saw Sensei not going away from his team, the normal gameplay which they do come in with, I understood that this team is trying to do something different over here. And with that, they did prove to us that, they are going to be concentrating on finish points. Look at that, just 2 players, Spunk and Fierce put together is 30. and the rest of them are just added points out there to make sure that they have almost 40, I would say 40 points in total, or 40 plus points in total when it comes to finish points itself.
Yeah. I'm just looking at those average survival times of 23 minute plus, 21 minute plus on Sensei, the IGL of the team. I mean, XP, the big brain plays are coming their way.
Oh, they are indeed. I mean, of course, they've got an average of almost 20 points a game, which means, you know, I mean, even if they don't have the chicken dinners, they do have those finishes to make sure they climb higher and higher on the overall ranking. And of course, speaking of finishes, you can have a look at them just going ham on anything that comes towards them. And you know what? They aren't backing away from fights, because even if they're in a situation where they are not the aggressors, they are defending the position well. And well, speaking of aggression, they pretty much let their bullets do all the talking.
Yeah,
no,
majority.
I'm sorry for cutting in. One thing which I wanted to point out over there, look at Fierce recoil control in every single scope he's using. So perfect, and he knows up close and personal it's going to be the gangster gun, like how XP says that, you know, put it to the best use and make sure you put an end for the team as quickly as possible, especially this place where, look at that, so precise. Every single bullet out there did do the damage either for the vehicle or for the person itself.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree on that. Fierce and Funk have been the two cornerstones for Team EXO's aggression. The men always leading the charge of every single fight and doing a phenomenal job. And while all of this is happening, the unsung hero Immortal in the backline providing good support for his teammate Sensei. Again, the big brain plays being made from Team EXO are definitely going to put the top runners in a lot of pressure, especially OR Esports that are right above them, and Hyderabad Hydras who are right on the third position. But yeah.
Speaking of Team EXO, I guess, you know, everyone's kind of wondering what is going on in their minds right now, right? Because they have had this consistent gameplay, and it is a bit difficult at this stage to maintain that, because, you know, you can't really do that in every single game, because what they are doing is they are focusing on the position points, right? So, so what happens is that they come back and they thrive on the chaos. But you know what? Let's actually have a listen from them, because I do believe Mamba Senior is standing with Sensei and Immortal. Let's take a peek into the mind of Team EXO.
जी हाँ, मैं तो तैयार बैठा हूँ, प्लेयर्स भी तैयार बैठे हमारे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं सेंसे और इमॉर्टल, जिनसे बातचीत करेंगे, सवाल जवाब करेंगे। बट सेंसे, सबसे पहले आपके पास आना चाहता हूँ, गेम नंबर 2 और 3 बहुत जल्दी दिखाते हैं, इतने फिनिशेस निकाले, लेकिन जब चिकन डिनर नहीं मिलता है बुरा ज़रूर लगता है। तो उससे आप बाउंस बैक कैसे करते हैं?
एक्चुअली सेकंड गेम में हमारा चिकन थोड़ा रह गया था, तो उसके लिए तो थोड़ा सा बुरा लगा था, लेकिन हमारा मेन फोकस स्टार्टिंग से ये था कि भाई फिनिशेस के लिए जाएंगे, क्योंकि हम जितना फिनिशेस निकाले उतना हमारे लिए बेटर होगा, उतनी ज़्यादा प्रैक्टिस होगी, क्योंकि हमें एट द एंड फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई करना है।
या फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई करना, वैसे भी आप सेकंड पोजीशन पे हो अभी, तो कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है। बस इमॉर्टल, मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, जब ऐसा कुछ होता है तो आप वापस जाके प्रिपेयर करते हो, एनालाइज करते हो मैच को? कल होटल जाके आपने मैचेस देखी वापस?
ज़रूर हम लोग मैचेस वापस से देखते हैं क्या गलती हुई। वैसे अभी सेमीफाइनल चल रहा है तो हम लोग चीज़ें ट्राई कर रहे हैं, नहीं ठीक है, तो उतना वो नहीं लेते हम सीरियस अभी फ़िलहाल, बट फिनिशेस के लिए जाते हैं और गलतियों पे वर्क कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि ग्रैंड फाइनल में मौका नहीं मिलने वाला, समझ रहे हो? तो ग्रैंड फाइनल में मारना है एक बार फुल।
या ऑफ कोर्स वहाँ पे फिनिशेस तो निकाले, लेकिन कहा इन्होंने कि आप नई चीज़ें ट्राई करने वाले। क्या प्लान है आज का?
वो प्लान बता नहीं सकते, बहुत सारे ओपोनेंट्स देख रहे होंगे, लेकिन हाँ कुछ सरप्राइजिंग है, मज़ा बहुत आएगा आपको।
या मज़ा आएगा, दिखा देना हमें प्लीज़। लेकिन देखिए, ये तो प्लेयर्स का कहना है, दर्शक देख रहे हैं, उनका भी कुछ कहना होगा, लेकिन हम जानेंगे हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स का क्या कहना है। आई वांट टू नो फ्रॉम आवर एक्सपर्ट्स कि भाई ये जो बोले नया प्लान लेके आने वाले, व्हाट डू यू थिंक इट इज गोइंग टू बी?
Alright, so a lot of experiments coming in from the side of Team EXO. We have one right here, but, well, this way. But Arka, I want to hear from you. What are your thoughts on all of this? Like, not really taking the league stages as, well, that seriously as they would do the finals, and just keeping focused on the finals. What are your thoughts on this state?
I mean, I would say there are two different mindsets running out. OR feel they've already selected, and EXO says that we are still to be selected. And that makes a lot of difference. That means Team EXO still wants to take it into the lobby, still wants to make sure that they're going to pick up finishes points and possession points. One thing about Team EXO is they've started to feel the heat of the moment. So one day concentrate on finish points, one day probably concentrate on possession points and try to challenge off the opponents, trying to taunt them, put fear inside them. Probably this could be something we can expect from the side of Team EXO today.
I mean, they have taunted them pretty hard with the way they were going for those fights yesterday, but we did see the schedule on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. Our day is going to be a little bit different, because the match we are going to start out with is going to be played on the map of Sanhok, and then we have A Erangel following up next. But it is going to be quite interesting to see what actually goes down on Sanhok, because Sanhok has been kind of a decent run for EXO every now and then, and OR Esports actually do end up having a pretty fun time on this map. This is one of their strongest maps. But what are your thoughts on this? XP, who do you think is going to take away the first game?
See, the thing is, you're going to put me on the spot right away, huh? I guess,
Yes.
Team EXO, they are definitely looking good. But the thing is, we are going to be starting things off, I do believe, with groups A and B, which means, well, Team EXO are not going to be playing the first game in Sanhok. So they would have been my pick right now. But unfortunately, I can't do that. So I guess I might go for somebody like, I don't know, man. I'm just going to throw a name out there. Maybe 7C Esports comes in and does something phenomenal. Because, again, Sanhok is a map that they kind of thrive in, right?
Yeah.
But yesterday's Sanhok was not your run-of-the-mill Sanhok. It was a little slower. Even the fights, the engagements that took place later on had a little lackluster feel about them, right? Because it was kind of controlled aggression. It wasn't all-out aggression as one expects in Sanhok, all that chaos.
For sure, but today it's going to be a little bit different. I thought you were just going to go for OR Esports, considering I just dropped a massive hint. These lads are strong on Sanhok. Can you agree with that?
I guess I do have to agree with that. I'm just so much into the players right now to check who might be taking it home.
Yeah.
And I was prepared for the question that who do you think will be making it through? Somewhere, even before you could ask that, I think it's going to be either INS or Team Sword, or I won't be shocked to see these two different teams in the final circle, because yes, one has got the momentum and the second team has something to prove. So let's see which are the teams which are going to be coming in the map of Sanhok up on the top.
Well, that's the last thing that we're going to have Arka say, but you're going to be joining us in the next game, so thank you so much for joining us on the desk right now, Arka. We'll be catching with you later, but XP, you were about to say something?
Yeah, I like how, every single team has their own little, rituals, pre-game rituals, the way they do it, because some are just concentrating in the game, some of them are going to put their hands in together and, say a few words to one another, and, well, some have shades on. I wonder if they're going to be a little shady tonight, because, well, Orangutan Gaming, man, these guys are, they're kind of like the wild card in this tournament, in my opinion, because they like having fun. But sometimes when they throw down in the showdown, boy, the other teams definitely have to set up and take note of them.
I mean, it's those shades, man. I'm telling you, they are the thing that intimidate the opposition. You have to be afraid.
Some shades right now.
Yeah. Well, I would like to, but then it sort of gives off a wrong vibe. So I'm just going to avoid wearing shades on the broadcast now. Although I would love to. I mean, there is definitely a lot of swag from... Look at that. Look at Ash right now.
I mean, hey, man, you come and do a job, you got to look good doing it as well. That is what I believe. So I guess, they have that little advantage in their favor. But Global Esports, buddy, not the best start for our winners of the Master Series. But again, it is going to be speculation that are going to be left aside, because the big red is going to take the skies for the first time on day 2. Match 7, and it is going to be Sanhok. It looks like we are going to be flying pretty much across the map from west to east, and again, it doesn't really matter where the playing path is, right?
Yeah. The smallest map in the game, you can go wherever you want, unless the path is like towards the extreme north. I mean, if it's starting from Hathen and going to Mongnat, then you might be in some trouble. If you're looking to go towards Nakam, Camp Charlie, and even then, I mean, you will be able to make it pretty much to the other side, but let's see. For now, ladies and gentlemen, we do see a majority of the teams taking an exit from the map, on the map, in fact, and XP. Now, my first question to you, do you expect an early fight?
I mean, it is Sanhok, unless someone does drop by, because the thing is, a lot of teams, they like splitting up in Sanhok, right? Because you want to make sure you have all the loot for yourselves, and all those houses, they only have so much. So you could expect something like we saw yesterday. I mean, Goblin almost getting knocked out right at the beginning. He did make it to his teammate. However, for now, all the teams are going to be drifting away from one another, but there you have it. This is something that you always expect. Last time around, it was Viru, in fact, who was giving Goblin a little run for his money. But I guess, well, Goblin's going to make sure he goes to the right of the bridge, while Viru's going to be on the left, as LeBron is going to be driving by. But again, it's a race to get all those weapons, and now Akshat could have the upper hand here.
Well, he definitely does. Has a Thompson on his back and an AKM in his hand, so... If Goblin has relayed the information correctly, I mean, this is going to be a bad start for Reckoning Esports, because they have lost 2 players. Shadow, you better be careful, because shots came from Orangutan, and they were the ones who got that knock. But GodLike Esports starting things off with an extra free finish for their side, by the way. But now they will have to back off. Reckoning Esports, we saw Viru in the water. One of the lads has just been finished off. And as I said earlier, not a great start.
Not a great start indeed, because, you know, the GodLike, they love doing that, right? They're going to drop down south of boot camp on that massive hill and all those little compounds that lie scattered about.
Yeah.
And, well, you do hear a few shots. I mean, your ears do kind of perk up, right? You're like, wait a second, something's happening over here. I'm going to go have a look. Shadow did just that. And, well, he got an extra finish for himself right at the beginning. And, well, speaking of finishes, his teammate Neo is going to be going off on Nexus, as Reckoning Esports not off to a good start here, buddy. Already losing 2 members. And by the look of things, Knuckle is going to meet a watery grave as well.
Yeah, I mean, Global Esports, they had a weird start to this game. A 1-3 split, I understand completely. But with one lad on the Camp Alpha Island and the other lads dropping close to Camp Charlie, now that is a split that is, well, it's more like a blunder now. And with Global Esports, as you said, already Knuckle has been knocked out. Our Esports, they're just going to wait it out, wait for him to bleed out, and the point to be headed their way, which is going to happen in the next few seconds. Ronnie on the other side is going to get taken out by Hero and Rockstar as well. So this Sanhok is already off to a pretty chaotic start, and I think this is going to get much worse with as the time goes by.
I definitely agree with you, because again, you know, it's all about that little confusion right at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
And as expected, it's not going to be teams taking on one another in full force. It's going to be probably, you know, one of the lads kind of gets a little separated from his team, and, well, he can either make it back or he doesn't. More often than not, he's not going to make it back to his teammate, and, you know, I guess that is something that we are seeing at this moment. But again, you got to keep in mind that this is Sanhok, so you do have this little early skirmishes breaking out, but then teams are going to back away from one another and, you know, try and fight a little later on, because you want to make sure you are kitted to the gills with all that loot. You have all the nice little helmets with you, and of course your position matters as well. But looks like Reckoning, oh boy, these guys are in a world of trouble, as Always from TSM is going to get the better of Viru, and, well, Adi is now going to be the last man standing. The question is, does he go for an early exit, or does he try and just hide in the bushes and all that shrubbery around and try and make it to the end for those position points?
Well, but let's see, will they actually have an opportunity to do that? Because even just working towards those position points looks like a massive, massive challenge for these lads. Shadow looking to hunt Addy down, and from the way the players of GodLike are moving, it looks like they know exactly where he's hiding. Zgod is going to step out in the open with the buggy, just trying to bait Addy's position, but Addy's being extra careful, does not really have a lot of weapons available to fight his way out. We do see the shotgun in his hand. Zgod still trying to see if he can spot this one player just lurking around, firing shots out in the open just to see if he can lure him out. And now they know where he is.
Well, that is a good grenade from this position. However, it isn't going to be enough, because from every single possible direction, Team GodLike, well, they made sure they snuffed his life out, and they have 3 finishes for themselves already. Not a bad start for this team, because we did kind of see them, I wouldn't use the word struggle, but they weren't really playing to that level of, you know, that level that we come to expect from teams like GodLike, because, you know, I used to love saying this team loves thriving under pressure. But again, making better quick work of RGE right at the beginning is going to be something that is going to boost their morale, and looks like Neo, the one, and the boys, they are ready. But elsewhere, our esports making a little noise as well, as Global Esports, I think they've lost a couple of members as well.
Yeah, I mean, Global Esports, I believe they're down 2 players now. And again, I think FS, they're going to be next, as INS Crazy Soul manages to catch Explicit off guard, dishing out a lot of damage, but it is going to be quite interesting to see how he managed to get that finish. Well, the answer is he won't, because as soon as he gets a little too greedy, does not realize that he has in fact been surrounded from every single direction. 420 OP finding the knock, Hitman going for the finish. FS Esports, they turn things around pretty quickly.
Now, here's the situation with Team INS, right? They did try to go for that gamble, because every single man from Team INS dropped at different locations. Yep. I'm talking one of them, Clutch Guard, went down to the docks. Joker, in fact, was somewhere just around the caves. And, of course, all this action on our screen which just took place was south of Camp Charlie. That is where Crazy Soul just lost his life. There you have it, the map coming up in perfect timing. Production is on point right now. So, again, you know, when you are going to be dropping down all by a lonesome, the thing is, you have 2 thoughts in your mind, right? If the enemy does spot you, you have to take the fight because it is going to be a little tricky backing off unless, you have a little escape route planned out. But again, would you want to, make all that commotion and take a fight on with a 4-man strong team? Because chances are they might just overpower you. And that is exactly what's happened with Team INS, as Gil and Crazy Soul are going to bid us adieu for now, which means, well, Joker and Clutchguard, they definitely have their work cut out. But again, have a look at how separated they are here, Johnny.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about these split drops, I mean, it makes perfect sense, right? Because it's not just INS. We have 3 other examples. Global Esports, they did the same thing. You could see Manya towards Camp Alpha Island, and the last surviving player, the second surviving player for Global Esports is between Bantai and Shami, all the way towards the south. That split drop did not really work out for them. And apart from them, Reckoning Esports, they tried the same thing. We saw what happened, right? The team is out of the lobby. In a map as small as Sanhok, it's better if you start close together, because if you get into an early fight, you will be able to provide some backup to your teammates. Otherwise, if the opposition catches you off guard, it's done and dusted. There is nowhere to run on a map like Sanhok. You can just drop out, hide behind some rocks, but then you're just going to get chased out and finished off. On the other side, though, we do have OR Esports on our screens. A strong run yesterday in all the matches that they played, the 4 games. They were very consistent, and now they find themselves up against Team GodLike.
Well, this is a clash of titans, and I'm sure all our lovely viewers would love to watch this fight take place as well. But again, OR Esports, the way they played Sanhok yesterday, it was calculated. It was well prepared because they did not take fights when they didn't need to. And speaking of fights, looks like Joker all by his lonesome is going to make sure Ace Black from Hyderabad Hydras goes down, which means, well, the IGL might be down, but I wonder if his teammates have a few more cards up their sleeves because they are still close to one another. But my question is, of course, I do want to see Clutchguard making sure he reaches Joker quickly, because if he gets taken down, well, their chances of getting another chicken dinner or even surviving till the end is going to be a little problematic. Now, we did kind of mention OR Esports going up against Team GodLike early on, but see, this is what OR Esports does. Now, they know they have the high ground. They know they don't have to move anywhere as far as the circle is concerned because they're pretty much in the center of it. And as far as GodLike is concerned as well, all they have to do is make sure they fortify Painan down there and just hold on to the location. But have a look at Shadow. He's already lurking in the shadows on the right flank for his team's point of view, trying to see if he can get an angle on the boys from OR. And there, well, he is giving his position away, jumping about. But again, it's all about the information at this moment.
Yeah, and I like what GodLike Esports are doing at this point, because Jonathan and Neo had in fact crossed the bridge all the way towards the other side of the river and were looking to head towards boot camp. But as soon as the call came that we are being pushed upon, well, there is a possibility that OR Esports is going to push upon us. They instantly backed off, and well, we have the circle still split between the 3 islands. A decent chunk of each portion of the land area is inside the zone right now. Troublesome rotations. I do feel Hyderabad Hydras might find a little bit of gatekeeping once they try and enter from the quarry area. INS, as XP said a little bit earlier, Clutchguard needs to regroup with Joker, because at least then 2 of them can stick together and try to survive in the later stages. Otherwise, I don't see INS making it beyond the top 8 in this game.
An interesting thing that I just noticed when we had the map up on our screens now, for pretty much the first, it is that we're at the 10-minute, 35-second mark, right? For about 7 minutes, Manya was one of the only people on the Camp Alpha Island. But now, looks like uDOG, they came in from the north, and they are going to be his neighbors in the distance. As Joker, well, he's going to be traversing the open waters, making sure he tries to get in the circle somewhere possibly just north of Tambang, because again, when you just have a couple of your teammates alive, it is going to be just a little bit tricky. And again, as you mentioned, Manya's up there in the north. He might go and try to regroup with him somewhere south of Camp Alpha. We're going to have to wait and find out. But again, the problem is they might think at this moment, John, that they have the backs against the wall.
Yeah.
But
and
unfortunately,
I think
go on.
Sorry to cut you off, but I think they might find themselves in a situation like that as well, because I just noticed uDOG India is also, they are going to take the boat, and they are trying to approach Camp Alpha Island, and Joker is going to be all alone in a few seconds.
He is going to be alone, but I do believe Clutchguard might be just scrambling towards his direction. But for now, FS Esports. They've had a good day as well, as they're going to be taking the fight straight to Kinetic Esports, as KU is going to make his escape on that little scooter over there. It does make a nice little sound, gives that little old school two-stroke sound engine, if you know what I'm talking about. But now the fight is going to be breaking out. There you have it. Shots are going to be fired. The M4 is going to be rattling off all those 5.56 rounds, and well, no one's gone down yet, but elsewhere looks like Esportswala are going to be in a fight. But now Clutch with a grenade, he is going to toss it in. The question is anyone going to be in the splash zone? No, it isn't. In fact, I think he just took a little bit of damage from his own grenade.
Oh, that has to be a pretty bad feeling, but let's see if they will be able to go for the push right here. FS Esports, Hitman leading the charge. Another nade being lobbed towards the players of Kinetic as they try to exit the shack. Explicit is going to try and take the sport player down in the backline, but you see the feed right there. Or Esports getting shown the exit by the players of GodLike.
Well, they did try to put up a good fight over there. They did manage to secure a couple of finishes as far as GodLike is concerned. But boy, oh boy, 7 finishes for Team GodLike, and they are still going to be a 3-man strong team. They're looking good. Now, I was going to say one thing. Pradhan's position is going to be pivotal right now for Kinetic Esports to move back just a little bit. But again, his position was kind of given away. There you have it. He's going to make sure he's the overseer, making sure he covers his teammates. But no, there you have it. KU goes down, and looks like finally he gets a little retaliation. He's going to thwart that attack just a little bit, because 420 from FS Esports is going to be down on his knees, and well, he is going to be frantic, want to kill them. But it looks like Hitman is going to be spotted as well, just taking cover behind those trees up there. But sooner or later, he's going to be spotted out, and it's going to be Doljeet, his teammate, who gets the better of 1847.
Man, you can't just run away from Daljit. The man is, well, he has a reputation of as being one of the greatest snipers back in the day. And, well, right now is using an AR, but he still knows how to shoot at a great distance. FS Esports, they find themselves in a little bit of a pickle. And Team Kinetic, they have the opportunity to capitalize on this, because now they have 1 finish secured, 1 man knocked out in the open. Explicit, this is going to be just another mistake if he tries to go for the revive on 420. And would you look at that? He goes down as well. A desperate Hail Mary attempt from the side of FS Esports, and well, it turns out to be a massive blunder.
Again, you know, like we just mentioned earlier, Pradhan's position was of prime importance, and he did good. But the circle is going to be shifting a bit to the south. Thambang, the ruins are going to be in play, which means Team Seoul and all their fans are going to be happy, because they might just have that little home ground advantage. Now, we did see uDOG India on our maps. In fact, they are on the southernmost aspect of that northwestern island. They're going to be taking on the board, I'm pretty sure, and coming to the circle. But over here, Jonathan, he was relentless, making sure he gives everything he has in our esports' position. And finally, a grenade is going to get the better of Hero. And, well, Rockstar inside did not survive for long as well. But I do believe, as far as GodLike is concerned, they've only lost Shadow so far, which means, well, they are still one of the top contenders to walk away with a chicken dinner in the first game here in Sanhok. But, again, keep an eye out on your map feed here, Johnny, because something interesting definitely is happening. uDOG India are doing something that we saw Joker do moments ago, because they're going to be hugging that blue wall, taking those boats out in the open water. In fact, all the way from the north, they might just surprise a few teams, because they're going to be hitting the main island just south of Thambang. But right now, it is going to be Pradhan getting the better of carry from Hyderabad Hydras. And let me tell you one thing. Kinetic Esports definitely have the potential to get something done in this game, but no, Striker right from the distance, and down goes Doljeet.
Well, let's see. Can the Hyderabad Hydras regain their form from yesterday? They are taking things a little bit slower than they were in the first game. That started things off, the first chicken dinner of the day, but this time, with 1 man knocked out in the back, there should be an easy fight for Hyderabad Hydras to close out. Pradhan also, the smoke in front of him protecting him at least for now, but it is going to dissipate soon, and then he's going to be in a world of hurt. Max Cash on the flank, quite an interesting position, does have the slope to actually go for the push, but hey, brilliant gatekeeping strategy coming in from the side of Hyderabad Hydras with the circle right behind them. The opportunity is quite clear. They can take this team down for free.
Oh, how the tables turn. Pradhan's position is now going to be occupied by Maxi OP, and I'm still a little confused as to why he would have left his high ground and gone down.
Yeah.
But again, it is what it is, as Doljeet is going to bid us adieu. He finally succumbs to his injuries, and now Hyderabad Hydras, they just got to play it cool, because as you mentioned, they are in that perfect position to gatekeep this team, and well, although the blue isn't hitting as hard for Kinetic Esports right now, oh buddy, in the next couple of circles, it is going to be taking chunks away from that HP bar. And, well, Maxkash and Pradhan are going to have to scramble to get out of here. But again, Striker, all he's going to do is they're going to have that patience, right? In fact, I wouldn't mind if they do a little bit of a fake out. Like if Maxi just kind of runs away, lets them see him, you know, moving back over that little hill while Striker just lies in position, waiting for them to show themselves. And of course, he's going to rattle a few shots. But again, all the speculation aside, they are going to have to make a move at some point or the other. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, looks like Maxi just ran into OR Esports then.
Oh boy, that has to be the worst feeling there, right there. It is going to be a little bit of a troublesome situation for them to deal with, but let's see. On the other side, as I was about to say, I mean, my spidey senses were tingling. Orangutan and 7C Esports, this is a massive fight breaking out quite close to boot camp. Both the teams will take a massive hit from the blue zone as well, and then the challenge is going to be how do they cross this river and get into this circle. The circle just not really favoring anyone. Team Soul Esports, we know they have been the magnets for a while now, and this time again find themselves smack in the center, but the contention is going to come in soon, in fact, from the players of not just TSM but Global Esports, the last two remaining players, with the strategy that XP pointed out. Joker taking control of the compounds just a little bit north of Tambang, and Mania just managing to maintain control of Camp Alpha all alone, just managing to hide there for a while. Now have in fact found a way to get a few placement points. Since they are very close to the circle, that means they are going to be entering very quickly, and they will find quite a decent safe compound for themselves.
I mean, that is the right strategy for them. They're going to make sure they get those position points in this game. But now, OR Esports, I like what they've done, right? They are going to be spread far and wide along this hill. They do have a few angles, but they've got to be careful, because if one of them goes down, it could be problematic for the others to come in and get those revives. Now, GodLike just kind of realized that right now, because Z-God is going to back away. In fact, it is going to work in their favor, because the circle, as you did notice, is taking a little bit of a northern shift. We are going to be fighting around the ruins in due time. And there you have it. People are going to be picked up. And oh my goodness, another car is going to be driving by. In fact, in Sanhok, we're going to be having a few drive-bys. Something that you don't see ever so often. And oh my goodness, Jelly, that car is literally on fire. Good thing that he has alighted from his vehicle. Or Esports almost getting down to a one-man squad. But no, it's going to be uDOG Crazy, who comes in from behind. And well, Aditya is going to say bye-bye to us for now.
Well, there are multiple teams collapsing in on OR Esports at this point. Hyderabad Hydras have shown up. uDOG India, they're not too far away. We saw the AUTOBOTZ roll in and roll out even quickly. But now, OR Esports, this is going to be a big struggle for them, because they are on the southern edge of the circle. There are at least 4 teams that are looking to stop their entry inside the zone. It's not going to be easy. They will have the terrain to work with, but on Sanhok, even that can actually become a challenge.
Now have a look at this fight setup over here. They are so close to one another. Ninja could be blown to smithereens if that grenade was going to hit him good. No, it was a Molotov that Omega threw, but now he's going to try and creep and crawl his way a little closer to the enemies, waiting to strike at the right moment. Ninja is going to get up. A few sound cues might just be given out. In fact, the Tommy gun, the gangster gun is going to come out, but this is where always from the distance, I was just going to bring this up, is going to make sure that he is providing that cover, something that Team Soul did not anticipate, because they thought they've thwarted TSM's advance across the water overhead. They do have 3 members on the side of Team Soul, but now Omega, oh my goodness, how is he still alive? I don't even see a sliver of HP. This one grenade could put him in the ground.
Well, that's not going to be the case. He does manage to heal up on the other side, and now his teammates will look to find a way to bring their IGL back to safety. It's not going to be an easy job, although leaving Oasis on the other side of the riverbank was a great decision from the side of TSM, because now he can provide all this suppressing fire, all the cover, all the information to the rest of the squad that have managed to wiggle their way inside the zone. Zone again taking a northeastern shift. Well, Orangutan all of a sudden find themselves in the best position possible for the endgame scenario.
Oh, they do have the compounds for themselves. They are spread out. In fact, the northeastern and the eastern aspect of the circle is going to be under their control. Now, you've got to keep one thing in mind as far as Team Soul is concerned. Chances are Hector, he is a little in the backdrop. He is in a couple of compounds, right? Now, we know that he's probably going to have a tremendous amount of first aids on him. However, FS Esports' Clutch, the last man standing for his team, is going to be creeping his way behind. uDOG India are going to be coming in from that western front as well. But for now, it is still a stalemate between TSM and Team Fall. And speaking of Hector, well, he's going to come in, and Omega finally spots Ovace across the water. And, well, TSM's little scouting position, or that little flank cover that they had, is going to be negated, which means, well, Ninja and the boys on this side, on the main island, are going to have to do something else. But for now, they still have the shore to work with, right? They still have all these massive boulders for cover. But the question is, if the circle does shift away from them, they're going to be caught out in the open. As, of course, we see uDOG India's Empire got out in the open, and Goblin is going to make sure he puts him 6 feet under. And with that, another one is going to bite the dust.
Well, let's see though. 9 teams remaining, 20 players alive. INS. Well, look at that. How many teams are in the blue zone right now? Global Esports is there with just one surviving player, and I think they are going to be out of the game soon. Going for a heal battle right now, Joker. And well, as I was talking, TSM, they get wiped out. Sandwiched between Orangutan and Team Soul. Nowhere left to go. The circle just absolutely betraying their trust, moving towards the west. And well, same thing has happened to Orangutan. We're going to see Orangutan struggle to find an entry unless they wipe out Team Soul. That's the win condition right there. You have to take Team Soul down.
I think they still have a couple of options, because instead of taking Team Soul head on right now, see, look at how much cover they have. They do have that little hill sloping away from them, which means if they go a bit south, or if they go for those center rock locations where that compound is, they can catch Team Soul off guard, and it looks like one of them is going to go in. WizGod, in fact, is going to take the fight right to the enemy's face. Now, the problem is, Soul's Omega is just a little off on our screens. There you have it. You can have a look at him on the right. Now, he is going to be that little ace up their sleeve, because, well, they're going to anticipate everyone's going to be hiding behind these rocks. But if they aren't careful, there you have it. That flank was not secure, and, well, Orangutan almost lost one of their members. But Ash, for now, is going to patch himself up. And on the south side of the map, there you have a Team GodLike still 2-man strong with Neo and Z-God. And let me tell you one thing, buddy. These boys can put up quite a fight, but right now the one is going to be spotted out. In fact, wait a second, Goblin, a few more bullets would have put him down on his knees.
Yeah, but Neo, he just managed to get away at the very last seconds. Runs behind the rock, behind some decent cover. But on the other side, as you mentioned, XP, Omega's position, sorry, Goblin's position right now is the thing that has been providing all this information to the players of Team Soul. But Orangutan, look at that. The way AKOP is moving and closing in the distance. Well, this was just a bait. Omega just luring his target towards him. And now Orangutan, they are down 2 players. Final 2 players remaining in the back lines, Trigger and Ash. The only option left right now is run for your life. Get those extra placement points as possible, because Team Soul right now, they are in the zone. Figuratively and literally right now, it feels like, because they are not looking to stop.
Oh, they aren't looking to stop. But again, that was a perfect bait and switch over here, because again, Omega's position, like I mentioned earlier, was going to be crucial. They kind of drew OG in. They knew that already. They're all going to be in the block. I'm going to hold on my bot right now, but they're going to be pushing in. They're coming in for the finishes as well as Neo and Z-God. They do have the upper advantage over here. They do have the high ground. They do have all those rocks for cover. And the thing is, when you do toss grenades, they tend to trickle downhill, which means, well, Akshat's position could be a little problematic, because again, if OG Ash decides to just come out, take a little peek, lay down some shots, they could be caught out. But again, Omega deciding to stay outside the circle, behind a tree for some cover, making sure that Z-God and Neo are going to be funneled in towards those rocks, which means for now, in fact, have a look at that, the revive is going to be coming in as well. But this is where Hector needs to be careful. He needs to keep his eyes on the boys from Orangutan to the left. Well, we do have a little bit of a trifecta breaking out, and speaking of Orangutan, Ash, he gets the better of one of the members from GodLike.
Well, you know what I like about this game? Just before this match, you, me, and Arka, we were discussing what is happening to the top teams of the country. Boom. Well, they are back in action. Orangutan just taking down Team GodLike with a couple of nades, but now they have to be prepared. It's a 4 versus 2 situation. Team Soul pushing in. Akshat is going to be taken out. Goblin coming in from the flank, goes down as well. Down to a 2v2, and well, it is going to be a 1v2 in fact, because Ash was traded out. Hector going for a revive onto Akshat, while Omega is going to try and see if he can find an angle on Trigger.
I like what Rick is doing. He knows he has to take the fight to the enemy, because the thing is, now he's given them enough time to cut themselves up. There you have, they're going to be pushing in. In fact, Hector's going to be the first one, and with a few rounds, Team Soul, ladies and gentlemen, are going to get their first chicken dinner in the first game. Day 2 of the showdown, and well, we were talking about, miracles happening they're going to be jumping up quite a few positions. In fact, I do believe it's 12 positions they're going to jump up here, Johnny, from the 23rd to 11, which again goes to show anyone can still make it to the finals.
So here's what I don't understand. Every single time this team wins, you have to celebrate the win. It was a good game.
Man,
they did get
game
a decent finish.
Their game faces are on.
I mean, they know this is not their best, I guess. They want to take it to the next level.
Absolutely, and it looks like Orangutan, the shades definitely did help because again, you know you gotta look good. He knows the camera's gonna be on him, and a second position finish for the Apes is something that they are gonna be happy with. Now, Team GodLike as well did good, but you know, we're gonna be talking about all this because before we discuss anything further, we're gonna take a quick little break. Don't go anywhere.
Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now.
Well, that was a short and sweet little break. Of course, I think we just need to take a little bit of a breather, have some water over here, and make sure our throats are going to be working fine. Because I like the fact that we started off in Sanhok this time around, John. It just, you know, I mean, forget all your game plans because, again, it is Sanhok. Everything that you do come prepared with is thrown out the window, which we did see. And, you know, the circle, the zone definitely does help a lot. But there you have it. The MVP from this game is going to be Trigger from Orangutan.
Well, 6 finishes inside the match, 800 plus damage dished out. And Orangutan, I have to say, they played a very wonderful game with the way they were rotating. Perfect points selected for gatekeeping other teams. They crossed the river quite nicely towards the ruins area, were holding the shorelines perfectly. The only bad decision I saw from their side was the decision to push upon Team Soul directly, which, I mean, to be fair, I knew that is exactly what they were going to do because that's how Orangutan is. They don't like to run away from any situation. It would have been better had they done what you said, XP. Just go towards the compound, hold that small little shack for a while, protect your numbers till the very end, and then take the fight.
Well, when you're fighting in the planet of the apes, they are going to be coming at you pretty hard. Of course, you know, Team GodLike, they went a little ballistic right at the beginning, making quick work of Revenant Esports. And they did have that momentum, you know, behind them because I do believe up until a couple of another fights, they already had 7 finishes for themselves.
Yeah.
And, well, a third position isn't going to be bad because they are going to be walking away with a decent number of points from this game. But, you know, again, what Team Soul did over there was they kind of knew that, okay, Orangutan are going to be coming towards them, or any other team for that matter. It was Omega's position, again, outside in the blue, that nobody would have anticipated. And, well, that is where I believe they definitely had that upper hand.
I think I completely agree with you on that. With the way the first, not the first, but I have to say the 4th to the 5th circle transition, Team Soul then and there, they knew what they had to do to close out this game and finish off with a winner-winner chicken dinner. But now that sort of brings us to question as to what were Team GodLike up to, because these two teams, they drop quite close to each other, and usually you do see them fight against each other pretty earlier on in the game. But this time GodLike, they decided to go in another direction, take a few other fights, which did help them get a lot of finishes in the end. But those chicken dinner points, and in fact that chicken dinner can in fact help you out in a tiebreaker situation, so that also does become pretty important. But overall, these two teams, they had a pretty phenomenal game. Orangutan as well, very well played. INS, special props to INS, because I did not think they were going to be able to make it to the top 4, but hey, Clutch God, he is a pretty good IGL. He's one of the greats in fact, and does showcase that even in the worst situation, he knows how to get those points.
And also, you know, he did take a fight right at the end. But again, I want to add another feather in Team Soul's hat over here because the presence of mind was evident on our screens. Now, I did kind of mention, you know, Hector was still their little insurance policy, right? Because he was a little off by about maybe 200, 250 meters in a house all by himself in the blue. But then he suddenly realized, oh, I hear some rustling in the background because FS Esports' Clutch was coming in. uDOG India was coming in from that direction. And he made the right decision that, you know what, chances are I'm going to be overpowered over here in this little shack. They're going to get all my meds. He got in on his bike and rode all the way to his teammates, making them a bit stronger. Because just keep in mind, at the end, when we did see OG go up against Team Soul, even that one man had Soul had one man less, it could have been a little different. But you know what? We're going to hold on to that. Let's have a listen from the boys themselves, because I do believe we have a nice interview lined up for all you lovely viewers.
हमारे साथ जुड़ने वाले गॉब्लिन और हेक्टर जिनसे बातचीत करेंगे, लेकिन मैं पहले गेम के बाहर के सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ. गेम के अंदर के सवाल तो पूछेंगे. आपके और ओमेगा की कुछ तो बात हो रही थी. जब गेम खत्म हुआ कैमरा पे हमने देखा तो क्या बात हो रही थी?
तो ऐसा था कि तो मैच में ना मैंने बहुत गंदा चोक किया था. लाइक मैंने सुबह से वार्म अप नहीं किया, मैं लेट उठा था. तो आई वाज लाइक कि मतलब मेरे बंदा सामने भाग रहा है, मेरे को 3 स्प्रे लग रहे हैं इसको मारने के लिए. तो मैं उसको पीओवी दिखा रहा था, तो सब लोग हंस रहे थे, बाकी कुछ नहीं.
ये सवाल और पूछूंगा आपसे, लेकिन हेक्टर मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ कि अब बात करें जोन प्रेडिक्शन के बारे में. ओमेगा डज अ वेरी गुड जॉब एट इट, लेकिन मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ जब हार्ड शिफ्ट होता है जोन, उसको कैसे मैनेज करते हैं आप?
हम लोग का प्री प्लान होता है कि ये हार्ड शिफ्ट जाएगा तो हमें करना क्या करके. तो ओमेगा ऑलरेडी सब बता के रख देता है कि अगर ये जोन जाएगा तो ये करेगी, ये जोन जाएगा तो ये करता है. मेरा काम ये रहता है कि बस दो प्ले में से को चूज़ करना है कि हाँ ये चूज़ हमारे लिए सही है, ये करते हैं. तो ओमेगा से बेटर आईचल मैंने कभी देखा नहीं, ना कोई खिला पाएगा ऐसा. उसको जोन्स का बहुत ज़्यादा ही पता है, तो वो हमें इतना हार्ड शिफ्ट के लिए कभी जाता ही नहीं है कि हार्ड शिफ्ट जा रहा है हमसे जोन एंड हमसे भाग रहे हैं. हम लोग ऐसा कभी हुआ नहीं है. बट हाँ, जब हम लोग चोक करते हैं तभी ऐसा हमारा कि वो मिस्टेक्स होता है, वरना जोन्स की तो बीटी हमें नहीं हुई कभी.
तो दैट्स अ वंडरफुल थिंग. लेकिन मैं जानना चाहता हूँ, BMPS आप जीते थे, चैंपियन थे, कल थोड़ा सा स्ट्रगल किया, क्या लगता है आपको क्या सुधारा जा सकता है?
तो कल हम लोग थोड़ा चोक किए, लाइक बहुत ज़्यादा 4v4 फाइट्स और एंड लॉस कर रहे थे. बट इट्स नॉट अ बिग डील. एक दिन सबका ख़राब होता है, तो चैंपियंस आर चैंपियंस. तो एक दिन ख़राब होने से उससे कुछ फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता.
अब मुझे ये बताइए, मुझे देखिए अच्छे सवाल भी है, फन सवाल है. आई वांट टू आस्क यू अ फन क्वेश्चन. इन्होंने बताया था, हेक्टर ने मुझे बोला था कि आपसे ये सवाल पूछूं. आपके बगल में बंदा बैठा था, आपको 2 मैगजीन लगी. बात करें, आप MVP थे BMPS के, यहाँ पे क्या हो गया?
वो अभी प्रैक्टिस मैच थी, तो हो जाता है, ठीक है, अगली बार नहीं होगा. तो ठीक है, कोई नहीं.
बट द प्रॉब्लम इज कि अगर सैस की बात करें, अभी तक सिर्फ एक फिनिश हुआ है आपका, तो अभी उसके ऊपर फोकस करने वाला कि आर यू गोइंग टू गो विद द फ्लो?
गो विद द फ्लो. ऐसा कोई फोकस तो नहीं है. लाइक अभी तो टॉप 16 क्वालिफाई करना है, फाइनल्स में मारने का मेन मोटिव है. फाइनल्स में जीत जाएंगे आराम से, लाइक अपना बेस्ट देंगे. बाकी सब तो अपने आप हो जाता है.
जी हाँ, बाकी सब अपने आप हो जाता है. लेकिन आखिरी सवाल मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, हेक्टर, टीम की स्ट्रैटेजी क्या रहने वाले यहाँ पे? बिकॉज देखिए, यहाँ पे तो आपने चिकन डिनर निकाला ही है, बट व्हाट इज नेक्स्ट फॉर द टीम इन टर्म्स ऑफ स्ट्रैटेजी?
हमारा वही है कि हमें 4v4 फाइट बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग करना है. तो हमारा बेसिक मोटिव यही होगा कि हमें जोन तो जाना है, जोन तो मिल जाएगा, बट जहाँ पे हम वीक है तो उसको हमें स्ट्रॉन्ग बनाना है, क्योंकि वो PMW में आके हमें बेनिफिट देगा. तो हमारा वही है कि जितने भी 4v4 टीम्स यहाँ पे सारी बेस्ट टीम्स है, तो उनसे 4v4 सीखना है, हमें कम्पीट करना है कि हम अपना 4v4 सारे 4v4 निकालें हम लोग.
Of course, there's no pressure on you, but मैं जानना चाहूँगा हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स के पास, उनसे जानना चाहते हैं उनका क्या कहना है. बिकॉज बात करें, जो आखिरी फाइट हुई थी, 2 मैगजीन लगी थी, एंड स्पीडो के साथ मैं भी बातचीत कर रहा था जब जोन बन रहा था. बट हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स क्या कहेंगे इसके बारे में? ओवर टू यू.
You know, I like what Goblin said over there, John.
Yeah.
Champions are champions for a reason. Yeah, everybody has a bad day every now and then, but it's when you get back up. That is, of course, what matters. And again, you know, what Team Soul are doing right now is, yeah, they did say, you know, we're going to go with the flow. And of course, Hector mentioned that, you know, the zone has never been an issue for them.
Yeah.
It's intelligent gameplay coming in from their side again.
But here's the thing. I mean, they also talked about making their 4v4 stronger. Their 4v4 is already pretty strong. I mean, what's gonna be
yesterday, the thing is, when they were taking those fights, if you remember, Goblin was pretty much just driving around in his buggy.
Yes.
Maybe he needs to get off and let his bullets do all the talking. But there you have it. 23 points is what Team Soul walked away with in this game.
Well, it was an impressive game from their side, but same can be said for Orangutan and Team GodLike. 22 points for Orangutan. The Ape Army looking very strong. And well, Team GodLike walking away with 21 points. 11 finishes, out of which I think they wiped out. They were responsible for wiping out 3 teams in the first 15-16 minutes. So right off the bat, GodLike starting out pretty strong. But hey, these teams, they will be making a push for the finals from here on out. And we do have a head-to-head comparison between Orangutan and Team Soul.
Well, of course, things are going to be on your screens right now, and the numbers do speak for themselves. The damage received, damage dealt, not too much of a difference, not much of a difference for finishes. But of course, you know, those position points definitely help Team Soul edge past them with that 1 extra point. A good game coming in for them. But the thing is, only 3, maybe 4 teams had a good game this time around. I'm talking about Soul, OG, GodLike, and in fact, Kinetic Esports as well. everyone else, a lot of teams, in fact, didn't even get a taste for blood in Sanhok.
I mean, definitely, especially Reckoning Esports. Look at that, just
Poor
90
fellas.
damage dished out, and they were wiped out within the first 3-4 minutes. The entire team, even though they went for the split drop, they were still hunted down and finished off. INS, well, it was an interesting start from their end, but at least they recovered quite nicely, finishing in the top 4 with just 2 players taken out within the first 4 minutes. So good recovery from the side of INS. Something, to be honest, I did not expect. Their rotation was the trickiest. They were starting from the south, from the southmost point of the map, making it all the way towards the ruins area. I mean, you would have to cut through a lot of teams. And they just really, it felt like they were wearing some sort of invisibility cloak or something.
A lot of cardio basically workout for the boys over there, because they were at the docks down south and then they came, like you mentioned, all the way to the other island. But again, the thing is, you know, when you have these, you want to be lurking in the darkness in Sanhok, right? That's where these Nocturne Terror sets, they come in handy, because it literally instills fear in the other team's minds. And of course, all of you can grab yourselves one as well. All you have to do is get that amazing Royal Pass, and you could be spreading some terror as well. As we have a look at the overall rankings, and well, OR Esports just 3 points from this game, but they are still at the tippity top.
But look at the jump from Orangutan, jumping up 10 positions in the ranking. Now they have made it to the top 8, and well, it's going to be quite interesting to see who will take them down. Orangutan are one of those teams, they are very momentum based. If they start off strong, they are going to end strong. If their start is weak, then basically their whole day is done.
Well, speaking of jumps, Team Seoul, as we mentioned earlier, is going to be jumping up 12 positions as they nestle in the 11th spot with 31 points for themselves, sharing the same amount of points with FS Esports. But of course, it does seem like we are going to be giving precedence to, of course, the chicken dinners and the finishes on our screens for those tiebreakers. Now, a few teams are going to be slipping down. TSM had a few good moments, especially the way Oasis was providing cover from across the water. You know, something again that I do believe Team Seoul took cues from, because that is exactly what Omega did later on.
I mean, but they messed up the timing of the fight. The moment Oasis took Goblin down to...
They should have moved in. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They had to move in at that point. Other than that, there was no other opening. Oasis is never going to peek the right-hand side of the rock, because he knows 2 players will have their crosshairs placed to take him out. But hey, they will have more opportunities, so we're going to be hopeful that we see TSM recover later during the day. But as we move to the red zone, again, these teams are going to be waiting for their own opportunity to shine. And for that, I think the best map that you can work upon has to be Erangel. It's the OG map of the game, so every single team is prepped to give their best on that particular map. And guess what? That's going to be the next one.
It is going to be the next one. Again, you know, it's like you mentioned, it's the OG map, the crowd favorite, of course, the fan favorite as well. Everyone knows every single nook and cranny in that map, so it is going to be a little easy and difficult at the same time, because, you know, the opponents are going to be reading the map pretty well as well. So again, there's always pros and cons. It's always 2 sides of the same coin, no matter what, especially at this stage, at this level, because, you know, everyone's going to be well versed. And well, speaking of the maps, let's just have a look at the schedule once again. Sanhok has been done and dusted, which means, well, it's pretty simple. Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Miramar, and to end things off, we're going to be in Erangel once again.
Yeah, we're just shuffling the maps between Erangel and Miramar from here on out. But before we say bye-bye to you, XP, for a little bit, I want to know, what is your prediction? I'm going to ask that right now.
You know what, I guess I'm going to hold on to that right now, because I don't want to be put on the spot. But what we are going to do is we'll take a quick little breather this time. It's going to be a short break. See you on the other side of this.
Watch it, earn it.
लोग हैं डकैत। हमारा पहले वो हक वाला फ्लैट ले लिया, उसके बाद हमारी पार्किंग।
ये रोज रोज की खिटपिट से ना मैं एकदम तंग आ गई हूँ।
अब तो ना बस सिर्फ फैसला हो। तो हम कौन सा डरते हैं, कर लो फैसला। तो हो गया फाइनल, परसों रखते हैं मैच, और जो जीत गया पार्किंग उसकी।
क्यों बेटा हार गया ना? जैसे तू कैंपिंग करके खेलता है ना, बॉट्स भी तेरे से अच्छा खेलते हैं। तेरा तो नाम भी बॉट जैसा है, गोलू।
अपेल कैसे पेल देगा साले?
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the BGMI Showdown. This is Super Johnny, joined by Arka right now. And well, game number 1 on Sanhok got quite intense for a lot of teams. We saw the big names step back into the battleground and show their true colors. But Arka, we're going to be back on Erangel next. What are your expectations?
I want the Orangutan in case they're playing this, which I do believe they are.
Yeah.
I want to see whether the apes can do the rumble again, because they did the rumble in the jungle. But the map of Erangel is not that much of a jungle. It's a little bit of an open field, so I would want to see how they play it out in the open fields there.
It's like the most normal map inside of the game, because Miramar, again, the desert, the open areas can get a little too tricky to traverse. Sanhok, we all have heard the tales of the snakes just lying in the grass, waiting to hunt their prey. And well, Erangel right now in the rotation seems to be the map that majority of the teams, I mean, you would expect, are comfortable on. And Orangutan have in fact showcased a lot of good performances on this particular map. I agree with you on that, but with the way the game went for Team GodLike, how they were playing it, and Team Soul as well, I think my expectations are going to be to see another amazing performance from these two teams.
Now, somewhere I feel that, one other team which got betrayed by the zone, even though the rotations were perfect, was the side of Team OR. So I do believe that, Team OR can make a comeback in the map of Erangel, because it was not, I would believe the luck was not in their side. Even though they are a team which could have taken the fight against uDOG and come in and backstab the side of Soul, it's just that they were not able to do so. Probably, probably all they can do is stick on to the basics and do the same.
I think again, one thing that you mentioned yesterday was the fact of clearing your backlines, right? Just making sure your rear is clear, and I think that is what OR sort of was struggling with. They were too focused on Team Soul. Then AUTOBOTZ just showing up in that car and rolling out very quickly was something that might have confused the players of OR Esports as to what is going on, what is happening with this team. They got distracted, and that's when uDOG India capitalized. But hey, that was just the previous game. OR Esports still did manage to get a few decent points out of that one. This is what they're going to be waiting for, though. Now, the Erangel is all set to begin. We do see the plane in front of our screens right now, starting from the southeastern edge of the map between Novo and Miltapau, and going all the way through Rozov, just west of the shooting range.
Now this is where it's good for us to say the map has been dissected into two different halves, and all the teams going to their specific drop location will be rewarded with that gift of going to the place they want. But ultimately, what I'm looking out for is the early skirmish. I want to see who wants to go in for an early brawl, pick up those 4 finishes, and make sure that then can play for placement points. And as far as the day has got through, I think GL, GodLike themselves, are looking out for some rumble. They want to go to the faces of the enemies. They want to take them down. Let's see whether we'll be having a deja vu moment of the first map of Erangel yesterday, which we saw.
Yeah, but look at this. Look towards Novo Repnoy. We do see our esports going for a 1-3 split right off the bat. Quite similar to INS, but Kinetic, I believe, has managed to get towards the high ground, quite close to the observatory right there. And that can, in fact, just give him an extra bit of information as to what INS will be up to for the next 2-3 minutes. But from there on out, it is going to be quite interesting to see as to how our esports are going to approach the rest of the game. But whoa! A twist right off the bat. We do have the circle split between the military island and the mail island. A very, very nice chunk of the water is going to be a part of this first zone starting the game. And that is just going to make every single team on the military island very happy for a few minutes.
I mean, in the map of Sanhok or Southern Western Circle, I was expecting it, but in the map of Erangel or Southern Western Circle, this is a bit of a shocker. But again, 3 teams are going to be happy about it, TSM, INS, as well as the side of Team RE. But what concerns me is how are they going to farm and how are they going to gatekeep? Are they going to do the bridge blocks, or are they going to make sure they stay in the shorelines? Because towards the side of Primorsk or Ferry is where they get the boats, and then from there on they try to traverse in, come to the southern side of military base, which is going to be the obvious rotation from coming in from these several teams from the north. But who will be restricting them in the shorelines? That is what I'm looking out for.
I mean, one of the teams, as you talked about the shorelines, one of the teams that I do expect to take the waterways is going to be the squad of AUTOBOTZ. They like to start off from the Primorsk position, and from there it is going to be much easier for them if they move in very early for the military island. But then again, it is a bit of a gamble to move in early and switch positions like that, because if the circle takes a hard shift up north, then it's going to be tricky to come back. And all those bridge camp situations, especially that military bridge camp that I do expect it to happen in the next 4 minutes. It is going to be very intense.
Oh, figure intensity, and look at what's happening to us aside of Ferry Pier. Since we have the map for ourselves, literally, there's going to be one team knocking at the doorsteps of ABZs towards the side of Primorsk, and that's going to be an early rotation coming in from the side of Team Soul. And let's see whether that skirmish is going to take place, as Goblin and his teammate is still going to be on the north. That's going to be Akshat, probably holding off the side of RGE or Godel. And I do believe this split can be something way too different, which we weren't expecting from the side of Team Soul.
Yeah, but this is a high-risk, high-reward situation, to be honest, because if Hector and Omega, their positions get compromised, then AUTOBOTZ, it should be easy for them to take down 2 individuals in a 2v4 situation, and then we'll deal with the remaining 2 if they catch them in the next rotation point. So Team Soul, Omega and Hector, right now the objective is quite clear: find some decent loot and just hold the shoreline till their teammates get here. On the other side, we do have 3 teams, in fact make it 4, that have landed towards the northern part of the map. Orangutan playing from Zarki, Hyderabad Hydras towards the northern Georgia Pole City, 7C Esports playing from Severny and shooting range, and then the Stalber Hill has been taken over by uDOG India. These teams will have to move quite a lot of distance down south. It's going to be quite interesting to see exactly who will be gatekeeping them and where, but that is a story for the later stage of the game.
Now, this is where I would like to bring in few points. The tier 1 teams, or the teams to watch out for, like OR, Soul and GE, all of them going in for an early rotation. They're using their brains right, is what I would like to say. They're pulling the cards right over here, because they know as soon as they take that early rotation, even before the other teams can go in and do their farming, that's their only safest way to make it inside the island. Because once they're loaded, they're going to come in and pour out that lead into the faces of the enemies. But watching all of these rotation, AUTOBOTZ still waiting out towards the side of Ferry, not picking that vehicles and then trying to make it through to the next island, that is a bit of a concern for me.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be. It can get quite tricky for them, but we were talking about those water rotations a few moments earlier, and it looks like Kinetic Esports, they are already on their merry way, moving from Lipovka, going towards the southeast, and well, it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly where they land up on the military island. Global Esports, it looks like they have rotated early as well, taking control of the southern shoreline of the military island, and with our esports quite close to Manya, it's going to be quite interesting to see if a fight breaks out.
I do believe that there's a very high chance for it, but where will Kinetic place themselves in that rotation next to Milta? I mean, if they come in to the very same spot where Ari and G are fighting it out, it's just a welcome finishes for either of these sides who survive on that shorelines. But ultimately, nobody gatekeeping or bridge camping towards the side of Novo Ripnoy bridges.
Yeah.
This is when teams like uDOG, probably 7C, or any given team can actually come in through the roadways, cross across, and find themselves a perfect position so that, you know, they can take away a lot of finishes for themselves. But yet again, I want to see what is the game plan of Team Soul. After winner chicken dinner, I was expecting them to be sticking together and making sure they take advantage of what they're best at. But going in for a split early on, where two people not taking the vehicles but rather swimming their way into the next island, that is a bit of a shocker for me.
I mean, it was a shocker, and I think that's their game plan, throwing everyone off a little bit so that no one understands what this team is exactly thinking and what their approach is going to be towards the game. We do see Akshat and Goblin moving in towards the players of AUTOBOTZ, so they are headed towards that ferry pier area, but on our screens right now is Team Kinetic. They are, again, moving in from east towards the southeastern position. Southeastern edge, I believe, is where they will connect towards the military island, but it's going to take them a little while. On the other side, though, a few moments earlier, we did see the players of our esports basically just see and stalk the players of Global Esports now. There will be an opportunity for them to backstab Global Esports if a fight breaks out anytime soon, but they're going to be patient for that. You have to time this one perfectly, because if you engage a little too soon, then we all know what GE can do.
Now, Ari on the other side, their slogan is going to be knowledge is power. Have a knowledge about which other teams in front of you, know what they're strategizing, know when to come in and third party and take away all those finishes for themselves, because they lack finishes when it comes to the points table. Every single time I see RE, they're able to somehow get position points trying to survive until the top 5, but the finishes is something which I tend to see not going into the favors of Team RA. But the rotation from KE is still coming in over here. You know, one other thing which I love the most about this game is those RPs. You know, you need to go buy that RP for yourself and witness what kind of cool sets you actually get for yourself. Especially all these players are playing it out with one deadly, you know, set of dress which they're wearing as they run. The wind sways and the cape which is behind them which keeps swaying around. It looks so cool. And I am looking forward to get one myself, but one person who has to look out for the teams in front of him is going to be Aladdin, who's still not going to do the same, but rather be on the aggressive stance, probably expecting his teammates to catch up and they can take the fight into the face of uDOG.
Well, let's see what the result is going to be. It's going to be an interesting mid-rotation fight very early in the game. Again, both these teams are starting from the most northern positions of the map. uDOG starting off from the Stalber Hill and 7C Esports starting off from Severny. But on the other side, FS Esports, well, in fact, Clutch has seemed to spot out. It looks like he has spotted out one of the players from the side of GodLike. Took a few shots on Shadow, but did not manage to connect.
Now the circle completely favoring the southern island. Now is where everybody are going to be at the tip of their toes. Look at what Shadow does over there, trying to fight it out all alone, trying to lead the fight from the front. Will be playing a hefty price, I'm so sorry, as Clutch will be falling back. His location is going to be compromised, and the one cooking the nade is going to be Jonathan. But luckily, he has enough time to retaliate, make sure he gives information to his teammates. Coming from the other side, it's got to be 420 OP, trying to approach from a very different angle. And I would like to say this far away, it's got to be Clutch yet again with his crosshairs set perfectly. The prediction game for him to place the crosshairs is working out perfectly. And I would want to see who's going to be backstabbing GL, as Neo is going to be on the receiving end. But Z-God baited it out perfectly, can get that knock against the side of 420.
Well, I thought 420 OP was going for a push to finish off Z-God, but Hitman with a lucky shot connecting onto Shadow right on his noggin is going to knock him out. Now Clutch moves towards Z-God, only to get taken out. It's a 2v2 situation between FS Esports, and backing off right now is it's just going to be one of the worst decisions you can make. K47 finds himself pinned out in this house. Z-God, he's feeling the heat, he's feeling confident, he knows he can take him out, trying to blow up the door now. K47 ST, only one option left. He has to put on the first aid kit and, well, heal up as quickly as possible. This nade, it's going to do absolutely nothing. ZGod will have to take this fight head on, but FS Esports, they are cornered now, down to their last two players, and both of them split up, trying to take individual 1v1s against the players of GodLike.
Now that is where GodLike are going to be healing themselves, coming back on their feet, all four men, as Akshat will now try to put down the side of LeBron. That's going to be Reckoning Esports coming in, but LeBron with the grenade might be retaliating, being the grenader for now. It's going to be a very, very tough time. Two different teams are locking on over here. One is going to be Soul, the other one is going to be the side of Team GodLike. But ultimately we're able to see that Team FS have also, you know, come in over here with a very different strategy altogether. They picked up all their teammates yet again, so they'll be rushing into this compound trying to save up 47is, but the firepower of 47is is so strong that he can take it home. But ZGod's brains come into picture, placing the crosses perfectly, welcoming him with a pour of lead.
Well, as I said, the decision to fall back towards that house right there was a bad one. I mean, I understand K47 found himself in the back line behind enemy lines, but now GodLike Esports, they have had their sweet merry time to recover, and that is just going to mean that FS Esports, they are going to get destroyed by this four-man army. Only one man was knocked out, that was Shadow. Jonathan is going to go for a revive, but out of nowhere, Orangutan, they show up, and they show up big. They are going to try and hurt an already bleeding Team GodLike, but whatever Orangutan has to do, they have to do it now.
The high in is hot, and that's what they're looking out for as the apes would want to come in. This is a mini jungle in the Erangel map, and the rumble is going to be trigger is going to be in the process, but doesn't matter much as the foreman standing will be coming in a bit more closer. But the smokes is going to be helping out Neo to put not one but two players. Trigger also hits the ground. It's going to be Ash and WizGod, as WizGod is again going to be coming into the process of Neo. Can he do a 1v3 over? Your chances are really high as he's playing at the perfect spot, but that one Ash from far away inside the smoke, he has to come in over here. If he doesn't, it's going to be a very hard story, as Johnny is going to be coming a bit more closer, getting himself into this rumble. It's going to be WizGod, the final man in the process of Johnny, will be saying goodbye from the lobby with the final nail hitting hard. GodLike is going to get 8 finishes for themselves.
Well, this has been an interesting start. To Erangel did not expect this is how we are going to get the party started. GodLike already sitting on those 8 finishes, but they have lost 3 players. Jonathan all of a sudden finds himself as the last player surviving for his team, and we did see the circle shift a few moments ago, right? It is towards that military bridge. TSM find themselves in a very comfortable and, well, what will turn out to be a hotspot in a few short minutes. They will have to be extremely careful, hold their positions, worry about the bridge as well. But what they will have to worry about the most is the teams that will be coming down the mountain from the south.
Now, one team which I'm kind of disappointed right now is going to be the side of Team Soul, when they had a very good opportunity to make all their 4 men across the island and have 4 men standing. They have taken unwanted fights. They've gone in for an unwanted rotation, due to which they'll be left out with one solo man, the last ray of hope, to pick up some average amount of average finish points, or average points in total, where it's going to be Akshat again lofting this grenade. As we speak about the team, this was the fight where they lost most of their players.
Well, let's see. Reckoning Esports right now. As you mentioned, Team Soul, the opportunity was there, and Reckoning Esports were the ones who took it away from them. On the other side, though, Global Esports, again, we did talk about the fact that our esports have been stalking them and chasing them for a long time now, since Global Esports decided to move towards the military island. And, well, they are still doing that, but they have sort of traded positions. Global Esports managing to take the high ground on top of the hill, just northwest of the military base. And our esports, they have taken the western compounds under their control. It's not going to be an easy position to get out of, but if the next shift of the circle is down south, then these two teams are just going to start celebrating already, because that is pretty much going to guarantee them a top 5 finish easy.
These are all the speculations, ladies and gentlemen. But what you can do right now is going to be sharing your friends with the link. just make sure that you bring them all over here, because this fight is going to get intense. Two of the big names will be left out with one solo men's, and they playing for position points. Could be some textbook to be opened and checked out whether doing things right or wrong, as Johnny will be finally coming into the shorelines where it's going to be shot fired in towards him. Orva is going to be waiting it out in the corner, in the waters. If he comes on land, and if Hell as well as Orva together put an end to the side, it's going to be Nexus coming in and making sure Mr. IGL and his teammate will be saying goodbye from the lobby. All he has to do is be persistent, put that process yet again to the very position where Fox was, and say, bid him goodbye for now.
AUTOBOTZ, 2 players getting taken out. Foxes is just going to drown.
Away.
And well,
still want to see how TSM is going to be game the players coming in, because I do understand that sometimes it's important for these teams to perform way better than how they are doing right now, as
a few individual players secure a few extra points for themselves, but as of now, Team GodLike, they have been responsible for a lot of the chaos inside of the match, and well, it's not stopping. Jonathan managed to secure one more knock, so AUTOBOTZ, they are down to their last player, who is going to come out towards the top of the water just to get a breath of fresh air, but that is just going to be Jonathan securing an extra points. GodLike Esports, they're down. Not down, in fact, they're up to 10 finishes already.
Oh yes, I mean, they've done everything with the finish points. Right now, all they have to do is trying to survive, whereas it's going to be GE versus the side of OR, and they put down 2 players over here, probably eliminated the whole squad. It's going to be the side of GE, and they're going to be happy getting those farming for themselves. All those crates are going to give them enough firepower to take the rest of the fight, as TSM still concentrating on the corners of the map, trying to make sure that they gatekeep the opponents with the circle still favoring them. I want to see how they're going to be welcoming the side of RGE, who are literally walking into the jaws of death.
Well, but let's see. We have seen TSM make mistakes in these squad fights for the last few days, especially. And Revenant Esports, they can capitalize on that, but Aquanox, he's going to be holding the bridge with the M249. Does see LeBron closing in slowly and steadily.
Now, you know, one thing which I'm actually thinking of is the fight which is taking place between the side of Team INS and KE, right? Omega is pretty much close to this fight, and what is he doing? Cleverly trying to traverse away so that he doesn't be a part of it. But the fight we were witnessing over here, Aquanox is going to be putting down Viru, and that shows that TSM is going to be gatekeeping them, as Aquanox is trying to hold a little bit of a high distance for himself. Can do some more damage, but with that 4x on an M24, can he maintain that recoil? That's the bigger question.
Well, I believe our questions are going to be answered in a few short moments, and Aquanox is going to have a lot of questions right now as to why the players of Revenant Esports are not moving in towards his direction. He's prepped for action. He's just waiting for them to show their face so that he can shoot them in their face and secure a few extra points, but it is going to be quite interesting. Now, his position has been revealed with a few shots fired, but Blaze, he's going to try and get a flank in just to provide some additional chaos to the situation, but he needs to be extremely careful. They did see LeBron move in and Viru closing in towards that truck, but if Blaze gets caught off guard over here, then Revenant Esports, the floodgates are going to open for them. It's going to be their opportunity to move in as openly as possible. It said it quite close, but now falls a bit short.
Now this splash radius, this grenade can be a game changer in case it connects. Blaze OP's location got compromised, due to which he'll have to fall back. But who's retaliating from the other side? It's going to be Nexus, and a perfect cover fire yet again coming in from the side of Aquanox will allow him to go a little more forward. Now toss a grenade to the very location where people are knocked out. I don't know how Aquanox is doing it, but one taps are actually working in his favor. But TSM are so much into the side of RGE. There's going to be just OS watching out for the back with the high grounds giving out information. This is the time to actually weaken the side of TSM. With GE coming into the picture, HH coming into the picture. Let's see how they're going to tackle out 3 different teams trying to shoot it down.
Oh, but when we saw the map right now, we did see the players of uDOG India managing to just get behind the players of Hyderabad Hydras and Global Esports. Now that has to be one of the most impressive rotations I've seen. Just to tell you guys why, uDOG India started off from the Severny Hill. We saw them in a little bit of a scuffle with the players of 7C Esports, but from there on out, they have managed to avoid, somehow miraculously managed to avoid getting a single one of their players knocked all getting taken out, and all 4 players find themselves towards the southeastern edge of the circle that was on the military island. Well, it still is on the military island. But on the other side, on our screens, in fact, we do have Team Kinetic, Daljit, crawling his way towards Clutch God from INS.
Now, this is when I want to see some finishes to be taken from the side of uDOG as well as Hyderabad Hydras, because both of them need it real bad, as it's going to be G on the receiving end. Joker, Nakul will be rather cooking up a grenade to perfection. Even though it was a defensive maneuver, the way he placed it was so good that gives him an opportunity to go in for another fight. The deadly Groza is going to do the talking, put down the other player as carry the last man standing. This was the iron to be hot, but ultimately Nakul is not going to bother about his low HP, but rather push in and make sure that he gives a little bit of an opening for the opponents to put an end for another squad altogether. But Reckoning is going to say goodbye, not able to bear the wrath of TSM towards the bridges.
Well, TSM doing a very phenomenal job, because Oasis was pretty much out of that fight. But talk about taking exit from fights, I believe Global Esports are going to be showing the exit soon. Joker goes for the push, and well, he will get the finish, the final finish. In fact, Hyderabad Hydras getting wiped out from the game. As ladies and gentlemen, we are finally down to top 7 teams remaining, 20 players still alive. GodLike Esports, Jonathan, the man has not given up yet. But, well, as I say his name, our esports like, Jonathan, where is he?
Now Johnny puts a curse on another Johnny's shoulder. I didn't want to say that, but I just felt like Johnny could rhyme. So, but ultimately, you know, it was obvious that, you know, if location gets compromised, then what? He's done the hard work. He's already placed his team into the top 7 with 12 finishes in total. So they're going to be very, very happy with the positions as well as the finish points which they gained over here. But Max Kosh on the other side trying to carpet bomb and make sure he puts down the complete squad of uDOG, not going into his favor as Sultan and Crazy all far, far away from one another. The position which I love is going to be the side of Team INS. No matter how far they are from one another, they're placed in themselves in such a way that they can punish their opponents. And look at that, as I speak about it, KU gets taken down, and it's going to be easy for them to put down Max Kosh as well. But what they have to watch out for is uDOG, who have still not chimed in with anybody. With their swords all sharp, they can put down the next squad in front of them.
I think uDOG India, it's going to be quite interesting to see what this team is exactly up, because we have not seen them be a part of the action for a long time now, but finally their guns are going to start to shoot. They have spotted out Knuckle, it seems like, and well, alright, I was a bit confused as well. Why is he going for a low toss nade right on his own buggy? But now he's going to be aiming for Knuckle right there. Global Esports, they are starting to bleed. uDOG India, they are split up in a 2-2 formation. 2 players trying to delay the push from Kinetic Esport, and then 2 players just trying to gatekeep the players of Global Esports on the other side. Kinetic, I have to say, an interesting approach, just going for an open push on the players of INS. Well, it's going to be a train.
Now this is where Team INS have to be very, very careful with the last man standing. How are they going to fight back? It's going to be blessing in disguise from behind. Coming in from the side of uDOG, who suddenly look 5 finishes strong. Make it 6 as they put the final nail in the coffin for the side of Team INS. But ultimately, will that be enough for them to boost their confidence? Make sure that they fight for the rest of the teams inside, because TSM are on another level altogether. Not only do they have finishes in their name, but also the control of the high ground right to the corners of the circle, or the peripheries of the circle, which can help them out to gain this winner chicken dinner, because our esports will now have a divided attention. One is going to be uDOG's, as the other one is going to be the side of TSM.
Well, down to the top 4 we are, and it is Global Esports, uDOG India, TSM, and our esports right now. Our esports, as Arka pointed out, are sort of split between TSM and uDOG India. It's a king of the hill situation now between all these 4 teams, but Global Esports, they're going to be praying that the other teams dwindle down their own numbers so they don't have to take the full brunt of a 4-man squad. Knuckle and Joker surviving and waiting patiently for all this chaos to calm down a little bit. TSM, look at that, all 4 players huddled up together trying to see if they can pin down Rockstar and Canary.
Now Canary on the other side, he knows to do a tango when the camera is on him, but can he do it in the fields out here? Because he picks up a drop for himself, so he's going to be having a brand new level 3 helmet vest with a good assaulter in his hand. but he can restrict the side of TSM to make it a bit more closer to them. With the next circle coming in, it is going to be deciding the fate of which team is going to be getting the best spot in the circle, and also who the Lady Luck is going to be kissing the foreheads off, as TSM all coming together at the same corner. One good nade or one good spray coming in from the side of Rockstar can do the difference over here, but still they're going to hold on to their nerves, as R Esports have given that opportunity of the circle to be in their favor, but let's see how much can they put in use of.
They have to stop TSM from moving in. If TSM takes control of that dip right in front of where Canary is, then it's going to be a GG situation. But a nice nade from Canary, in fact, does take down one of the players from the side of uDOG India, and the numbers are going to go down to 2 players surviving. So it's a 2 versus 2 versus 4v4 situation with TSM and R Esports with the entire teams present in the action. And Global Esports and uDOG India struggling a little bit, but Jadoo going for the spray is going to find Ninja Jod, and that is going to be the opening knock starting things off. But Jadoo is going to take a lot of damage in return. TSM, 2 players knocked out, 2 left standing. Can they move any further from the top 4?
No, I don't think so, because they've given their location so much towards the side of R Esports. As I said, knowledge is going to be the power. Not only the corners of the circle or the blue is going to start eating them up. R Esports are going to be persistent to put all those loot into this right corner. OSS is going to be bleeding out, probably getting the confirmation for the Jadoo. Is not going to be hard. That hard cover, as the smokes is going to deplete, it's going to be easy for the side of R Esports to put an end for the side of TSM. But they know how to retaliate. With the smoke all cleared off, they might put 1 player down from the side of R Esports.
Well, this chicken dinner is there for R Esports to grab, but they are taking their own sweet time, just being extra cautious, giving the respect to the opposition. But let's see what they're going to do to deal with the players of TSM, as Blaze and Aquanox, they are just completely zoned in onto the positions of Jadoo from the flank. uDOG India trying to chime in, and Klaus is going to get punished for that. But Crazy, look at his position, has the Bison in his hands. And well, he does see Canary in front, but will he start shooting? Yes,
No!
He does. Bad decision.
Exactly, you read my mind. Nope, that was not the right decision. But ultimately, Canary, no matter how many punches has been thrown towards him, he's still the man standing it out, taking the fight from the front. But the blue is coming in closer, so he has to be very, very careful, as Hero is also very low on HP. Now they have to deal with just 3 players, no matter how much man advantage they've got. If TSM and Global says, my enemy's enemy is my friend, and they become friends over here, might be they have a chance to take them down as Blaze starts things off. But the trade is going to be inevitable against the side of TSM, and Aquanox, the last man standing. We have to see how much of damage can he do, as Global from the other side will also be crawling a bit more closer. R Esports yet again getting the zone in their favor. Is the Lady Luck in their side? Yes, obviously. Well, but can they do something over here?
It is going to be quite interesting to see how they pull this off, though, because Jadoo, his armor is gone, his helmet is gone, and he does not have any first aids left. It's just the boosters that are healing him up right now. So he will have to wait quite patiently behind that rock and try and survive for as long as possible. But with Global Esports and TSM down to their last surviving player, R Esports, well, they look quite comfortable for the win as of now.
Aquanox, the one with the nature, almost revealed out there, but Knuckle on the other side is trying to concentrate towards the side of Aquanox. He understood that it's better to take down the weaker one rather than the bigger, and ultimately it was someone else who puts the final nail in the coffin. I do believe Knuckle did try to chime in over there, but guys, get ready over here, because a dance is going to be coming on our screens with the final nail in the coffin, hit by Canary. Look at it, he started pumping out there. He's going to be standing up, stealing the limelight, not only in the game, but on the cameras. Goes Gangnam style, and that's going to be Canary for you guys on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, he does like to celebrate every time they do get the win. Kind of an awkward moment for his teammates, who are basically checking, well, did he perform like this to celebrate hard enough? Goes all the way off the stage. Man, I do have to say, I love the showmanship from this guy.
Not only is entertaining his teammates, but also the opponents. Look at him just go into everybody's boot camp, like literally the small boot camps, and his teammate says, bro, enough, we can't bear anymore. He's gonna be jumping in. Oh my god. This is why I love esports, basically, you know.
Yeah.
Because no matter, even though the enemies inside the battlefield, as soon as they come out, they're all, you know, friends. and they love entertainment at the end of the day.
You know what? I like the fact that Zgot, before they won the game, Zgot knew something like this was happening. His phone was ready. He was already recording on his phone. Like, look at this guy pop off after a wonderful, wonderful game from our esports. And we have to say, they needed this match. We saw Team Seoul climb up the rankings after they win on Sanhok. Well, our esports are going to climb up the rankings after this one.
Oh yes, absolutely. But I would say that Canary was the star of that game because ultimately he was the zone ban. The rest of his teammates were kind of spread around, but they had angle on each other. But Canary was the only man away from his team, but rather he was the one holding the blind spot for all the others and making sure he picks up finishes after finishes, and finally, you know, the dance did come through. But Johnny, if you have to say about the side of TSM, who held a corner of a circle, I've never seen them play like that.
Yes.
You know, being a scary cat only in that gameplay, specifically trying to hold one corner, still not able to spread out. They had vehicles, you know, they had their assaulters, but still holding back. What was going on in their mind?
I mean, I think just the fact that they knew Global Esports was going to take the dip towards their left was the thing that made them question the move. Because ideally, you would expect TSM to move up the mountain, take the high ground, and then collapse on the players of our esports, right? But they did not know that Global Esports had lost 2 of their players. They still felt the entire squad was there just because uDOG was also holding the same similar position. And since in the lobby right now, in competitive lobbies, until you finish off a player, you do not really know who you are fighting. They were just playing off with the information that they had. They knew where our esports were, and that's what they were trying to play off of. But hey, overall, I have to say, quite a decent game for TSM as well. They did not really win the game because we expected them to walk away with the win. Our esports, they were playing from the backlines. Quite a late stage movement into the last few fights once they were taking their that mountain towards the western side. Before that, they were in fact right behind Global Esports, and TSM was in an advantageous position. But hey, just a little bit of a, I don't want to say hesitation, just a lack of information, playing into wrong decision making, an unlucky moment, but they did put off a decent run.
Now, there are a few things which I want to, look out for. One is going to be, Team Seoul losing most of their players over here, especially Akshat in the final moments when he knew that he was low in HP, but still going in for the heal rather than holding the gun because someone else was coming in a bit more closer to them. Then comes the side of Orangutan as soon as this fight finishes. They rush in towards the side of GL, but rather, instead of using those vehicles to put them down, they kind of stop before, converging towards them. And that was enough for the God to take a deep breath. And then we all know when you give a small space for the God to recover, he's going to be coming in with his 100% and putting an end to you.
I completely agree with that. Orangutan did not commit enough to that push. Had they did, they wouldn't have gotten wiped out. They would have gotten Team GodLike completely off guard, and worst case scenario, they would have lost like 1 or 2 players. 2 players would have still survived and could have in fact gone to the late stage of the match, as we did see from Global Esports as well. But on the other side, I think another thing, as we were talking about TSM a few moments ago, another thing I want to talk about is that whole bridge camp situation, because I feel a lot of their time was wasted on that, just trying to gatekeep the players of Reckoning Esports. Had they backed off a little bit earlier, we could have seen them take control of that dip and that hill. And well, that would have ruined the game for basically everyone else.
Now, obviously, right, especially for the side of our esports, that was the specific location which TSM would have just moved into, just a few meters away from that ridge for themselves. But ultimately, it's just one game, right? So there are more games to come, even though they've learned the lesson the hard way. I'm still want to talk about this dance out here because Canary, he knew how to go back to his position. Look at that, he landed back to the very position, dancing his way. That was good.
Do you reckon he shows up early, practices his moves like, I'm just going to walk, dance till there, then fall back. That's going to be my chair where I sit.
The right dance, to be specific, Gangnam Style does allow you to move around in the places you hold. But ultimately, there was one other team which moved around, being the slithering snakes in the lobby. That was the side of uDOG. They had so much information about the side of GL, as well as Global Esports. They struck only when required. But the thing was this: they were, trying to play it with a double-edged sword. They were too much taking the brunt of the blue as well as the teams in front of them, and ultimately it became a stalemate against them that they couldn't do anything much. But rather, if they had made sure that they prioritized the circle, at least the 5th or the 6th one, probably the story would have been different for them.
I think considering this is their first official LAN tournament, uDOG Esports, they are just trying to deal with the pressure right now, just getting used to the situation. This is the first time they've shown up on a stage this massive, playing against some of the biggest names of the country. But hey, our esports a few days ago, we were saying the same thing about them, but now look at them, the celebrations are happening. Let's hear from the players as to what do they have to say about their win.
जुड़ने वाले बात करेंगे सबके फेवरेट कैनरी जुड़ेंगे हमारे साथ, जादू भी जुड़ेंगे, दोनों से बातचीत करेंगे। लेकिन कैनरी आई हैव टू कम टू यू फर्स्ट। ऑफिशियल लैंड पे प्रेशर बहुत ज्यादा होता है, लेकिन आपके मुंह पे नजर नहीं आ रहा बिल्कुल भी।
प्रेशर फर्स्ट लैंड में था, बट इस लैंड में नहीं है। इस लैंड में बस जोश है, कॉन्फिडेंस है। एक मैंने रिसेंटली कहावत पढ़ी थी, डरता है क्यों, डरने से होता है क्या, करके देख खुद पे भरोसा, फिर देख होता है क्या।
वाह वाह वाह,
बस वही सीन है मेरा भी और पूरी टीम का भी।
No, that's wonderful, बहुत ही अच्छा एटीट्यूड है आपका। लेकिन मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, देखिए चिकन डिनर्स तो हर किसी को पसंद होते हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पे सिनर्जी कैसी नजर आ रही है टीम व्यूअर्स? हम जिस तरीके से देख रहे हैं टीम एकदम वेल ऑयल्ड लग रही है, आपके हिसाब से कैसी चल रही है सिनर्जी?
सिनर्जी हमने देख लिया होगा, अभी एक मैच चिकन आया है उसमें तो दिख गई होगी सिनर्जी कैसी है। बाकी और में भी आएंगे, उसमें आपको मिल जाएगा जवाब कि कैसी चल रही है। और अच्छे चिकन आएंगे
और अच्छे से कराएंगे जरूर। लेकिन कैनरी, आपसे बात करूँ, आपके डांस की चर्चा ना करूँ, पहली बात एनर्जी कहाँ से आती है, दूसरी बात इतना कॉन्फिडेंस कहाँ से आता है? आपने बताया डर के होता है क्या, लेकिन इतना लंबा गए, ये प्रिपेयर करके आए थे, और क्या क्या प्रिपेयर करके आए हो?
बहुत सांस फूल गई है, बट लिटरली मैं बता रहा, आवाज भी बैठी, चिल्ला भी नहीं पा रहा हूँ, बट लिटरली बोल रहा धूम मचा देंगे भाई। आर स्पोर्ट्स है, हो ही जाएगा, धूम मचा देंगे।
धूम तो मचाएंगे, देखो जाने दूंगा आपको, लेकिन पहले डांस करके दिखाना पड़ेगा। एक बार कैमरा में देख के ऑडियंस के लिए डांस कर दो। वंडरफुल एंटरटेनर कैनरी, कंग्रेचुलेशंस। जादू आपको भी कंग्रेचुलेशंस, वेरी वेल प्लेड। होपफुली आपकी और मैचेस अच्छी जाएंगी, लेकिन हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स हमारा इंतजार कर रहे हैं। भाई साहब, ओवर टू यू।
Yeah, I think our esports, all the other three players just gave all their energy to Canary. Like, bro, take this. We just want to focus on the game. You just handle all the charisma. I think it's the other way around.
I strongly
think he took it.
No, he's the person who's giving them the energy. Every time they feel a pressure, he's gonna be the person telling that you know how you ease yourself out. Just look at me. Just enjoy it this way. But yeah, dance is the best way to do it, ladies and gentlemen. But 25 finishes strong is what our esports is going to be looking in the match standings of the previous game. Global Esports, uDOG, TSM all coming right behind them. Not in close proximity, but they've done enough for the team to get an average for themselves. But GodLike doing the talking with the gun, getting 10 finishes for themselves, a total of 12. That was pretty impressive.
You know what? This GodLike looks very scary, considering they were getting pushed upon by the other teams. They handled the fights beautifully. Jonathan, even when he was the last player surviving for his team, he knew, like, alright, getting those placement points, getting to the top 4 is going to be very tricky for me to do. Might as well just secure a few extra points, secure 2 extra finishes, then said bye-bye and we'll hop back to the lobby. But look at this head-to-head comparison between our esports and Global Esports, and the picture is quite similar. I have to say the extra damage dealt for our esports does come from the fact that their engagement with the players of TSM was stretched out a little bit, because TSM also had a pretty decent cover built up for themselves. Other than that, I think these two teams, apart from their, I wanted to say apart from their rotations, but then I realized like our esports were basically following Global Esports the entire game.
Oh yes, agreed on that point. But let's see, then these are the points where I want to look at the side of 7C's, OR and AUTOBOTZ. I mean, rarely do we see numbers of 0 next to one another, but so many, where Soul is also going to be involved in getting 0 finishes with no position points whatsoever as well. I mean, I'm a bit shocked over here because OR, 7C, Soul as well as Esportswala, all of these have a huge expectations on their shoulders, even FS for that case. But ultimately INS, a little bit worried for them as well, even though they were dishing the damage with just 1 finish, not reaping benefits with the hard work they did. I'm hoping to see that, you know, they'll be able to bring in redemption with the next games to play.
And I mean, you were talking about those numbers being 0. I mean, it wasn't just those finishes, right? If there was a damage dished out, we would have said like at least these teams tried to fight. But it felt like these teams were just caught off guard completely and wiped out in an instant, especially 7C Esports, considering we did see that blue zone sort of situation with them earlier on in the game, and they were just absolutely destroyed. So the game plan not really working out for them, trying to rotate in late in a circle like this, you can expect to get gatekeeped, and that is what you have to worry about. I mean, Reckoning Esports, they were in a similar shoes. They were starting off from the hospital positions, but they were willing to take that fight against Team Soul, not really looking to get away, and that, I believe, was the reason that Reckoning Esports did in fact get a few decent points from this match.
Now this is where Hyderabad Hydras will be jumping a point upper, where OR Esports, thanks to their hard work in the first day, that they'll be still holding the top spot for themselves, as Godlike is going to be cementing with the side of Skylightz Gaming to the 4th and the 5th position. But the point is this, look at the number of matches played. It's going to be Team X, so again bouncing back with Skylightz Gaming, just in case both of them decide to chime in together against the opponents, as uDOG will be climbing a little bit higher. But where is our Esports? There it is, 10 points. 10 positions is what they have jumped to come to the 10th position itself, and 41 points is where they stand.
But again, 6 matches played already, so our Esports, they're gonna have to make sure that they are consistent moving forward from here on out. On the other side though, Team Soul, a little bit of a drop after their performance in this game, or lack thereof, but hopefully we're going to see them recover in the rest remaining of the matches. But talking about the red zone, we do see the drop of 7C Esports. NIGMA Galaxy is going to be down to the 19th position. AUTOBOTZ Esports, again, things not really looking too hot for them. 21 points secured in the 6 matches, but hey, in the next one, Revenant Esports is going to show up. We did see signs of life from this team yesterday. I want to see what they're going to bring to the table in the next map, considering it's going to be Miramar.
Yes, and even big brothers have to do it as well. We are almost coming to the mid of the league stages itself, as a head-to-head comparison of AUTOBOTZ and Esportswala WSF, or Esportswala, coming in over here. I know that, damage dealt as well as received will be higher on their side, but it's just that the lack of that winner chicken dinner, or the position points every single time. They're a minute better, I do agree, and that is why they're better in the overall points table. But AUTOBOTZ will have to think of something else. We'll have to think out of the box, or bring in the plan C if they have, or else they might be hitting the ground in the overall points table itself.
I completely agree with you on that, but I have to add to that, and it's just not about AUTOBOTZ. Esportswala will have to figure out what's not working, because those 12 points, they're not that great right now. If we are already on day number 2, tomorrow is just going to be another day for the league stages, and then day after that, it's straight to the finals. If you're not anywhere in the top 16, you are out of this tournament. And considering this is their first official LAN, they need to make a statement. You have to make a big impact on the opposition. Well, the opportunity is going to be there in the next game.
Obviously, right, by the end of next game, we'll be halfway through the league stages. So, better buy a ticket even before the ship is going to be sailed off. But ultimately, all I have to say is this: there is still time for the teams to bounce back, especially the bottom team with 7 points. They have 2 more games on their shoulder. If they're able to get at least 30 out of those 2, they'll be coming into the top 15 very, very easily. Top 12 to be specific as well. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be on the other side. Time for you to share it among your friends so that they can all come in over here and enjoy the loose cannons go bonkers in the next game coming up. Until then, see you guys on the other side.
Watch it, earn it.
लोग हैं डकैत। हमारा पहले वो हक वाला फ्लैट ले लिया, उसके बाद हमारी पार्किंग।
ये रोज रोज की खिटपिट से ना मैं एकदम तंग आ गई हूँ।
अब तो ना बस सिर्फ फैसला हो।
तो हम कौन सा डरते हैं, कर लो फैसला। तो हो गया फाइनल, परसों रखते हैं मैच, और जो जीत गया पार्किंग उसकी।
क्यों बेटा हार गया ना?
जैसे तू कैंपिंग करके खेलता है ना, बॉट्स भी तेरे से अच्छा खेलते हैं।
तेरा तो नाम भी बॉट जैसा है, गोलू।
अपेल लग कैसे पेल देगा साले।
Well, welcome back once again to the showdown. We have a little bit of a switcheroo coming in as John is going to go out and I'm going to be taking his place. Of course, I am joined by the son himself, Arca. What an amazing game, the last round in Erangel. But even better, the showmanship on display by Canary. I mean, that boy's got some moves. He's having a good time.
Oh, yes. I mean, you have to give it, right? You need to take that pressure off your shoulder. One good game can actually change table, give that confidence boost for the team, and it seems like it has done a lot for the side of our esports. But how are they going to be in the next few games? How are they going to be consistent when it comes to position points? That is what I'll be looking out for.
Well, lucky for them, they are going to be taking a break over the next couple of games because Group C is going to be joining the fray right now as they take on the boys from Group B. Now, they are going to have a couple of games off, but, you know, of course, if you do get a chicken dinner before your break, oh boy, the morale in your camp is definitely going to be a lot better. But again, you know, just coming down to the basics of the game, yes, there's a lot on the line here, right? I mean, it's not just the 15 lakh prize pool that the teams are fighting for, it's the bragging rights as to which team is the best in India. But you got to remember one thing, Arca, you got to have fun while doing it.
Oh yes, all of these players do know that, but the teams which do not enjoy the game, obviously they are the teams who are gonna be, you know, feeling the pressure, and they'll be like, you know what, probably things are not going our way. All they have to do is make sure that they play much better. I see a little bit of a change when it comes to the side of Team EXO's lineup. Someone else is coming in, and I would want to see how much he brings it on the table.
Let's see if Tom does have what it takes to be a part of that roster. Of course, you know, you do have to shuffle things around because you got to make sure that you put your best foot forward. And have a look at that. Looks like all the reactions are going to be working. Fly me, that is quick the way his fingers are moving. All right, Goblin, we get it. You know exactly what you're doing. But again, the TSM, I beg your pardon. But it's going to be exciting to see what happens this time around. Now, we did have a look at a few teams. Now, Big Brother Esports on our screens, they are languishing at the bottom over there, Arca. But the thing is, again, you know, one good game can turn their fortunes around, but that is enough speculation because, ladies and gentlemen, the Big Bird is going to be high above the deserts of Miramar as we do head into the next game, and looks like we have a little northern trajectory. It might just be a little inclined to the west. There you have it. We are going to be flying over Los Leones, parts of it, Picardo is going to be down below. Hacienda del Patron is going to be some place where teams are going to be dropping down. But again, you've had the opportunity to go over a couple of Miramars with John, right? Now, tell me, do you expect anything happening early on, or is it going to be your same old Miramar once again?
See, it's become a little bit unpredictable when it comes to these things because few teams tend to play it a little safe. But as we all know, Miramar, no matter how close you are, you're still far away, right? So a person who knows how to maintain his recoil well and try to spray down the opponents trying to traverse around using those vehicles will always be rewarded. But you know, the AMR is something I'll be looking out for in the map of Miramar. In case it does come down and somebody picks it up, that is going to be a huge advantage, especially if you have a sniper in your favor.
I mean, of course, just knocking people out left, right, and center is what that weapon is going to do. In fact, it might just send them flying miles away if you do get a good body to the shot. But again, the thing is, you know, of course, like you said, it is unpredictable because teams, they definitely want to keep switching things up. You don't want to be predictable, right? You want to make sure that the other teams can't read you because, well, everyone does do their homework, and the first circle is going to be popping up on our screens, and the teams that do love heading over to, say, Junkyard, Hacienda, the treatment plant, El Azahar are going to be a happy bunch of campers. But for now, I do see a little bit of a kerfuffle hopefully taking place down in Los Leones because we do have 3 teams vying for control of the abandoned city.
I mean, I would want to see who dares steps closer towards the side of Team X or take a fight earlier on itself. I mean, big brothers are trying to do that with the side of AUTOBOTZ because both of them are on the bottom of the table. They need to watch out for their next move because if Team XO capitalizes on one fight and the confidence gained by that fight, they're going to make sure that they become that loose cannons in the game and they go barbaric against all the teams out there. But ultimately, Al Azhar, Bronca as well as, you know, Cruz de Valle are all those places still abandoned pretty much inside the circle. I'll be looking forward to see who will be heading on to these places first and getting the farm done in these places.
Well, for now, all the teams, all they have to do is make sure they completely scour their surroundings and get everything in their backpacks because except the teams on our screens right now, down in Los Leones, everyone is going to be keeping their distance from one another. But, you know, speaking of Team X, so you did just mention them moments ago. I mean, they came yesterday. They were second in the overall rankings at the end of day 1 without any chicken dinner, which means, A, they have been consistent as far as position points go. But boy, oh boy, they have been racking up all those finishes, which goes to show that aggression is something that they are going to be pretty much using in their favor. Again, you know, like I keep saying the same thing. If you are the ones who are aggressing on a team that's playing a bit defensive, in my opinion, you kind of have an upper hand, right? Because, yes, the other team might be a bit fortified, they might be hunkered in, but you're the ones who are calling all the shots. And, well, Team XO, they love taking the fight straight to the enemy's door.
Now, that is where the first initial knock coming in from either of these teams will be predicting the fight 1. But the second thing is obviously your offense will be your best defense. So in case a retaliation does come in from the side of defensive team, it's going to be easy for the offenses to use it as their advantage and try to restrict the opponents from coming in a bit more closer. But OR Esports going towards the side of Porto this time, I would want to see how they're going to be taking this fight. They have a highway for themselves towards the side of Al Azhar, just in case WSF thinks of going and prioritizing the center of the circle, which most of these teams will be looking out for. But TSM trying to traverse very close to, you know, Picardo, where Team Soul is. What are they thinking right now?
I like that because they did drop down in Chumacero, right? And they're on the move quite early. Again, they might just try and go for La Bendita or that little massive crater that seems to be to the north of that little township. Or they might even cut off just north of Los Leones and get a few of the members of either teams from Team XO or even the Autobots off guard because you don't really anticipate a rotation coming in this early on. Now, initially, when we did have a look at the map, of course, the circle is going to be a bit to the north and a bit towards the eastern aspect of Miramar, which kind of raises the question as far as Hyderabad Hydras go. Now, they're going to be in Los Higos again. Perfect timing production. It just helps us build up the story. Now, have a look at Ace Black. He's going to be down in Los Higos. At Villa del Mar is where the remainder of Hyderabad Hydras is. Now, more often than not, Arca, they're going to be heading straight up north possibly trying to come in somewhere just north of El Pozo. Sometimes they even go all the way to La Cabrera. However, this time around, they do have a few teams that might just set up a few roadblocks in their way.
I mean, a team which always goes to the corners, we'll be expecting them to come in late into the circle. They don't mind taking the brunt of the blue so that, you know, no teams will be gatekeeping them in the blues itself. So their late rotation might favor them out when we speak about the specific rotation they're taking. But ultimately, we have few teams like RGE holding the side of La Cabrera. They tend to defend the corners of the circle, clear the backlines and head forward. So just in case they turn back and they see them, that could be a little bit of a problem for them. But yes, we still have the side of Skylightz Gaming in this game. The previous time I saw them play Miramar, they got a winner chicken dinner for themselves, and they played it so well that I was very, very impressed with how they have played that game. So let's see how that is going to turn out in this game as well. If the consistency does come in, Miramar is going to be theirs throughout the tournament.
You know, of course, they did get that chicken dinner. They spread their wings and they did fly high into the sunset. But again, you know, I have another question as far as Hyderabad Hydras is concerned. Now, prior to this tournament, I mean, we all know that Miramar has been their strongest map. However, when you get chicken dinners in Erangel, you know, the first game yesterday, and I do believe the fourth game as well, I mean, they are trying to make a statement because they did it in style with a large number of finishes for themselves. In fact, one thing that kind of stood out for me was the fact that they had most of their members alive and kicking right up until the end. Now, of course, we know this, that, you know, of course, if you have a couple of player advantages, it is going to make a little bit of a difference as far as your gun power and gun game is concerned. However, it is easier said than done keeping every single member alive because you've got to be on your toes 24/7. And speaking of being on your toes, Big Brother, first game on day 2, it's going to come out big. It looks like shots are going to be fired early, and Akshat is going to be blown to smithereens. Omega goes down with him as well as his Wakel went boom. And with that, the hopes and dreams of Soul might have been dashed. Goblin barely surviving, but this is where Enigma Galaxy are going to move in for the finish.
Now, this is where you're going to, you know, you're going to scold me for this, but still I'm going to do it. The iron is hot and it's important for Enigma Galaxy to go and strike it, as Goblin will be trying to come over the horizon and see where he can do the damage, but he's not looking at the right direction because Dreams is coming from the other side. Team Soul is going to immediately, resurrecting their teammates and trying to take the fight up front, but one good grenade against the side of Goblin can be costing them literally heavy as the grenade almost puts him down, but the retaliation coming in from his side, the throwables for the defensive maneuver, not working out for them as MJ puts down Akshat. Let's see how this fight is going to turn out to be.
Well, Omega's going to be reciprocating. He gets Dream, and MJ is going to make sure that Akshat is going to put 6 feet under, and with that, Soul have already lost 2 members. Now, the thing is, Goblin is going to be all by his lonesome. Right in front, in fact, he is going to be spotted, but that grenade was thrown to perfection, and the guard himself has fallen now. Team Soul do have the upper hand. Hector might just want to come back a little closer, but he's making sure that their flank is secure. If anybody pops up, he might take a few shots as Wixie is going to give his position away. Loses a bit of his HP. This is where Goblin might whip out that AKM, let it go, and get a few knocks for himself. But this is nice. He knows the enemy needs to heal himself. There you go. Wixie goes down. Now it's all going to be on MJ's shoulder. MJ does take a few shots, but no, that grenade coming in is going to make sure that Goblin is going to be at the receiving end of things. But this is what we were waiting for. Hector is going to come on. It is going to be a one-on-one situation. It's going to be Enigma Galaxy. No, it isn't. They have been sent packing to a galaxy far, far away. And Team Soul, so close to being wiped out, are still in this game with 2 of their lads still alive and kicking.
Now, the more we speak about the fight, it's going to be much more aggressive stance coming in from the side of Team Soul, but far, far away. Enigma heard all those commotions. They wanted to be a part of it, probably pick up one for themselves, but it was a bit for them. But the gameplay coming in from the side of Goblin, jiggling around, using a grenade over the horizon. A small ridge in front of him was more than enough for him. You know, ultimately, if not rushing towards you with a gun, obviously you get scared. You know, you would want to either pick a gun in your hand and to go for a frontal battle, but rather this man, he knows what he's doing. He knows how to take cover of the terrain, using that grenades to weaken the opponents. As I always keep saying, a good grenade is better than a wasted mag.
Absolutely, but now the circle has kind of shifted a bit further up north, and Hyderabad Hydras, let's just quickly point out their rotation. Now, they're making the right move. They haven't gone up north to El Pozo. They're going to be coming towards the Paraiso's way, but right now at the other end, Revenant Esports, they did make a little bit of a sound yesterday. Looks like they are going to let their bullets do the talking, but Top Dog is going to be brought down by Reckoning Esports on the other hand. But now Paradox, he is going to be in a tricky situation. They do want to go in for the push as long as Sayyam is going to be there to provide cover, but looks like he's going to be taken aback. Nexus does have a good angle on him. In fact, that M4 might just rattle up a few more shots, and Sayyam could be in a little bit of trouble. However, for Reckoning, looks like Viru is going to be back up on their feet, and Revenant Esports, they aren't pushing in here, buddy. They, in fact, have just vanished like ghosts.
Now that is how you create a no-go area, making sure that you strike the fear in the opponents to chase them back into covers where you can then re-strategize against them. But for me, the team to be holding the best spot inside the circle and also been looting the drops every now and then is going to be the side of Team Xpark. Mavi did go in for the drop. He's one person who tries to play a little defensive, but taking those drops, I do believe he's trying to take the fight up front, but let's see that's going to be the case as OR, EXO, Xpark, Big Brothers, all of them in very, very close proximity to one another, each of them expecting the opponents to first press the trigger and then going and capitalizing as a third party.
You know, something interesting is happening on the map. Now, we did point out just moments ago that Hyderabad Hydras did a little bit of a switcheroo. They're going to be coming in down south. In fact, let me just tell you guys right now, they already have crossed Minas Generalis, and they are going to be in the city just to the north. But the problem is, they might just be driving past the boys from BB. There you have it. Ace Black, in fact, was kind of caught in the crossfire just moments ago, as was his teammate Striker. But for now, he does have a little moment of respite under this ramp. Now, I would rather that the vehicle was taken up top and he sends it flying, as speaking of things that are flying, something is going to be dropping down, and that weapon, buddy, oh boy, up close and personal, nothing is going to beat that Grotza.
Oh, we did see how, you know, GE used it in the previous game. They almost clutched a 1v3, even though the final player was able to do something different, think out of the box and do a little bit for damage against them. But still, they were the winners thanks to the deadly Groza in their hand. But ultimately now is the time for us to see who is going to be prioritizing the circle or who will be getting the circle for themselves.
Well, the zone is going to be closing in, as your timer on the screen is going to be indicating that. But for now, OR Esports are going to be still in a little stalemate with Esportswala. And the question is, where are we heading? Well, we're going to be heading up north and to the east once again. El Azahar, as expected, is now going to be rustling and bustling with people who are going to try and get some real estate for themselves. Cruz del Valle is going to be in contention as well. And, well, you do have those massive hills still in the middle, because chances are the hilltops are going to be taken by one team or another, because of course, you know, you do have that high ground advantage, you have that nice 360 visual elsewhere. But it looks like AUTOBOTZ, they did roll in a little later than expected, but now they are going to get the better of Punk, who is going to be bleeding, and well, his agony was short-lived because Mr. IGL just put him 6 feet under.
Now, AUTOBOTZ, the way they're playing this, maintaining 50 meters to one another seems to be phenomenal, and they know the location. As I keep saying, knowledge is power for them, and they are doing the damage against all the players of Team EXO, trying to avoid them and coming in a bit more closer so that they can make it inside the circle and hold a better position. But for me, what matters is that Bronca area's high ground being held by the side of RGE. That's going to allow them to do an assault. But on the screens right now, Team EXO trying to retaliate. Will they be able to be taking the fight into the faces of the enemies?
Well,
that is what I'm looking out for.
We are going to have to wait and watch for that, buddy. But elsewhere, looks like Skylightz Gaming, they were picking a fight with Enigma, but looks like they are going to be moving away from one another. And on the other side, the brothers are going to be moving away from Bajra and his M4 as well. Now, WSF Esportswala, we did just kind of see them, you know, have a little bit of a stalemate with OR Esports, who in fact have moved further inland. In fact, they are pretty much in the center of the zone right now. And speaking of Enigma, they were picking a fight with Skylightz, who have moved, well, far, far away. But now Team Seoul are going to be in their crosshairs, and it looks like Sensei's vehicle just blew up, and with that, he is going to be brought down to his knees. But right now on our screens, HYDRA official going up against FS Esports.
I would say this is an unwanted fight to commit for either of these teams, right? Because they've got a very good spot inside the circle. Wow. As Sensei is going to be confirmed with the vehicle run over his head. It's going to be Hedgehog trying to make them pay as one person. I think it's a new player who just got taken down. You know him much, much better than I, because somewhere I've heard that he, Tom, was a little bit of an analyst for that team.
He was a little bit of an analyst, but again, you know, I mean, you have all that information. You want to definitely get your hands dirty from time to time as well. But again, Team EXO, they weren't anticipating the fact that the AUTOBOTZ were coming in a bit late. They thought they had their back secure. Then the Hyderabad Hydras come in from that same little rotation down south, and that is something that caught them off guard as well, which means now Immortal is going to be the last man standing for his team. Elsewhere, we still have that little bit of a stalemate between FS and HYDRA, and you know, I don't blame them. They are pretty much in the thick and thin of the action. They are pretty much in the center, and well, the circle has shifted due north, which means FS and HYDRA still don't have to move. However, buddy, this also means that a plethora of teams are going to be heading their ways. They've got to have eyes on the back of their heads, because, well, the hills definitely have eyes. They could be spotted from the distance.
Yes, one beautiful set of eyes are going to be the side of RGE. Again and again. They're able to place themselves perfectly as TX, Team Xbox, will be trying to make it inside the circle, finding themselves the perfect corner to start the assault. It's going to be a fight between the side of WSF versus HH, where Ace Black is very far away from his teammate, but holding a very good off angle. So a 1v1, which might take place over here. Karan has got an opportunity to go in for the revival, but just in case Ace Black will be able to strike perfectly, it will be much more better. But rather falls back to revive his teammate. But what is he going to do, and what will be the wise decision is something which time is going to reveal.
Well, Striker kind of helped himself in this position because he is trying to make his way to his teammate. But the thing is, the blue is going to move in as well, and looks like Tango from Esportswala is going to be saying bye-bye as well. He's going to bite the bullet as his teammates are going to make a quick getaway. And you can't really blame them. Same goes for Kari. They know they can't do anything for him. And, well, looks like it's going to be Striker and Ace Black who are going to be carrying the team on their shoulders right now. But Bardwell is going to be picked up. 2 shots are going to be fired. In fact, Esportswala did a good thing. They moved out quick as far as Karan is concerned, because they thought maybe if they do go in for the revive while they're transitioning, they might just get the better of them. But now the tables are going to turn as Ace Black and Striker are going to strike, like you love saying, when the iron is hot.
Oh, Ace Black is still going to continue his assault. Look out on the other side. He's going to be laying back. He's going to be... I thought that he's going to be going on his belly, but trying to put the thread through the eye of the needle was not being successful over there. But ultimately, what he did was struck fear and made sure now he has an open field to make it inside the circle.
Well, Striker just went down to his knees, but elsewhere, HYDRA are going to fight with Revenant as Paradox and Encore are trying to get the better of Skips. Jackson is going to be a bit far away. He can't really provide any cover for his teammate just yet because you have a lot of dips and elevation on the terrain. And also, I'm pretty sure he's going to be focusing on Skylightz Gaming to his north. However, Onko with a grenade. He does love it. It does look good. Unfortunately, it was cooked a bit too much, and that shrapnel is not going to be damaging anyone. But elsewhere, it looks like Esportswala are going to be bidding us adieu. In the 14th position, beautiful grenade finally comes in. In fact, it rolled in the laps of Skips, and, well, his heart definitely is going to skip a beat, but now he is out of this game.
Now, Encore doing everything perfect over there. The second grenade perfectly placing the splash radius. But Paradox on the other side, jiggling too much. Couldn't get that knock against the opponents. 2 men standing. They can play for position points rather being this aggressive is what I feel. But ultimately, it's the blue coming in from behind them as Paradox will be healing to his fullest potential. Now, we'll have to use those ridges to go in for the other side. But Enigma, far away, are going to make sure that they make them pay in case they walk into their crosshairs as Encore and Paradox using the smokes the right way to traverse inside the circle.
I gotta point another thing out. Now, you have a look on the right of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. OR Esports are racking up all those finishes, 7 for themselves. And let me tell you one thing, they are pretty much in the center, but they are staggered, Arca. Only one man is going to control each and every hill. Have a look at that. The circle shifts a bit further up north. Thunky and Jelly get in their rides, and they're like, boys, we're coming to pick you up. We have to go into the next zone. And thanks to Aru's position, they do have that hilltop, which means they can kind of sneak right behind HYDRA. But for now, it is going to be Blaze OP from TSM, laying down some shots on FS as Enigma's Evo is going to be opening up on the other side. And as you mentioned earlier, Enigma are in a good position high atop the mountain. And all they have to do is rain down lead, death, and destruction in every which way. And, ooh, have a look at this. The last man standing for Soul is going to be Goblin. But he has a lot of work cut out because at one end you have Skylightz Gaming, and right atop, Nexus is lying in wait.
Now he's going to allow these two to chime it out, right? Because he doesn't want to be in the action, in the thick and thin. He might get erased off as well. But rather, he's going to be concentrating on moving towards the haystack, trying to concentrate on the side of Skylightz Gaming, where his confidence has been phenomenal so far. No matter what has been put in front of him, he was able to, you know, not only defend it, but also take the fight to the faces of the enemies. As Puka knows the information, Vexy is going to be looking it on the other side. All of these teams have to make it into the circle. Even though Skylightz have an opportunity over here, it's gonna be Pukar and Vexy doing a perfect teamwork, putting down the final nail in the coffin as Team Soul is gonna hit the deck in the 11th position with just 4 to 5 finishes for themselves.
Well, right now, Enigma's position is going to be a bit compromised. Evo's going to make sure he passes himself up. Explicit is going to try and keep an eye out for the left flank from his team's point of view, but the grenades are going to come in, and that is all she wrote for one of their members as Rex in the vehicle is going to be the last man standing. Now, Clutch, he is going to go in. He's got to be a bit careful because although Rex has passed himself up, I'm pretty sure Clutch is oblivious to the fact that the enemy is lying in wait right behind. There you have it. Perfect timing for opening up. Rex with his AKM gets the better of Clutch, gets the better of K47, and now Explicit finally, luckily, was on hand to make sure he deals with that situation as another team is going to bid us adieu. But right now, their victory is short-lived because one good grenade could be trouble, and Explicit, drop and roll, buddy. You are on fire.
Now Ninjas are on the other side. Perfect third party coming in from the side of TSM. Look at that. 47 is going to burn out, as well as FS is going to be left out with one last man standing. Explicit trying to run for his life. Tucker's Tales probably regroup with one other player of theirs who is right now inside the circle and trying to fight another team altogether. That's going to be the side of RNT. We did see that Encore with the grenades was doing wonders as Big Brothers versus that side of OR, which we expected a little bit earlier, is now taking place. But RGE with the height advantage is going to be taking away all those finishes and making sure that they snatch away the hard work of Team OR.
Now this is going to be a bit of a conundrum because nobody wants to be in the center because it is literally a valley of death situation. You have all the high ground along the periphery of the circle, but the thing is, oh boy, I love the BGMI gods. They have a wicked sense of humor because the circle implodes in on itself. There's no hard transition to either direction. In fact, it's going to be beckoning. It's going to be calling all the players right to the center, which means this is where you need to have all those smoke grenades lined up to make sure your position is going to be, well, not revealed to the enemy, and in fact you want to obscure anything that they can see. Elsewhere, Aru is going to go down to the play zone, which means now Aditya and Athanki are going to be the last two remaining members carrying that orange flag forth. And for now, they are going to be in the circle, just outside the circle, in fact. But have a look at this. Hitman and Hydra Jackson, they don't have to move. They're pretty much in the zone. They have a nice cover for themselves, thanks to the vehicles and Mother Nature itself. But looks like I spoke too soon because Paradox from behind spots out Agent 47. And with that, FS Esports out in the 7th position.
Now TSM on the other side, one last man playing this out. He wants to play for position points, and somewhere I can feel fear in the boot camps of TSM as well as the side of Hydras. Obviously, with the last man standing, they can't do much as RGE. Yet again, I've been speaking, they were having the best spot inside the circle every single time. Now again moving in, using those dunes for cover, probably holding the center of the circle can actually do wonders over here. I won't be shocked if they get that winner chicken dinner with the man advantage they've got. The only team which they need to concentrate on right now is going to be the side of Skylightz Gaming. Even though Addy and Nexus were persistent to make sure that OR doesn't come into their paths, will rather be concentrating the center of the circle. Now OR can end the side of TSM.
I like what they did. Now you did have a look at Vidu coming in, and just because I was just going to take his name, he does go down because OR's Athanki did find a bit of an angle. Now this is where Nexus and Addy should have stayed behind, but there you have it. It is going to be a valley of death situation. It's going to be no man's land right down there as Viru is going to be saying bye-bye. Addy coming under fire, but from the back lines, it's Skylightz Gaming's Vexy and Pokar, who in fact do kind of act like guardian angels for Reckoning at this moment, but now they're going to be coming under OR's crossfire as well. Jackson still holding his position. He does not have to budge because Revenants, although they are going to be making a lot of sound right next to him, Pokar has no idea. He is exposed big time as Aditya is going to get the better of him with that M4.
One wrong move coming in by any team could make a big problem, and that was the example given by the side of RGE.
RGE, buddy, 4 members alive just moments ago, down to 1
That's
member.
what And that is what I was trying to explain, because they made one wrong move. As I said, they had to clear off the side of Skylightz Gaming and then try to concentrate on holding the center of the circle. But rather, they came in such a oblivious spot that OR was able to put them down, weaken them by 2 players, as Skylightz on the other side came in and weakened them even more. The last man standing will be playing for possession points, and all of a sudden the equation goes 2v, 2v, 1v1 situation where HYDRA, RGE and TSM need to play it even more safer, as OR with 14 finishes strong is still more hungry for finishes, and probably before getting taken down, they're gonna have 2 more in their name.
They want that chicken is what OR wants, but the thing is they have a big thorn in the side in the form of Revenant Esports, because Encore and Paradox, they do have a little bit of a height advantage. They do have the circle as well, and now smokes are going to be let loose as Atanki and Aditya are trying to contemplate which side they should move out from, because the moment they step over that little hillock over there, well, chances are they're going to be shot at from every single direction. Now, if they do decide to go in with the vehicles, there you have to going to be coming in. In fact, Blaze's position might be just a bit compromised right now. There might be neighbors on the other side of that stone, but for now, they do alight from their vehicles, making sure they spread out just a little bit, because if it goes boom, well, with that, OR's hopes and dreams of winning this game go down with them. But for now, a little calm before the storm, but there you have it. Paradox gets the better of Jackson, and with that, HYDRA are going to be out in the 6th position.
Now LeBron on the other side, all he has is a buggy for cover, but if in case he's going to be detected, he's going to be saying goodbye from the lobby, but rather TSM does, and this is the moment for OR to take a winner for themselves and make sure that they retain the top spot, as Puka will be running out in the open. Atanki doesn't miss much over here yet again, puts another person down and gives an option for his teammate to put the final nail in the coffin, and Aditya is going to be coming in and making sure that these 2 assaulters will be giving 16 finishes and on the verge of picking another 2 more finishes and getting a winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Now here's the thing, it is going to be a 2v2 situation. OR Esports up against Revenants, and if you have a look at your winner chicken dinner presumption and speculation over there, R&T are going to edge past them only because they have that little bit of a height advantage. However, if one of them goes down, oh boy, it's going to be hunting season as far as OR Esports is concerned. Now Aditya kind of has an idea, or kind of has an inkling that someone is going to be where he's lobbing the grenades. Unfortunately, Encore is going to be just a little bit further off on the left. Now, Paradox does kind of peek up. He knows that they might just be behind that airdrop. He knows they have that little bit of a downslope to work with. But Aditya, if he creeps up a little bit more, that is where his position might be given away, and Encore might just lay down some lead in his direction. But again, it is going to be a waiting game here, Arca, and one slip up is going to mean, well, one of these teams is not going to be walking away with a chicken dinner. Who's your money on? Let's pick a team.
OR Esports. OR Esports at this point of time, especially this Molly, is going to be giving out information. The projectile would say that there's a person on the right of Aditya, but for me, the most important thing is that drop. Atanki went forward. Probably he would have taken the drop, and in case if he has taken the drop, he's going to have that level 3 helmet and vest, which is required for the frontal battle. But yes, I'm just going to say this, that the slithering snakes need to make sure they're the one with the ground, because rarely do we see reptiles waiting for the opponents to make a mistake.
Well, Paradox is going to be moving around. He knows he has to get inside the circle just a wee bit. In fact, he's only about 8, maybe 10 meters out. But again, his position has been given away. And you don't really have a lot of options when you are fighting in such open terrain. And of course, you know, as far as utilities go, you do maybe have a couple of grenades left. You don't really have a lot of smokes. Now, I like what Encore is doing here, Arca. He still hasn't budged from his position. Luckily, thanks to the fact that, you know, the circle is still in his favor, as it is for Team OR Esports as well. There you have it. Paradox, when he does come up, he does lose down, and Aditya and Atanki now know exactly where Encore is. His Molotovs are going to be flung in his direction. They are going to flush him out. Shots are going to be fired, and OR Esports, ladies and gentlemen, with 18 finishes, are your winners here in Miramar.
Now, what did I say? I mean, I could have doubled my money if I'd placed it in the right place. But ultimately, you know, OR Esports have doubled my happiness over here, because that is how you be composed in a game. A cool as a cucumber with the 2 assaulters waiting for the opponents to make a mistake. Jelly on the other side, as IGL says, that I almost lost my cool. But ultimately, you guys pulled it off. Aditya with the same calmness in his face with Atanki.
I think
that's good to see.
I think Jelly's kind of just kind of flabbergasted at the number of finishes they have, because you did kind of see him counting on his fingers over there. He's like, wow, boys, you guys kind of just went a little ballistic over there. But of course, steely demeanor over here from uDOG and Aru, because they know the cameras are going to be on them. They've done their job, and well, the smiles are going to be plenty and abound at this moment. But again, a lovely win coming in for OR. Mind you, Arkham, at one point, I loved the fact that they had the lay of the land in their favor, right? The control over the scenario, over the terrain
Thanks to this man.
Thanks to this man, of course, because he's always the one who's going to be, fearless. He goes up ahead. If he gets taken down, he's like, hey, boys, I kind of messed up. You're on your own now. But more often than not, he finds that nice little niche for himself. And well, as a result of that, OR Esports won the game here in Miramar. What an outing.
Oh yes, placing the team in the right place at the right time. That is what Jelly can do. And ultimately, even in the final moments of the game, even though they were tagged off by the side of Skylightz, they did play a fearless game. Not only coming over the horizon and taking down the opponents, but also showing to us that, in the final circles, it's not about, how you take the fight to the opponents to throwables, but rather wait out for them to make the mistake. I never expected, the opponents to make a mistake, RNT, but rather they did wake up, show their faces, and then got taken down.
I mean, I do believe what was going on in their mind was they were trying to make it a little bit of a coordinated effort, because the moment Paradox gets up, Encore got out from his cover as well, and he was shooting down in Aditya's position. However, this is where that little practice comes in. This is where all that, the OR Esports, they're the veterans of the game, right? They've got a lot of experience under their belts, and well, their accuracy is just a little bit better in this situation. And of course, they did edge past Revenant Esports, but let me not take anything away from them. They showed up, got those position points, are going to be climbing higher on the overall leaderboard, and well, it wasn't a bad day for them as well.
I feel that OR over here have not only cemented themselves into the finals, but also whatever they were trying to experiment. They said that we are going to be experimenting things today. Seems to be going in their favor. But yes, they also have to thank the terrain over there. Ultimately, Revenant did not have any kind of ridges to play around with. They had to come over the only ridge which was held by them, whereas the side of Team OR had a very good dunes in which they could have come over the horizon only when required and taken the fight. But ultimately, the switch bait did not go in the favor of RNT, and that's a story which is already over. Suddenly, I'm missing the dance coming in from the side of Canary.
Well, one thing is going to be certain. Have a look at that. 12 finishes for your MVP in match 9. It is going to be Aditya. 1,300 points of damage, and well, of course, that MVP rating is just ridiculous. I think that's the highest I've seen so far, 9.03.
That's the highest I've seen by any player so far, but ultimately it's going to be Paradox coming in from behind, and uDOG, the support, even though he's just given 800 damage, but every single bullet he peppered out there was a very good support for the side of Aditya to put the players down. Rex is also going to be coming in from the side of Enigma. Thanks to the survival time also, they'll be getting an average amount of points, but RNT will be the second for sure.
Well, Lucifer is going to be happy with that damage number 666. Someone is going to be calling the devil in, but again, Enigma did have a good time around. Now, we did see Rex in that one situation where he got the better of FS Esports. He got clutched down. K47 was brought down to his knees, but unfortunately for him, they couldn't get the better of the last man. But of course, if you missed any of the action, well, you better make sure that you watch all our games. But for now, we do have the highlights up on our screens.
Enigma Galaxy from the beginning wanted to damage the side of Team Soul and take them out of the lobby, but ultimately it was Goblin, a single man, a knight in the shining armor, who did stand out for the team and make sure they give them the breathing space, in which Hector was far away but still came in a bit more closer to help him out, as Enigma had started this hold, but Encore's grenade put an end for one of the players of HYDRA.
As far as Goblin is concerned, you live by the sword, you die by the sword, because if you remember, he did get Apollo off with a grenade, point blank, pretty much face to face, but then he was taken down by MJ's grenade as well. A nice little, back and forth over there, but this is where OR Esports just demolished Reckoning, because again, keep in mind, 4-man squad brought down to a single man in the blink of an eye. They thought they had cover from that side, but as you had a look, they were pretty much lying in the open.
Yeah, and one other thing about OR, just in the highlights I was able to see, even though they had that melee before, they didn't use it until the final moments of the game. They knew somebody had to hold few throwables just in case they have to lure out somebody from the dunes, and they did use it to perfection. And that was the map of Miramar. The next map, yet again, is going to be the map of Erangel, with the same groups playing it out. I'm looking forward to see who can actually continue the consistency. OR Esports on the other side, I was thinking the Team EXO can actually go to the top position and try to challenge them, but with this kind of finishes and the kind of points they've come with, the position points, I don't think so anybody can touch them easily.
Team EXO, again, they had that little bit of a situation where they found themselves surrounded on either direction, because they thought the backs were kind of secure. Now in come the AUTOBOTZ, they're like, hey, surprise! But then the AUTOBOTZ were surprised as well, because Hyderabad Hydras came rolling in a bit hard. In fact, they did do some damage, depleting their numbers over there. And, well, Immortal was the last man standing for Team EXO, but again, you can only do so much by your lonesome. But I'm kind of excited to see, because we did have a talk with Jelly early on at the beginning of this show. As you mentioned, they do have a few tricks up their sleeves, but let's do one thing. Let's stop talking. Let's have a look and see what the OR boys have to say on the stage.
खिलाड़ी मेरे साथ मौजूद है, जेली जुड़ने वाले आदित्य जुड़ेंगे मेरे साथ, जिनसे कल तो बातचीत करी थी। जेली से सुबह मैंने सवाल पूछा था, तो पहला सवाल आप ही से पूछूंगा, क्या हुआ? आर यू स्लैकिंग ऑफ राइट नाउ? क्योंकि आपको पता है कल आपने अच्छा खासा खेला था, यहाँ पे शुरुआत स्लो हुई थी, लेकिन अब ऑब्वियसली डोमिनेट किया, तो क्या हो गया? व्हाई डू यू थिंक कि शुरुआत स्लो हुई आपकी?
शुरुआत स्लो नहीं थी, सच्चे बताओ तो हम लोग बहुत ज़्यादा फन में खेल रहे थे। मतलब अपने को पता है हम लोग क्वालिफाइड है, तो बहुत ज़्यादा फन में खेल रहे थे। और जब 2 मैच हम लोग इतना अच्छा नहीं किए, तो उसके बाद ऐसा था कि चलो अभी जितने भी हम लोगों को फैंस दिख रहे हैं वो सपोर्ट करते हैं, ऐसा भी नहीं करना चाहिए हमको, तो सोचा हमने चिकन ले लेते और ले लिया।
अच्छा, ऐसे सोचने से मिल जाता है आपको चिकन, ये भी सही बात है। लेकिन आदित्य यार 12 फिनिशेस निकाले, क्या कर रहे हो? क्या खा के एग्रेशन का राज क्या है आपका?
मेरी टीम मेरा पूरा सपोर्ट करती है, मुझे हर जगह से मेरे को प्रॉपर कवर मिल रहा है, एंड प्रॉपर हर एक चीज़ मतलब टीम अच्छे से कर रही है, तो मेरे को पुश मिलता है किल्स निकालने के लिए, तो उसकी वजह से मैं अपना फ्री गेम खेल पा रहा हूँ, फ्रैग्स उठा पा रहा हूँ टीम के लिए, जिसकी वजह से मैं 12 फिनिशेस कर पाया हूँ अभी।
यह 12 फिनिशेस छोटी मोटी कोई आंकड़ा नहीं होता। लेकिन बात करें इस मैप के बारे में, मीरामार पे स्ट्रगल किया था, लेकिन वापस अब धीरे धीरे आपकी पकड़ आ रही है। आपको लगता है कि वापस आपका ये स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट मैप बनते जा रहा है?
मीरामार कभी हमारे लिए वीक मैप बना ही नहीं था, हमेशा से स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट था। बस वो थोड़ा सा एक डाउनफॉल था, क्योंकि हम किसी और मैप पे ज़्यादा फोकस कर रहे थे। अभी वो वाला मैप भी हमारा अच्छा हो चुका है, और मीरामार में अभी कमबैक देखने को मिलने वाला है डेफिनेटली।
ऑफ कोर्स कमबैक देखने मिलेगा ज़रूर। हमारे एनालिस्ट जो है मेरे साथ बहुत ज़्यादा मस्ती करे। भाई साहब कह रहे हैं, आपने जवाब तो सुने हैं, लेकिन मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँ तो दोनों से कि आपका क्या कहना है इनके बारे में, जो मीरामार के बारे में उन्होंने बातचीत करी, तो भाई साहब बताएगा ज़रूर।
Well, of course, they are going to have a lot of tricks up their sleeve. But again, it's that confidence, right? Because even I kind of agreed with Jelly over there. They don't have a slow start, so to speak. They had the planning is quite meticulous. Let me just tell you that right now. The way... 18 of which, buddy, came via finishes.
I mean, the second place will obviously going for the side of Revenant, but Skylightz Gaming yet again being a little consistent over here, getting 13 in total for them. But the top two teams getting 20 and 33, obviously the rest would not have much for themselves. From the 5th to the 16th position, they're going to be descending very fast. A single digit from 9 will be reaching 0, where Team EXO and Xbox are the teams in the bottom, and that is being something which I was not expecting. But Team Xbox yet again not able to perform after looting those airdrops over there.
Right.
I don't know what's going wrong with them.
I mean, I guess, it's all about practice makes perfect, right? But now this is something that's interesting. Now, this is a head-to-head for OR Esports. Now, we're going to be pitting them against their performance in the Master Series as compared to what's happening in the Showdown in the map of Miramar. Now, 17 matches played back in the Master Series. Well, they did have a lot of points, but have a look at what they've done in just 2 games here in the Showdown. Definitely a lot better than what we saw earlier on.
Obviously, damage dealt itself says that they were much better. If you have to take an average of how many games they played over here, it's almost twice as that of the Master Series, the unofficial event which took place recently, the first of the land to be specific. But Showdown over here, everything is about settling the scores. Everything is about proving who's going to be the champions of the champions. As OR, after doing the hard work, now wants to take a small nap over here, as most of them will be trying to take in for a break. I do believe it's the time for us to do so. But before that, XP, one word if you have to describe the map of Miramar, what would it be?
Well, it was one word, just how the action played out. I'm going to say it was not clinical. It wasn't, I'm going to hold on to my thought because I'm going to come up with a good name right now, a good word, in fact, because I do have something in my mind. But let's just have a look and see how OR Esports made their way into the final circle. Now, as expected, they did drop down in Puerto Paraiso. What they did different this time around was they didn't take that highway along the western edge of Miramar because, again, a couple of teams could have been lying in wait. Plus, they always wanted to be in the thick and thin, not of just the action, but, make sure they had a secure foothold on those high grounds. Now, towards the end over here, this is where things started getting interesting. Now, have a look at how they were placed just north of El Azhar. Again, keep in mind, they were split across the road. In fact, they had a distance of about maybe 100, and at some cases, Arca, even 200 meters between them. But again, all that information they were gathering because they saw all the vehicles, traverse past them. They knew exactly where the opponents were, and well, they did what they do best, regroup and dish out a whole lot of damage.
Now, before making it into the final circle, they did take down the other teams who are also trying to make it inside. So it's good for us to say that OR fought their way into the final circle and fought and got that winner chicken dinner for themselves. All thanks to Aditya himself over there. Look at that. Look at how much the damage is going to increase in the final. 200 plus points. He was the one to be doing the talking when it comes to the damages out there. But ultimately, it's always about the rotation coming in from the side of Jelly. We never expected somebody to be on that aggressive rotation rather than the defensive one, as you pointed out. They could have taken the highway and played it a little safe, but rather they knew that, they can shoot through the teams, literally. And that's what they did.
I mean, they put massive holes through a lot of these teams indeed.
Yep.
And, just coming back to the thing you said, I think it was like a valley of death is how I'd describe this, because normally you don't see a Miramar like this. But again, as you mentioned earlier, OR Esports cementing their position at the tippity top, 117 points for themselves. Hyderabad Hydras are going to be in second with 85. But now for teams like Team XO, they still have 2 games in hand, which means we might just see a little bit of a switcheroo coming in. But as we head over to the next page, a couple of teams are going to be rising up. Revenants in 16th, jumping 5 positions.
Orangutan on the other side had a good opportunity to actually climb up more the ladder, but ultimately one bad game is going to be dropping them down. But still, the day is not ending as Hydras have got another game in the next coming up day. So in the next coming up few minutes. But I want to look at the bottom of the table. This is what I was speaking about, where X-Park, Big Brother, Enigma Galaxy, all of them had a very good chance to outnumber the teams on top of them. Still not able to perform. Global Esports 7Cs as well have dropped down over here. So how are they going to play the rest of the games? That is what I'm waiting to see.
Now, as far as Big Brother Esports are concerned, things are going to be, well, just out of their grasp sooner or later because, again, we've already crossed the midway mark as far as the league stage is concerned. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, each and every team is going to be playing 12 games and, well, 3 games have been done and dusted with Sanhok, Erangel and Miramar out of the way, which means now the next game is going to be between Group B and Group C once again. And of course, also, Arca, it's going to be the last game for Group B, which means, well, OR Esports still have another opportunity to maybe, perhaps, we've seen this in the past, get back-to-back chicken dinners once again.
Now, if they do that, then they're going to be untouchable, not unstoppable, because ultimately it's hard for you to go to a triple digit by the first 6 games you play, and after that also maintaining that with a huge distance with each other. But ultimately that's on the other side, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for you to share it among your friends, as we'll be taking a short break. See you guys on the other side.
Watch it, earn it.
ये लोग हैं डकैत। हमारा पहले वो हक वाला फ्लैट ले लिया, उसके बाद हमारी पार्किंग।
ये रोज रोज की खिटपिट से ना मैं एकदम तंग आ गई हूँ।
अब तो ना बस सिर्फ फैसला हो। तो हम कौन सा डरते हैं, कर लो फैसला। तो हो गया फाइनल, परसों रखते हैं मैच और जो जीत गया पार्किंग उसकी।
क्यों बेटा हार गया ना? जैसे तू कैंपिंग करके खेलता है ना, बॉट्स भी तेरे से अच्छा खेलते हैं।
तेरा तो नाम भी बॉट जैसा है, गोलू।
अपेल लगा के पेल देगा साले।
Hello and welcome back once again to the Battlegrounds Mobile India Showdown, the final test, the final confrontation to settle the dispute, John. Which team is truly, indeed, the best team here in India? And, well, we're going to be taking you along for a little journey as the action is going to commence in Erangel once again. But OR Esports, buddy, coming in hard, coming in strong in the last game. 18 finishes. Whew.
Yeah, and it's a big surprise as well, considering Miramar up until, I guess, yesterday was one of their weakest maps. And now they are just looking unstoppable on that particular map. But hey, the next one is going to be an Erangel, and we have seen what OR Esports can do on that as well. So I'm going to be hopeful. Maybe we're going to see another high finish game from that team from OR Esports. But on the other side, I think even Arka mentioned this when we were looking at the overall rankings. The teams at the bottoms aren't the ones you usually want to see there.
Yeah.
Especially a team like NIGMA Galaxy, who up until recently were doing quite phenomenal. Their form was pretty good.
Well, again, you know, it is the grand stage. Everyone is going to be sitting next to one another. Sometimes, you know, you don't feed off the right energy. Sometimes the jitters come in. Sometimes your hands start shaking and, well, everything goes downhill from there on forth. But again, you know, they still have a few games in hand today here, and they can still make quite an impact. But for now, as you can have a look, all the teams are going to be on the spawn island, just having a good time, just making sure all the controls are working tickety-boo. And of course, TSM over here, oh my goodness, I mean, normally I'd use my thumb to, you know, crouch down a little bit, but not these boys. They go for the 5, 6, 10 finger claws at times, and well, that is why they are the best of the best.
I mean, I guess someone once told Aquanox what a 4-finger grip was, and he just took that too literal, because he literally just uses 4 fingers, no thumbs.
No thumbs. I mean, that's phenomenal the way they play, but of course, it is going to be a little pressure on the boys on your screen right now. Rexy from Skylightz Gaming is going to be zoned in because they've come close. They did get that chicken in the yesterday. Let's not take that away from them, but they've come so close today. Let's see if this map is the one where they get another one for themselves, because finally the C-130 is up in the sky once again, and if you look down below, you can see the green luscious forest of Erangel, and the weather is a nice time for some BGMI action.
Well, as you said, it is a nice time to enjoy some BGMI action, but let's see how intense it is going to get. We do have, once again, the plane path starting from Military Island going all the way towards the shooting range. Since it is quite close to the center of the map, I don't expect a lot of teams to be in any trouble or face any trouble, if you will, regarding their preferred drop locations. But right off the bat, it is going to be Revenant Esports taking an exit, gliding towards that No Repnoy bridge right now, along with Enigma Galaxy, who we know are just going to go for a widespread drop. Autobots, we do see them moving towards that Ferry Pier Primos position, and I think there's only going to be one thought in their head. They get a southern circle again on Erangel.
Man, the last circle was something that I was a little jealous, because that is something that I always love. I mean, the entirety of the Military Island was in play, and well, things did end near that bridge as we saw. So, you know, there was something for everyone, especially the OG Erangel fans, because, you know, that is how we used to do back in the day, if you remember, John. But for now, as the teams are going to be dropping down from the heavens above at terminal velocity, the shoots are going to be deploying. And, well, let's see if someone's going to be shooting at each other. But now this time the circle is going to be a polar opposite to what we saw in the last Erangel. We're going to be heading up north, and there you have it, a few teams close to one another. Scream could be in trouble. There you have it. Sense's AK is going to do all the talking, and just as their feet touch the ground, one of them is going to be brought down. And wait a second, Zen OP is down as well, which means Big Brother's in a little bit of a pickle early on.
Well, not a drop clash what the Big Brothers would have wanted, but now Beast on our screens trying to use the Uzi to take down Sensei, but that weapon is not going to work. The distance is a little too much for that small little SMG to handle, and now BC has been surrounded by the players of Team EXO. Punk pushing in from the rear, Sensei across that window. Punk is going to take a lot of damage from the flank, and that's just the opening knock right there.
Well, Hellgod is going to be a little detrimental for the little push over here. Sense is going to go in. It's going to be taken down. Now the Beast is going to use that Uzi to perfection, up close and personal. It is going to be a 2v2 situation if Hellgod can make it to his teammate in time. But now Beast, he does have the Uzi fully backed up. He shoots. In fact, he wasn't anticipating two people coming out in front of him at the same time. And with that, Team EXO, although they have two members on their bloodied knees, well, they're going to pick them up pretty nice and easy. And now Hellgod is going to be in a little bit of a situation, because he did traverse from that compound. He came all the way across, and now, well, he's going to be out in open land, and looks like he might just be meeting his maker, or he might be going down to hell, because that is where he reigns in a few seconds.
Yeah, I think he's going to back to
Hades,
where he came. Yeah, back to Hades, which, as we know, is also called the lobby.
There you go.
Lobby where the players usually start the game. But I don't understand this decision. You lose out on 3 players earlier on in the game, and the next call that comes is just go ahead and push the fight. This is time to run for your life and try to survive. I mean, this is no time to fight. EXO, they have had plenty of time to go for the revives, and now the 4-man squad again on the hunt. Big Brother Esports, I mean, they are going to be wiped out even before I finish that sentence.
There you go. That is all she wrote as far as Big Brother Esports is concerned. And once again, with every passing second, with every passing game, their chances of even making it to the top 16 are slowly but steadily dwindling here, John. And, well, we might just bid them adieu. But again, they still have a few games in hand. I am being really optimistic over here. I do understand that, because I can hear myself speak out loud. But they still have, what, 5 to 6 games in hand. And again, one good game, 20-25 points, is something that they need to catapult themselves in the top 16. But again, another phrase I love saying a lot, it's easier said than done.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about just focusing on one thing, which for now feels like placement points are definitely they have to be the priority right there in every single game. If you manage to get even 10 to 11 points per match, get 6 to 7 points for placement, 6 to 8 points for placement, and then just secure 3 to 4 eliminations as well, I think that does do the trick. But as you said, in the end, XP, it's easier said than done. But for now, though, on our screens, we do switch over to the side of Team Seoul. Quite comfortable in the early stages of the map, dropping towards Gatka. These open farms are going to be theirs. But on the other side, we do have Team Solomid towards the Georgia Pool containers. And I think they know what's going to happen next, because every single time it has been Reckoning Esports who drop towards hospital area, then move up north just to check what is going on in Georgia Pool.
You know, speaking of George Paul, something interesting. Now, normally, you did just talk about Team Soul moments ago. They were up on our screen. They, of course, love dropping down at Gatka, and more often than not, they head over to Water City, depending on where the circle is. Now, Goblin is the one who is scouting out for the team because he is quite some distance away. In fact, he is north of that river, just around the Georgia Paul containers, which means, well, he does have a nice niche for himself. In fact, it could be possible, and this is pure speculation, they might just get TSM a little off guard in case they do decide to traverse over the waters, because again, you know, they are anticipating here, Johnny, that the circle might just have a little bit of a northern trend to it. It might shift possibly near the shooting range once again, but I kind of wanted to go towards Stolber. I want to see some action on that big mountain.
I completely agree with you. I mean, if this goes towards the Stalber Hill, then the situation for how the teams are going to move to that position, it becomes a whole lot more interesting. Because Enigma Gaming and Esportswala, we know they're going to have straight pathways, but there's going to be clashes between FS, Team X, Team Xbox, Soul Esports, they're moving in. It looks like they are going to clash with TSM already, but on our screens, Reckoning Esports, as we talked about them as well, they're going to start heading towards that eastern position quite soon, in fact.
And there you have it, as expected. It's going to be Omega who opens up, and Aquanox, like he said, is going to be caught off guard. And they're like, uh-oh, wait a second. How in the world did Team Soul get to this position before us? Because they thought they were going to loot up quick and then move to greener pastures. But for now, Ninja, he's going to have to lurk in the shadows, living up to his name because, well, his path has been blockaded, as always. Does have an idea where the enemy is, but again, the fact is, Team Soul, they have all those rocks to work around with. They have all those angles to keep TSM guessing, which means they might, in fact, just go head-on with their vehicles over the bridges. There you have it. GodLike just comes in from behind. In fact, he gets the better of always. Unfortunately, Blaze is going to be on hand with that AK, making sure he gets the better of them. But unfortunately for him, Goblin shows up, and, well, that is all she wrote for the gentleman of TSM on our screens, which means now only one man is going to be carrying that mantle forward. And, well, Ninja, he is lost to the shadows. He is out of here.
Well, he has to be a ninja now. Just the only thing he has to do.
I wish he was wearing all black.
I mean, TSM's jersey, the normal jersey is just all black and white, so I think that would have been a perfect color for him. But for now, at least, he will have to avoid getting into any more fights, just try to survive to the best of his abilities. But good on the part of Team Soul, they moved into the perfect position. They do their homework quite diligently. They do know that TSM is a little bit complacent in their rotation timings from the George Paul area, and they waited for that opportunity. But now the next team that shows up, it is going to be Reckoning Esports.
Now, Reckoning Esports kind of are in a bit of a situation because they suddenly realize, wait a second, you know, this bridge is going to be blockaded. In fact, they have a team sitting up over there, which is now they're going to be going the other way. They're going to be taking that road less traveled. I'm talking about that western bridge that connects North Georgia Paul to the western city. Now, the best thing for them is I kind of understand why they weren't, or why they were a little reluctant heading in this direction, because normally Hyderabad Hydras are always going to be in northern Georgia, but since they've moved in, looks like it's going to be open terrain for them. Now, over here, Sensei was taken down. Tom comes in, tries to help him out, but this is where Beast makes a little bit of a mistake. Now, he knew the revives were taking place, but the thing is, he went up against two guns, and, well, normally, more often than not, two guns are always going to be better than one, and, well, Hellgod was lost in the end as well. But against all odds, Akshat, who was brought down earlier, back up on his feet. Team Soul still a four-man squad.
Well, let's see. Team Soul, they're going to have to look to see how will they find a safe haven inside the circle. They've already started to move from the George Paul Bridge. Well, one more opportunity is going to be there for them to clash with the players of Reckoning Esports, who it looks like are going for a very slow rotation right now. Talking about slow rotations, look at where the players of AUTOBOTZ are. Just now they have moved out of Ferry Pier and they have gone for a very weird 2-2 split.
It is.
XP, have you seen that before?
I mean, this is something I kind of want to get inside their heads. I wish I was a fly on the table right now just listening to what these guys are talking about because, well, it looks like Mr. IGL and Hell are going to be coming down from the south, while Orva is going to be heading due north. Now, again, what they are doing here, Johnny, they're still going to be making sure they loot every single house, just get those first aids, try and stay out in the blue for as long as possible, and then finally surprise someone who might think that they have their backs against the wall, as Jelly is being a little bit careful. He wants to make sure if he sees anything move, any sort of commotion in the distance, he's trying to make sure that these houses are theirs for the taking. But the problem is, I do believe, have a look at your minimap, someone is nearby, and Pokar has just given his position away. Wait a second, I think Jelly didn't see him.
It was a split-second turnaround, and I think Jelly, as you said, has in fact missed the glimpse of Pokar from Skylightz Gaming. But can we say the same for Pokar? We will find out soon, because that is going to be an interesting situation right there. Skylightz Gaming will look to close in on those compounds pretty soon. But on our screens right now, Enigma Gaming taking the fight to the players of Esportswala. Now this one is again quite important. It's for the control of Yasna Apollyon and early control for the compounds towards the southwestern edge of the city. And Enigma Gaming, they would want to take this away from the squad, because then they can gatekeep these farms, gatekeep the hills up front just a little bit, and well, from the safe haven over here, they can get a few extra points.
I think Invader just had a massive chunk of his HP taken out by a grenade, because they are going to be in a bit of trouble now. BATTLEGROUNDS position has been given out as well. Now the thing is, Invader, they want to make sure that this invasion from Enigma is going to be thwarted. They're going to be pretty much setting up and fortifying their position. BGMI would have been that little ace up their sleeves. Unfortunately, Rex does have an idea that someone is lurking behind them, which means that, well, their flank is not going to be secure, as Avi does get the better of Invader, and there you have it. Saboteur is going to be pushing in, but no, Carbon is going to be at hand with the UMP, almost gets a double lock, but it's going to be Avi who is going to get the better of him this time around.
Well, let's see, BGMI on the other side. Well, in fact, in the other building, is going to look to cook up a nade, tosses it towards the lads of Enigma Gaming, and well, they do find a knock right there, but Evo instantly trades it out. Now, BGMI, I have heard great things about this player, but is he great enough to take on the full brunt of Enigma Gaming?
Good move
That is
over
the
him.
Enigma we are in right now.
Yes, sir. I like what you did there with the wordplay, Johnny. Nice. But I like what he's done now. He realizes that things are not in his favor. Ho, ho, ho. Makes that turn in the nick of time as Rex does come chasing behind him. And again, he still has the entire city of Yasnaya up for grabs. But now, as we wait and see where the circle is going to change, well, looks like BGMI is still going to be a happy man, because the circle is going to be shifting towards Yasnaya and those massive open fields to the south. But have a look at all the vehicles coming in from the west. The massive migration is taking place, a kaleidoscope of colors on your screens, and it looks like, oh baby, everybody hold on to your breath, because the anti-material rifle has dropped down from the heavens. Now this is what you truly call a godsend.
Well, it is definitely going to be an important pickup for anyone who wants to yield it. I know XP is quite eager to play around with that AMR, but on the other side, Explicit is just going to be using that M4 to try and spray down the players of Hyderabad Hydras. Does not succeed, but hey, it was an attempt. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, they're going to be completely aware that we have to take care of this team that's going to be closing in from the rear. And in fact, FS Esports, are they prepared for the fight that is coming their way? Because look at that Team Soul. They are here for action.
Well,
and they leave.
Looks like both teams aren't really willing to put everything on the line right now, because it is, you know, if you go about the whole King of the Hill situation, this is not a hill that you want to really take control of, because A, it's kind of like a flat top. You can see from miles out, and you can't really cover one another. But looks like A47 might just spot Goblin in the distance. A few shots are going to be rattled off with that suppressed M4. But for now, Goblin is going to make it to safety in the city. Now, you got to keep one thing in mind. Brozok is still not in the circle. Just a couple of houses are going to be, which means they are still going to have to keep moving forth. But now what this does is it puts FS Esports in a little precarious situation. They still have the circle, which is, of course, tickety-boo for them right now. But if it does move away from them, there you have it. This is what Team Soul are going to do. Destroy their vehicles, keep them a little preoccupied, and, well, if they move out on foot, that is when you go down one by one.
Well, it is going to be quite an interesting situation watching what FS Esports will be up to next. Because, as you mentioned, they do still have the circle, but moving any further, they will have to be patient and wait out the other teams right in front. But Talk about teams in front. Skylightz Gaming in front of XO, and what did Sensei just do? It was a 1v3 situation. How is Skylightz Gaming down one player?
He just drove right through them. I mean, I wonder what the replay is going to show us, but looks like Skylightz were confused. Wait a second, is that my teammate or is that the enemy? Because he just went past them as if he was just saying hello, but now they are going to be getting in the buggies. And looks like since the cavalry has arrived, Skylightz Gaming make a quick decision to get out of harm's way and regroup with their team. Because once again, I love the fact that the action is so fast-paced, John. The circle's going to close in once again. It keeps everyone on their toes. Speaking of toes, Autobots moving in on prizepool's position. Lone man standing for Esportswala. Can he do something? Not this time around, as Esportswala are going to bid us a view in the 15th position.
What an unfortunate exit right there for Esportswala, but hey, you do have those unlucky moments, and this time, I mean, this was another unfortunate game for them. Now TSM, let's not forget, they are down to their last player as well, and it is Ninja Jod trying to enter the city of Yasna Apollyon. You do see him on the radar right there, the grey color circle that's there. That's Ninja Jod, and he has found a safe haven, but the problem is, as soon as he got there, that was outside the zone. So now he's going to have to figure out a way to traverse through these buildings and find a way inside the circle once again. But towards the southern farms of the Yasna city, we do see Reckoning Esports over here. And they will have to be extremely careful because they are being surrounded right now. EXO is extremely close.
Whoa, wait a second. Team Soul, what they've done is they've decided to take the fight straight to FS Esports' position. We're going to probably be switching to that fight in due time, but for now, Reckoning Esports is Adi, making sure he patches himself up and keeps Team EXO at bay. Elsewhere, Wexy is going to be brought down by Encore as Top Dog is going to get the better of Car with his M4. Of course, the fights are going to be breaking out, but Sensei does finally sense something in the distance as LeBron is going to be brought down, and well, Punk is going to be on hand to finish what his teammates started. Now, the thing is, they have this little dip to work with, right? But the thing is, they're at the edge of the circle. Elsewhere, I really want to see what's happening with FS and Soul because, well, I do believe they have lost a couple of members on either side. There you go. Soul just down with two boys, Hector and Goblin, alive. And as far as FS are concerned, they are still a four-man squad. In fact, three members on your screen right now. Hitman is going to be a bit north near that infamous Yasnaya bridge, making sure his team has a little bit of a foothold in the next zone.
I hope we get to see the map soon because, again, there's a very interesting situation developing in the macro aspect of the game wherein HYDRA Esports have taken the smack center of the circle but not too far away from them towards the south. We do have the players of Enigma Galaxy and Hyderabad Hydras closing in from the west as well. So it will get extremely chaotic in a few short moments, but we will have to wait for that. And I guess to talk about chaos and Team X-Park, they show up out of nowhere right in the middle of OR Esports and Hyderabad Hydras. This is going to be a death. The first knock secured by Juicy as X-Park, they are looking to move in.
They are, but wonderful cover coming in from Ace Black. They know that his teammates are going to be in the dip. There you go, Darkness Spitter of Maxi. Ace Black's position is going to be given away as Marvi is going to be rattling off some suppressive shots in his direction. But this is where the grenades are going to be a bit problematic. Of course, this was not timed, but still, he is going to be forced to move away from his position. Now, Ace Black, he needs to patch himself up because although a couple of the members from Team X-Spark are down, we know that for a fire to ignite, all you need is a little spark. A striker is going to make sure he keeps them at bay. Now, Marvi's position is going to be crucial for Xbox's little victory over here, if that is to be the case, because have a look at that. Maxi is going to be blown to smithereens once again.
Let's see. Can they regroup? Reckoning Esports being shown the exit by the squad of Autobots, and I guess XP after the recent run, Autobots have finally rolled into this match. They are looking good, but we spoke too soon because they're down 3 players now. Let's see what the end result is going to be for the team. In the meanwhile, OR Esports up against the players of X-Park. Maui, with the nades being lobbed towards the opposition, is going to take a few towards him as well. And all of a sudden, he finds himself as the last player of the team that is alive. OR Esports, they're going to look to wrap this up as quickly as possible because the circle has just thrown an amazing, amazing curveball and moved towards that bridge that connects the Yasnaya city to the Northern Island.
You know, I was just going to say that, of course, Mavi was on borrowed time because he knew that his death was inevitable because you have OR Esports at one end, and of course, you still have the remnants of Hyderabad Hydras on the other. Now, all these teams on your screens, they have to move further up north, but as you mentioned, FS Esports, they are going to be a happy bunch of people with that bridge under control and the surrounding areas as well, which means they can set up all those beautiful, luscious angles on their opponents. Now, Revenants are looking good as well. I'm going to hold on to my thought because another fight is breaking out elsewhere as Skylightz Gaming are going to be taking the fight straight to the enemy, and I do believe Enigma are going to be their intended targets. Aru is doing something a little bit drastic. Striker takes a few shots, but if he goes in the water, someone is going to be lying in wait in the form of Team Soul. There you go. Goblin gets the better of it. Thank you over here, John.
Yeah, that is going to be quite interesting, and I want to see what Hyderabad Hydras are going to do because this is their opportunity to capitalize. There are a lot of free points down that river, and they have the opportunity to secure all of them for themselves. Look at that, 2 knocks from the side of OR. The players of Soul are going to be in the water as well, so free points over there for Hyderabad Hydras taking. Athanki is going to bleed out slowly and steadily. Aru has taken a swan dive as well. Will any of these teams recover? Well, there is a possibility, but it's highly unlikely.
It is absolutely highly unlikely because Aru, the moment he touches land, he might just be taken out because, well, Hector and Goblin, they can't really do much at this moment. Now, Aru, what he can do is swim away, but the thing is, on the other side, we are going to have FS Esports. Wait a second, something interesting is happening to the north because Team XO are now going to be the trolls under the bridge, which means FS's position is going to be compromised. But over here, Hyderabad Hydras, they do have the wizard top, but grenades are going to be coming in. I think we just missed some action, but look at that. We are going to have a look at the replay. Team X, so they spin out, and MJ is going to get the better. But meanwhile, keep an eye out on the bottom of your screen because Enigma Galaxy are now taking the fight straight to Hyderabad Hydras.
Well, but let's see what the end result is going to be. We did see the replay of a little bit of action from earlier ago, but now Enigma Galaxy, as you mentioned, the fight against Hyderabad Hydras, and a wonderful nade coming in from Apollo, does not miss the mark, takes down one of the lads inside that watchtower. But is this the cue for Enigma Galaxy to move in? I don't think so. They need another opening before they can start pushing in and feel a little bit more comfortable about closing this fight. Let's see how it is going to progress. One more lob towards the first floor. And, well, no more knocks are going to be secured.
No knocks right now, but I like what Dreams is doing. Now, they know that Hydra Official are going to be on their right flank at this moment, which means only 3 members from NIGMA can be pushed forth for this fight. Now, grenades are going to be relentless. It is going to be a little mini red zone inside that wizard tower, and I'm pretty sure the Hyderabad Hydras are wondering, hey guys, how many nades do you guys carry? Is it double digits? Because that is exactly what it looks like. Now, quickly coming back to my point, if you have a look, Apollo is going to be taking the fight straight to the enemy as MJ gets better of Goblin on the other end, which means Soul could be giving us a view in some short time. Ace Black, he goes out, plays the dangerous game because you want to make sure you have the cover of concrete because from elsewhere you can be shot in your backs. But now with Apollo on the ground, this is where Hyderabad Hydras have a little bit of breathing room.
Well, let's see. The breathing room is going to be there, but will they get any air? That's going to be 4 as Ace Black is going to be put to his knees in just a short moment. Striker and his teammate Carry, they have a very nice crossfire set up on that first floor, but a few nades in that direction could do the job. But hey, Enigma Galaxy, they won't get an opportunity again to mess with the players from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. Now Enigma Galaxy, they're going to be down to 2 players. Dreams, he has his own troubles to deal with, while MJ is looking to find a space to get away. But well, that was a close call. Enigma Galaxy, they somehow managed to survive.
Oh, he does manage to survive, but of course, a little respite for Striker as he does not get MJ, but he does get Goblin from Team Soul instead. Now, the circle, if you can happen to look at that, is going to be around this wither tower, which means Hyderabad Hydra's position is going to be prime real estate right now. I like what Hydra have done. They've come a bit closer, deploying all their smokes. They have that little bit of a dip right next to the main road to make sure that Dreams can't do anything. Oh, but this one grenade could spell trouble for Team Soul. It is going to be logged. Keep an eye out on your finish feed over here as the grenade does go boom. Unfortunately, no body pits are going to be flying every single direction.
Well, but let's see, a wonderful nade being lobbed towards the players of Team Soul from Striker, and well, Goblin is going to be knocked down, but that was because of what FS Esports were doing, and which was basically shooting towards those players. Goblin was taken out. Now Soul, they're going to be down to their last surviving player as well. Well, not anymore. They're outside the game, and we are finally down to the top 5 teams remaining. 13 players still alive. FS Esports, they show up with a man advantage. HYDRA, well, I have to give props to Team HYDRA. They've been surviving in the midst of all this chaos, and they haven't shown themselves to anyone yet. So that can definitely turn out to be an unpleasant surprise for one of these teams. But hey, we're going to have to wait and see which one will it be. But for now, Enigma Galaxy, again, still playing with the final 2 players remaining, looking to take a fight against Team FS.
Now the thing is, Circle has shifted away from them. They are going to have to move into the zone in sometime sooner or later. But for now, Team FS, although they have the man advantage, boy oh boy, they could be toppling over like dominoes any second now, because the Revenants could be shooting at them from the north. And of course, NIGMA is going to be doing all the damage from the south. In the midst of all this action, Hyderabad Hydras, a 2-man strong team, still holding on to their fortified position for as long as they can. But I like what Hydra have done. They have those vehicles for cover, because have a look at that. That is basically where the final battle is going to take place. In the open field with no cover whatsoever. There you have it. Secret is going to get the better of Sanyam across. I do believe about 100 meters just due north, but this is where FS could be coming in from behind and snuffing the lives out of Revenant Esports. There you have it. Explicit with a grenade is going to send them packing, because now there's 4 teams left, as Dreams is going to get the better of Striker, which means Carry is now the last man standing. He sees the enemy coming in. Of course, that MG3 is going to be massive with that high rate of fire, and Dreams, he is living a dream for himself, making sure everyone else is living a nightmare. Down to the final 3, FS Esports are still looking good, but have a look at HYDRA. They are going to be in a little trouble sooner or later, but FS, buddy, they don't have any cover except the smoke.
Well, let's see. And well, we know the smoke is not enough to stop these bullets. HYDRA Esports right now, Secret and Jackson, they are trying to buy some time for the teammate Dynamite to heal up. Secret, he's going to use the vehicle to move up, using the ridge in the back as cover, so they can focus all their firepower on the players of FS Esports. But this is going to be very tricky. HYDRA, they have control of the circle. That's the only thing that they have going up for them. If Enigma Galaxy decide to engage on this team right now, they are done.
They are. Now, I'm kind of worried for Jackson, because he is on the right flank for his team's point of view.
Yeah.
But NIGMA could spot him in the distance. Remember, they still have that Visitor to play around with. And of course, if you are a bit higher up, well, look, I just ate my own words, because the Visitor is now out. And well, Dreams and MJ, all they can do is hit the deck and just listen for anything rustling in the distance, because if they see a few pixels move, chances are they're going to take a few shots, and well, that could be trouble. But now, it is going to be a Mexican standoff, so to speak, between 3 teams, as HYDRA are going to try and spot Enigma Galaxy. In fact, they might just do that, as Dynamite is going to get the better. But no, it's going to be Explicit who gets Secret. Dynamite goes down as well, which means Jackson now is going to be the last man standing. But MJ is going to be a thorn in the side for K47. And Explicit, well, he might just be meeting his maker soon enough, because there you have it. That's all she wrote. MJ going up against one-man HYDRA. It is going to be a 2-on-1 situation. This is where Dreams needs to get up as well. They might just get it. No, it's going to be MJ who's taking the second. HYDRA, against all odds, have pulled off a miracle over here, getting the chicken dinner over here with the Erangel. I thought NIGMA was going to get the WWCD, but they didn't go in together, John.
What a steal! What a steal did we just see! HYDRA Esports, and especially Jackson in the very end. He had barely any HP left, just a sliver right there in the very end. But it seems like that was enough to clutch out a 1v2 against the players of Enigma Galaxy. That has to be one of the most surprising wins I have ever seen.
Oh my goodness. And the thing is, I think Enigma were out of utilities and health kits as well. But again, MJ and Dreams, had they just gone in together, had Dreams actually stood up, he might have been able to see the enemy. But again, coulda, woulda, shoulda is what I love saying. But it is going to be HYDRA official getting their taste of their first chicken dinner in the showdown.
Here we go now.
What a game, XP. I have to say, what an intense ending to this exciting game. And with the way the teams were moving around the map in the early stages of the match, I definitely thought that by the time we got to the end, it was definitely going to fizzle out. But hey, I was wrong, and I'm glad to be proven wrong. Till the very end, especially the team like Enigma Galaxy, with the push that was made towards the players of Hyderabad Hydras, that changed everything for them. they could have been taken out in an instant had the players from Hyderabad Hydras had a little bit more utility to protect themselves and hold that push. But NIGMA Galaxy dealt with everything and anything that was thrown upon them, and so did Hydra Esports. This team, I mean, Hydra, I have to give props to them. The circle game, the rotation towards the circle and zones, that aspect of the game is so clear. They were in the zone, I believe they took control of the circle in the third circle, and they were always comfortably holding that position.
You know, two things they kind of stand out for me in this game, of course. NIGMA Galaxy's back and forth with Hyderabad Hydras, where, you know, first NIGMA had the advantage, then Hyderabad Hydras looked good, then NIGMA comes back in, Dreams with some amazing grenade gameplay coming in and making sure he just blows his opposition to smithereens, and of course that MG3 does come in handy as well. And the other thing is Team FS Esports. They did hold their ground up until the very end, but unfortunately they were taken out, but not a bad game for them. In fact, they showcased quite a good little tactical prowess over there. But of course, your MVP, John, MJ from NIGMA Galaxy.
5 finishes secured, 901 damage dished out, survival time of 26 minutes 27 seconds, and we all know right now the priority for these MVP rankings is with the damage and the survival time. Only 20% for the finishes, but MJ, he's going to be followed up by two of the important players from the side of Hydra Esports. We have Jackson and Secret with 10 finishes on these two lads combined.
10 finishes is something that they are going to be happy again just with two of the boys, but again, that chicken dinner is going to be the cherry on top of the cake. Explicit joining them in 4th position with 3 finishes to himself. Now, a couple of surprising things did take place as far as rotations are concerned in this game.
Yeah.
The fact that, you know, FS Esports, they did have control over that Yasnaya Poliana bridge for quite a long time. But somehow, you know, it was like a blink and a miss situation because we were focusing on our screens as far as the game is concerned. Suddenly I look at the map and I'm like, whoa, wait a second. What is Team XO doing under the bridge over there?
Yeah, I mean, it was a similar feeling for me because EXO, in the past few matches that we have seen them, and in fact the performance that we saw from them yesterday as well, it felt like they were just going to keep on fighting one after the other, and they were just going to take on teams and look to secure the points in the matches that way. But this time, I think this was the first match where we saw them slow things down and it did not really work out for them.
It didn't work out for them, but of course they did have the momentum at the beginning. Now, Evo and the boys from Enigma did take the fight straight to Esportswala. In fact, they did manage to get 3 of their players down, and well, the finishes did help them with the points, and Barge with the last man standing, finally taken out by AUTOBOTZ. Now over here, this is where the back tire of that buggy goes out. It spins out of control, and well, Punk and Tom were caught on the open and inevitably were finally put in the ground.
Well, it just feels a little bit more interesting from the perspective of NIGMA Galaxy again, because NIGMA Galaxy were also looking to take multiple fights in this game. It looked like they came prepared for the action and the assault, up until the very end where they were in fact a little bit of a blunder right there, 2v1. Losing out the 2v1 against the players of Hydra Esports. FS, I have to say, this fight against Seoul was interesting and important for FS Esports to come out on top in this one. But after that, I believe they could have taken on the players of Hydra Esports a lot more quicker, finished them off, and then gone on to secure the winner chicken dinner. Because Hydra and NIGMA Galaxy were a little bit closer to each other, and FS Esports were put in one corner. So they could have utilized that to their advantage, but I guess they committed a little bit too much utility earlier on.
Again, the only issue as far as FS was concerned in that last circle, in fact the last couple of circles, they basically traversed on foot ever since they were occupying that bridge, right? So the thing that Hydra did have as a little bit of an advantage for them initially was the fact that they had all that burning metal and rubber for cover, that makeshift fortifications, as I like calling them, because they definitely do come in handy. But again, you know, coulda, woulda, shoulda is something we love saying because speculation is pretty much our job once the game is done and dusted with. But now let's not speculate anymore. Let's have a look and see what the boys have to say on the stage.
चिकन डिनर निकाला, हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे जैक्सन और सीक्रेट, जिनसे बातचीत करेंगे ऑफ कोर्स। लेकिन जैक्सन, सबसे पहले आपके पास आना चाहता हूँ। पहले कहूँगा कांग्रेचुलेशंस, पहला चिकन डिनर है, कैसा महसूस कर रहे हैं आप?
चिकन डिनर अच्छा लग रहा है और सारे मैप में हम पे जोन मर रहा था, हम चौक कर रहे थे सब मैप में, हम पे जोन रहा था, स्प्लिट की वजह से मर जा रहे थे। ये चिकन मिला, स्प्लिट में नहीं रहे और चिकन निकाल लिया लास्ट में।
एकदम अभी भी मुझे लग रहा है कि गेम के माइंडसेट में हो, क्योंकि यहाँ पे यूजुअली लोग एंजॉय करते हैं, सेंटर स्टेज पे आ गए लेट लूज अ लिटिल बिट, कोई बात नहीं। बट मैं आपके पास आना चाहूँगा, मैं जानना चाहता हूँ कि लास्ट जोन की जो फाइट थी बहुत इंटेंस थी, इट वाज़न्ट ईजी। उसके बारे में बताएं, हाउ डिड यू कोप द प्रेशर ओवर देयर?
या सो वहाँ पे एफएस के 2 बंदे थे राइट पे, आई वाज नॉट अवेयर अबाउट दैट। तो मैं ओवर कमिट करके एनजीएक्स को मार रहा था, देन आई सी दैट एफएस वाला मेरे को नॉक कर दिया, बट जैक्सन ने एंड में मस्त 1v2 निकाल दिया एनजीएक्स के सामने, सो चिकन आ गया।
ये भी सही बात है, बट मैं आपसे पूछना चाह रहा हूँ, सीक्रेट आए, टीम में एडिशन हुए, उसके बाद टीम के अंदर क्या बदलाव आया है?
सपोर्ट में ज़्यादा और एफर्ट मिल रहा है, गन पावर ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग हो गया है टीम का, वो चाहे सपोर्ट हो या आईजीएल हो, सब में गन पावर है, तो उसका यूज़ कर सकते हैं हम ज़्यादा।
जी हाँ, सपोर्ट बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है, फायर पावर भी उतना ही ज़रूरी होता है, लेकिन इनकी मुस्कान देख के मुझे लग रहा है इनको तो मज़ा आ रहा है, बट यू डोंट शो एनी इमोशंस। आइसमैन नाम रख देंगे आज से आपका। बट ऑफ कोर्स ये तो बात करी इन दोनों प्लेयर्स ने, हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स क्या कह रहे हैं वो एक्सपर्ट्स से जानेंगे। सो व्हाट डू यू गाइस?
I mean, I guess I gotta agree with Mamba over there, Iceman, because you know you gotta have your game face on at all times. You can't once you're in the zone, you're in the zone, right? It's like a horse has blinders on. It's pretty much what all these players need to do, because you can't be distracted by anything else, unless of course you are a little bird called Canary.
Also, I do have to say, it felt like in the back on the top of where the players are sitting, there was quite an intense discussion going on between the players of Big Brother
saw that
Esports.
too.
I would love to hear what was going on over there.
I know, but for now, we are going to have a look at the match rankings. 28 points is what HYDRA official are going to walk away with, along with the chicken dinner. FS Esports, a good game for them. Second position for them, 19 points coming in. And of course, Enigma Galaxy, although they did finish second overall, well, they're going to be just slinking down a little bit, pretty much because of those finishes. They're going to be ending up in third with another 19 points. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, we haven't seen them do what they did in Erangel on day one, but again, a fourth position finish is not going to be too bad for them.
I mean, it's not going to be too bad, at least for now, but let's see what the games that they're going to play from here on out are going to look like. But a head-to-head comparison of HYDRA Esports and Enigma Galaxy on our screens. And again, HYDRA Esports, they had to go through a lot to hold that position. Enigma Galaxy, we saw them take a few amazing, completely one-sided fights in their favor towards the very end, one of which was definitely against the players of Hyderabad Hydras. But they did end up securing 7 finishes off of that, and quite a wonderful performance from their end as well. And considering they were on that last page of the standing, so this one was an important one.
It was an important one indeed. Of course, the damage and the finish graph on your screen is going to let you know a bit better as to how each and every team absolutely did. Now, again, HYDRA did have a massive chunk of the damage and, of course, a massive chunk of all those finishes as well. They're going to be a happy bunch of lads. Again, 28 points is not a bad outing. And, in fact, I do believe they have climbed up a few positions as far as the overall leaderboard is concerned as well, because remember, ladies and gentlemen, the name of the game as far as the league stage is concerned is, all you have to do is, it sounds easy, all you have to do is just make sure you are in the top 16. And speaking of overall rankings, there you have it up on your screens now.
Well, we all know how good OR Esports, Hyderabad Hydras and Team EXO are, but look at that, OR Esports right now, the only team to have crossed the 100-point marker. They are being chased quite closely by the players of Hyderabad Hydras, but HYDRA Esports jumping up 7 positions all the way into the top 5 with 69 points to their name, sitting on the 4th position. Now, it's going to be a while before they find themselves sitting on the 3rd, but we are going to be hopeful. And also, big props to FS Esports, a 9-position jump to bring them into the top 8.
Absolutely, and speaking of jumps, you know, every single team is going to do that. As far as Enigma Galaxy is concerned, they're going to be nestling in the 13th position, jumping over 8 spots themselves with 45 points. Now, the thing is, buddy, Group B, they've played their matches for the day. That means teams like AUTOBOTZ, FS Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, OR, Reckoning, Esportswala, Seoul and TSM, they are done for the day. Only 4 games remain for this group, and well, their fates are going to be sealed tomorrow. However, we still have a couple of games in store for you, and let's see if teams like Team Xbox, Big Brother, languishing at the bottom, can make the best of it. Because again, I'm not counting them out just yet, right? Because there's only about a 30-point difference as far as the top 16 is concerned with, you know, compared to the bottom of the table. 30 points, it's easily doable in a game or two.
But XP, you know what you always say, right? It's easier said than done. That's what I'm going to leave it at. But coming up next, it is going to be the map that's behind us. Yeah, we are sitting in Miramar right now. We're already prepped for the action. that's going to follow.
That's my house back there. Hacienda del Patron, House of the Boss. Well, maybe one day.
I mean, it's going to be pretty fun. But before we move to the next match, we're going to take a very short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Watch it, earn it.
ये लोग हैं डकैत। हमारा पहले वो हक वाला फ्लैट ले लिया, उसके बाद हमारी पार्किंग।
ये रोज रोज की खिटपिट से ना मैं एकदम तंग आ गई हूँ।
अब तो ना बस सिर्फ फैसला हो। तो हम कौन सा डरते हैं, कर लो फैसला। तो हो गया फाइनल, परसों रखते हैं मैच, और जो जीत गया पार्किंग उसकी।
क्यों बेटा हार गया ना? जैसे तू कैंपिंग करके खेलता है ना, बॉट्स भी तेरे से अच्छा खेलते हैं। तेरा तो नाम भी बॉट जैसा है, गोलू।
अपेल लग कैसे पेल देगा साले?
Well, welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the BGMI Showdown. This is Super Johnny, joined by Arka Rao on the desk. And ladies and gentlemen, we are about to head into match number 5 of the day, the map of Miramar. Arka, what are your expectations from the next one?
I mean, suddenly we are able to see that lower middle bracket is starting to play it out, right? So the middle bracket are slowly climbing up the ladder, making it even, Steven, which we were expecting from the get-go itself. So obviously, I'm waiting to see who from the bottoms will be making it up again. One group is going to sit out no matter how much hard work they have done. It's not going to be easy for them to hold that position because the teams who are playing right now, one winner chicken dinner for themselves and they'll be climbing up the ladder.
Yeah, and it is going to be Group B, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, which will be sitting out. So we're going to be seeing the teams from Group A and Group C compete against each other in this one. So 7C Esports, Global Esports, our Esports, we saw them on the screen. And I think after what happened the last time our Esports were playing, a lot of the fans are going to be hoping that Kinetic starts celebrating again after the end of this one.
Now, the way he took off out with the celebration is something which I like. As soon as he got that rhythm and chicken dinner, slowly picked up the momentum. He allowed everybody to get that song going in their mind and then started to dance it out. I mean, see, the reason why I'm putting out such things is obviously enjoying the game is going to be one of the bigger factors.
Yes.
And all of these players out there have got themselves the RP, which gives them to look good every single time out there with the Nocturne set, to lurk in the dark and to strike very hard, to look stylish whenever they're moving around. And also, let's not forget the RP gives in such beautiful designs of the gun, especially one being held by the side of TSM when he's having it behind his back. Just look at how cool it looks. It feels like I should buy one and, you know, assault with it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. As you mentioned, it is about enjoying the action, and hey, you're going to enjoy the action even more if you have skins on you. I mean,
look at what he's doing. Look at what Grenadier is doing. Everybody would have tried that in the lobby. Tried to loft an apple in the air, and with the second one, tried to knock off the first one. And it's a fun game altogether.
It's a mini game you make for yourself, but also kind of like a little bit of a warm-up. If you want to try your best at lobbing nades, might as well just practice a little bit with some apples. But hey, apples and oranges, we're going to talk about them anytime. But for now, the trajectory of the plane on our screen, starting all the way from El Pozo and going to Elazar, completely straight from west to east. And well, this is leaning heavily towards the northern part of the map. So any team that looks to land anywhere beyond Picardo right now is just thinking where they can find some vehicles.
Obviously, right, the spawn locations is going to be known by all of these teams, obviously, because they're professionals. And also, I would love to see if anybody's going for a different drop location, because ultimately, it's about you getting those early loot for yourself. We can see BB and uDOG are going hand in hand. An early love story might break out between both of them. Let's see who's going to be pouring that love with the bullets in their hands. But ultimately, we're able to see our NTS there to go a bit more forward, probably heading towards the side of Minas Desur, and probably coming in for a late rotation.
Let's see, it can get quite tricky for them, but talk about things getting tricky and look towards the trailer park position, because uDOG India are just going to clash with Big Brother Esports. And by the way, this is the first time I've seen a drop clash on Miramar ruins. This never happens.
I mean, I wasn't expecting it as well, but ultimately, you know, reality is reality. Big Brothers wants to make sure that they get those early 4 finishes, because in the bottom of the table, this is the time for them to rise. If they do not rise from here, they'll have to let go of their dreams to play it out in the finals. And let me remind you, this is the team which made themselves known in the previous, official event itself. So obviously, that is why they're invited over here. Looking forward to see how many finishes they'll be able to take up, because holding the center, they kind of, don't know that there is a split gameplay coming in from the side of uDOG. But if they concentrate on the solo guy on the other side, that is going to be Klaus. Probably that is where they can start the assault against the side of uDOG.
Yeah, I agree with that. Klaus right now, he is behind the enemy lines, and it's going to be quite difficult for him to figure out a way to regroup with his team. But maybe they don't need to do that. If one of the players from the side of Big Brothers is caught off guard and knocked out, that could be the opening that uDOG can use to their advantage. Klaus, he does have a weapon, luckily. Does have the M4. On the other side, Storm with the M16 in his hands. Again, just looking to see if the players from Big Brothers will reveal themselves, give away their positions and offer to take this fight. But it doesn't seem like it. It seems like, well, Arka, they have heard your call. Klaus is being hunted down right now.
Now, Klaus, even though he's grabbing all the attention of the side of Big Brothers, that gives an opportunity for the side of uDOG to come in like an amoeba in all different directions and eat them up peacefully. But ultimately, uDOG on the other side, as Klaus says, they're going to be converging towards me. I'm going to be falling back, and so do you guys do the same. And they're all going to be falling back from this early brawl, which is good for them, obviously. But where is the other side? What's happening on the other side? I'm concerned about, because ultimately nobody wants to go beyond the side of Los Leones towards the side of Porto, Chumacera, Prison. None of these places have been taken by anybody, and they're going to be abandoned for a long time.
I mean, Los Leones, it looks like Team EXO have made it to the city, and it's all going to be theirs. INS is moving towards Chumacera now. Skylightz Gaming, I think they are the happiest team with the trajectory of the plane, because El Pozo was extremely close to their drops, to the flight path, and they were quite comfortable with the early drop. But on the other side, now the circle is centered around the Hacienda del Patron San Martin position. GodLike Esports smack in the center of this first zone at least. So I want to see what they're going to be up to, because in situations like these, we have known like GodLike Esports, they are known to get a little too aggressive. And if they can hold on to those reins, just pace the aggression as steadily as possible, then maybe this can be their game.
Now, slow and steady wins the race is what we have heard. Let's see which amongst these teams will be proving the statement right. But, you know, most of these teams holding the centers of the circle shows that, you know, prioritizing and respecting the circle will give them an opportunity to take the fight into the faces of the enemies. I'm still looking forward to see how much GE will be going forward with those splits coming in from their side. Yet again, Manya Joker far away from his teammates. Ronnie and Knuckle towards the side of Lakh. Still, nobody dares to go take them out earlier itself. I mean, I know the competition is not cutthroat in such a way that, you know, you'll have to eliminate the side of GE. But as much as they're giving out this strategy to others, telling that they always go in for a split, don't you think it will become a little problematic when the time is right?
Yeah. I agree with that. I mean, it is going to be quite a troublesome situation to regroup. Not when the time is right, but hey, if things go wrong, then it is definitely going to backfire. But we have to be patient. I mean, these days, I don't know what is going on with the circle. We have seen some weird shifts on Erangel, on Miramar as well. So you never know. Like in the previous Erangel, the one before that, the second game of the day, who would have thought Global Esports would end the game the way they did? I thought our esports were going to collapse upon them way longer, but hey, the circle just kept moving north. Things worked out quite nicely. We saw GE make it into the top 2 as well.
With the Deadly
So,
Groza.
yeah.
I mean, they did everything fine.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add a point of the Deadly Groza you were saying.
I was done making with my point. I'm just saying the circle is going to be just moving around whatever the way it wants. But on the other side, I do want to see what is going to happen with Big Brothers and uDOG. I'm going to keep my eyes on Ruins for as long as they are going to be there.
I mean, yeah, that's going to be one place, but after that, how they're going to rotate is the bigger question, because Lakh as well as El Pozo is completely covered off. Then in case they try to traverse through the crater fields and just somebody from either of these teams comes over the horizon to bend down and see what's happening inside the crater fields, probably they'll be in a deep trouble. But yes, it's going to be a later story to say, but right now Rex is going to be starting things off. He tries to take down that vehicle, one of the most vulnerable vehicle to be used while traversing around the map of Miramar. Won't be getting anything out of it, but just burning his resources. But that is going to be making sure that 7 Seas now knows the location of Enigma and wouldn't want to traverse this place yet again.
Well, I agree with you, 7C Esports, and they do not want to come here back again, but the problem is the direction that they are heading in, they are definitely going to clash with the players of GodLike Esports, so they won't really have much of a breathing room for a little while. Well, luckily for them, they do find a little bit of a safe haven right here, and GodLike Esports, we did see them in the distance. I wonder if they're thinking about collapsing in this position, or do they even know that 7C Esports are here already?
These big teams have something to prove, right? For the rest of the other teams, the recently invited teams or the undergods themselves, all they have to concentrate is on making into the top 16. Whereas the fan following, the pressure which is going to be held by the top teams, that they will have to perform and end up on the top of the table no matter what happens. That pressure is something I feel is trying to eat up the side of GL, because GodLike on the other side used to always play for finish points. They wouldn't matter, they wouldn't bother in case they get taken down in between, but rather they would have taken the fight to the faces of the enemies. But suddenly we are able to see prioritizing the center of the circle. They're trying to do something different, as it's going to be uDOG finally taking the fight with the side of BBs, and Hellgod has started to pour hell against the side of uDOG.
Well, but let's see how far will they take this. Big Brothers, they have finally realized that the blue zone is not going to do wonders for them. With Storm knocked out, they do end up securing this one finish point for themselves. uDOG Esports, although they... I thought they were just going to leave one player behind and just be out of this, but no, they do lose another one. They're going to be down to their final 2 players surviving, and the last 2 players have in fact taken the big massive road just north of these ruins position that they're going to use to travel towards well, just to head towards the zone. But look at this, GodLike Esports looking to see if they can surround the players of 7 Seas, and well, the answer is no. You have to check your back, especially if you are on Miramar and if Daljit is playing.
If Daljit is playing this right, probably the confirmation will be coming in anytime soon, and the commotion being heard by the side of 7C, they're gonna wait it out. They're gonna use Shadow as a bait, allow one of his teammates to get in a bit more closer, and then capitalize on 2, where it takes 2 for a tango. I'm expecting to see somebody rushing in. Look at that, Spray God knows that there's another person coming in for the cover, and he would have relayed information, and they will be looking forward to go in and capitalize. I don't know why still the movement has not come from the side of 7C, but if they let go of this opportunity, they'll never be taking it again.
I mean, I agree with that. If they let go of this, it is not even going to present itself once again. This has to be the best timing to push on GodLike Esports. But 7C Esports, they're worried about themselves. They're not worried about those finish points. They want to protect this position in the hopes that the circle is just going to stay right on top of them. But no, the circle does move a little bit west. And GodLike Esports will talk about trouble. And it's here as Seagods finds an opening with a nade on the players of 7C Esports. From the distance, Mavi is just peppering them with shots of this mini 14. 2 players knocked out. GodLike Esports, the gods have finally started to bleed.
Now this is where 7C, they made the biggest mistake of staying silent, and ultimately they were punished off. Now Team X-Park on the other side wants to capitalize on this situation. As soon as the confirmation came in and they got to know it was the side of GodLike, they understood it's important for them to commit to the fight and then finish them off. As Spraygard will be putting out Zegor as well. There's going to be 2 players saying goodbye from the side of GL, but the other 2, how are they going to tackle out? Holding to the dead center of the circle where commotion is something you would last want to happen within the place you're holding. It's going to be GodLike on the receiving end.
Well, let's see, GodLike Esports, they're going to be down to their last 2 players, and Neo, he's backing up towards the position of where Jonathan is. The 2 players, they're going to play this one out together. Mavi is quite close to the players of 7C Esports, and it looks like GodLike Esports and Team X-Park, they're just going to trade off places.
No.
I hope the information of where Daljit is has been traded off as well, because that guy can show up anytime.
Not only Daljit, but I don't know whether Team Xbox also knows about the location of 7C over here, because ultimately, yes, they did get to know that some commotion was taking place over there with Scream. He's going to just knock himself out by a moving vehicle which he was driving. But talking about the bigger picture in front of our screens right now, can 7C damage TX, like how they damage the side of God? Even though they were silent, they did come up to be the key for the equation to go against them.
Well, let's see what the equation is going to look like on the other side, though. Xbox, they do see Orangutan's Trigger, and well, Trigger is going to be taken out of this game. So Orangutan, they're going to be down to the last 3 players surviving, and Juicy pushing upon Ash, almost messes it up, but well, there is going to be another knock secured.
Now this is where Mavi is told his teammate that we are going to go aggressive, and aren't they going aggressive over here as 2 players of OG also out of the game. It looks like the rumble can only happen in jungle for the apes themselves, because whenever they are in the open field, they are the biggest animal visible, and every single game, every single team would wants to take them down.
Yeah, I agree with that. The squad of Orangutan only does rumble in the jungle because Sanhok, they were impressive. You know, Erangel, they were doing pretty good. But on Miramar, they do seem to struggle. Well, at least for the Miramars that we've seen in this tournament so far. But on the other side, in fact, on our screens right now is going to be the squad of Revenant Esports. They are in quite a decent position. All they have to do is deal with the players of Global Esports, and they have a free entry towards Power Grid and towards the circle.
Now you gotta give it to the GodLike team, right? They've got balls of steel, literally, because ultimately, even though they've weakened themselves, but still wants to take the fight against the side of Team X-Park as well as the side of 7C, and they have the best of their players, right? 2 of the oldest people out there, Johnny and Neo, they have the best synergy. They exactly know how to reach out for each other's calling and understanding the game, as Neo would want to take down the side of Team X-Park, which is going to be impossible. Finally, GodLike will be making sure that they go into the next place. But Johnny, heading towards the drop, has to realize that probably this was the drop which was already looted by the side of 7C, and all he can find is a level 2 helmet and vest left behind by the side of 7C.
Well, I like the attempt Neo made right there to spray down the players of Team Xbox, but they were a little too far away, so now he's just given away a lot of sound cues to the teams around them, which, well, wasn't anyone else apart from Team Xbox, so no harm done. On the other side, though, it is going to be quite tricky for them to enter the circle now. Xbox is going to be waiting for them to show up, and it's going to be quite interesting to see if they actually try and gatekeep this two-man squad of GodLike at this point. We are 14 minutes in, all 16 teams still alive. Teams have been dwindled down to final 2 players remaining. uDOG, GodLike, and Orangutan are still there in the game, which is 2 players each. Everyone else, all the other teams, all 4 players are still alive. They are still present, and it's so far the game has just been about just holding your positions and not being a little too over eager to get those finish points.
Oh my goodness, both the players were tagged off. I mean, I know Wizgod just drove his way into the dunes, but rather if it had delayed a little more, probably the knock would have come in against the side of Wizgod, but AKOP trying to extend too much. It's going to be Kinetic from the other side trying to answer it. Now ultimately, I'm wanting to see one fight to occur any time in this tournament. That's going to be the side of Team INS against the side of GodLike, because obviously one man who was the brain of the previous team would want to, I really want to see how he's going to strategize on the players he once gave a call out for.
Well, but let's see. I can't really take my eye off on what Enigma Gaming is up to. They do have control. So we do have the map in front of us, me and Arka. We are looking at Enigma Gaming right now. They have a 1-3 split going on. Enigma Galaxy quite close to them, and Enigma Gaming is just having a comfortable time. Why is no one trying to contest that position? That was such a good hill.
I don't know, probably they were waiting for the circle to be coming in, and as soon as the circle comes in, Johnny is going to make sure that he starts to take the fight, takes down the player of Team X-Park over here, gets a confirmation as well, adding another finish point for the team, showing even though there are 2 men standing, this is why they're called the aggressors, as Team INS somehow makes it out of the blue over here, trying to be in the open a lot. They're going to be punishing the side of Team RE, where Canary will have to do the job right now to tag off or give the cover fire for his for the opponents, and making sure he picks back his teammate who's now bleeding out, but rather he says to his teammates that it's better we fall back, but no, Jadu says otherwise, as they're going to be rushing in towards the side of Team INS, where Gil and Casey Soul will be ready with their crosshairs. A perfect placement of crosshairs over here will be rewarded them with one, not just one, but 2 knocks over here, and I do believe Jadu is still not knocked out, but rather was going in for a heal. Now he's got an opportunity to strike against the side of INS, but he was way too late, as Gil also healed himself, hit the deck at time, and took down the side of Team RE.
Well, before you run in for a rush like that, you have to prep your target. You have to make sure you've dished out some additional damage so that when you run in with your weapon, it's going to be an easy a job for you to take them down. No prep work done, and Gil just makes our esports pay. On the other side, we were talking about Team GodLike. The last 2 players remaining, Jonathan and Neo, on our screens. They find themselves on the northeastern edge of the circle, which I'm pretty sure they're going to be happy about, considering it's going to be quite tricky for them to traverse that map any further. But the team that's blocking their way, it is going to be the players of HYDRA Esports, coming in with the momentum of the previous game. A wonderful victory over there. But on the other side, the circle has shifted towards the San Martin area. There's going to be a massive cluster of teams. Well, there is already a massive cluster of teams already in it. But you remember, we were talking about Enigma Gaming. We were talking about Enigma Galaxy. Well, they have this hill in their control. But the problem is that Kinetic Esports are going to be there as well. And it's going to be quite tricky for Enigma Gaming to climb down from the top of this hill.
Now, let's see whether that's going to be the case. But ultimately, throwables are also one of those ways just to clear out people below you so that it becomes easier for you to move on further. But again, you know, since all of this is almost happening outside the circle, it's important for either of these teams to decide what to do next, as Johnny is still going to continue his assault against the side of the weaker side of OGs. It's going to be INS also trying to chime in and get some finishes for themselves before they make it inside the circle. But the best spot amongst them all is going to be held by 7C. They're just going to wait it out. Probably once the filter happens, they're going to be putting the final nail in the coffin and clearing off the backlines and concentrating on the team up front, as AKOP and OGs are going to make sure they put an end for the side of GodLike. Retaliation was the answer for the side of Orangutans.
Well, what a finish right there, but I guess we're going to see a few more. As you mentioned, INS closing in towards the players of Enigma Galaxy, who are pinned down, but the cover fire comes in from the players of Team Kinetic, as Daljit does manage to distract the players of INS, at least for a few short seconds. Let's see if this is going to work out. The wonderful nade from Daljit, in fact, finds the opening, as Gil is going to be down on his knees. Whiskey is going to be the next one to drop from the side of Enigma Galaxy, and in fact, along with Whiskey, Apollo is going to be taken down as well. Enigma Galaxy being sent back to the lobby. Now it is going to be between Team Kinetic, INS and Enigma Gaming.
Now Enigma Gaming, you know, being that clever people to just take finishes, they were waiting for the opponents to fight it out and reveal their location, and once they understood this is where they stand, all they had to do was loft grenades and also spray down. But ultimately now Kinetic want to retaliate against the side of Enigma, but at least do they realize the bird's eye view in the map of Miramar or the high ground advantage will always play a better thing, as a grenade is going to be lofted towards them, waiting to see whether it's going to be connecting, as KU was extending too much, will also be punished. Now fear in the hearts of KU. I want to see how they're going to move around, where Savitar is bleeding out. Rex will have a long journey up ahead to climb up all those places to rev one of his teammates.
Well, but let's see how important that revive is going to be, and what is the extra player going to amount to. Avi on the other side moving towards Eggy as well, again to bring him back into the game. Kinetic Esports on the other side, Team Kinetic, they have been pinned down for quite a while now along this cliff side, and they will also look to see how far they can make it inside of the circle, because they need to move in as well. Right now they're on the very edge of it. But on the other side, 7C Esports, oh! Well, Avi was going to get Eggy back on his feet, but it seems like both the players are going to be knocked out now.
Now this is where Daljit, this man with the experience, knew how to check his backlines, and eventually, you know, his composure does help him out to get another finish for the team, and also an ample amount of loot which was required for them, as 7Cs is going to be, you know, fighting it out. Somewhere on the other side of the map, bodies are going to be laid one after another. By the time we reach there, I think there's going to be a mini graveyard to be forming in, as Fierce is now going to take down the side of BB.
I completely agree with you on that. That's definitely going to be a graveyard of crates laid out of here. Revenant Esports top dog is going to be knocked out. Siam is looking to move in. Oh! Just right in the mid-air, getting taken out by the players of Global Esports from the rear. Enigma Gaming, that actually gives them a lot of information as to which direction they need to be wary of, but how long are they going to be alive? That is going to be the most important question. But for now, I feel like 7C Esports, they are just enjoying this matchup, smack in the middle of the circle, with a lot of the teams just taking each other out, and all they have to do is just wait inside that cover.
Now Team X-Pac on the other side are also holding one of the best spots. All they have to do is just stay silent, allow the others to fight it out, and probably pick up those finishes when it's just, you know, players knocked down here and there. But ultimately, man disadvantage is one thing which might hinder the performance over here. We'll be able to see Rex, the way he was able to put down the side of NIGMA. I do believe NIGMA, after the previous game, composure was never something which they had to bring forward in the map of Miramar, due to which consistency did not come up as well, as Enigma from there on were on the receiving end. It was 7C who came in, and look at that spray coming in from the side of Madman. The one who was loaned down from the side of Team 8-Bit will be dishing a lot of damage, and no matter which team he is, his gun is going to do the talking.
Well, but let's see how loud are the words going to be. On the other side, oh, that's a slam in, but Ronnie, he saw this one coming. The nade is gonna miss its mark, but the guns are gonna be on point. Funk takes damage, takes Ronnie down before he can do anything. So a good trade coming in from the side of EXO.
Now this is where Global have also done the damage right now. Ronnie obviously will be finished off, with Fierce trying to hold that off angle far away. Manya has to be very careful, because ultimately Fierce does know that the last man standing from the side of GE might be coming into his crosshairs, but rather Manya respects the circle, immediately goes inside the circle, but least does he realize that he's walked into the crosshairs of 7Cs, which is the most dangerous place to be right now, as Mavi is going to be very strong with the Scarl sprays over there, maintaining that recoiling, doing the head damages. Team X-Pac are now on the receiving end, and obviously the team in the dead center is doing the damage.
Let's see how high the damage is going to be. In the meanwhile, Team Xbox Mavi is trying to hold his position against the players of Skylightz Gaming, and they are getting too close for comfort. And finally, he's going to be shown the exit from the lobby down to the top 7 teams in this match. 19 players still alive. Skylightz Gaming, they're going to regain their composure and regroup. Try and get the revives in, but EXO, they will not allow them a single moment to breathe. On the other side, Team Kinetic looking to see if they can drag and in fact take away the spot from the players of 7C Esports, and look like this plan of theirs has backfired. 7C just holding on to these compounds quite nicely. Daljit, a Molotov lobbed in his direction, is just going to miss his mark, but Daljit runs out in the open, and that was a bad decision right there.
Obviously, right, the trigger discipline was kind of good, but ultimately not good enough to retaliate against the side of 7C's. Man disadvantage at the final moments of the game is going to cost you heavily, and it did cost the side of KE, but 7 finishes strong at the 7th position. I think they've done a decent job of getting that average of 10 in this game as well, whereas Enigma will now be pushing forward against the side of 7C's. This is what I was waiting to witness, as Rex is going to be doing the damage. It's going to be a good grenade coming in from the other side from Punk, which is going to be a blessing in disguise for the side of Enigma, as 7C is going to be hitting the deck by the firepower coming in not only from the side of the EXO, but also from the other team as well.
Let's see, we are getting close to the final few moments of this match, and well, EXO Fierce is going to be taken out by Somraj from the side of Skylightz Gaming, but Somraj takes a massive, nasty hit to the head. His helmet is going to be all gone. Pukar is going to try and cover up for his teammate, try and protect the backlines. Skylightz Gaming looking to enter the zone that again is in the control of, well, it is in the control of just one player. EXO Punk can just manage to hold his position from the top of that hill. All the other teams will definitely have to find a way to climb up in that direction.
Oh! Skylightz Gaming on the other side. No wonders they are the kings of Miramar, especially in this tournament. They proved to us that, you know, once you find them in the final circle, I've been telling this, if you allow them to survive in the final circle with a man advantage, there is no way you can win it against the side of Skylightz Gaming. A rampage coming in from the side of Samraj with 5 finishes for himself. Now the final 2 players, one is going to be from the side of Team EXO, who had been doing wonders from the beginning. That's going to be the Punk. That's going to be Punk with the grenades, always taking the opponents down. He took down the side of GE as well. Now look at that retaliation coming in from his side. Puts down Gamla Boy. The next target for him obviously is going to be either Pukar or Vex coming in from 2 different directions. If Punk pulls it out against the side of Skylightz Gaming, hands down is one of the strongest warriors out there. But off angle, Skylightz Gaming, they're going to be spread far and wide in all different angles, putting an end for the side of Team Xbox, getting a winner chicken dinner. Fist bumps and seriousness still on the face.
Well, it was such an intense game that Skylightz Gaming's IGL Somraj was almost, well, he was literally sitting on the edge of his chair in the final few moments. But an impressive closing moment from the Skylightz Gaming squad. Again, starting off from the El Pozo position. The trajectory of the plane also allowing them to have a good early game. But again, the shot calling from the Slad, the Iceman of BGMI, on point in Miramar every single time, and everyone else stepped up as well. An impressive win from Skylightz.
I mean, I'm pretty impressed even by the side of Team EXO as well.
Yeah.
With just throwables, they picked up so many finishes. If we can get a count of it, I would love to see how it goes. Whereas GE on the other side will be looking out for the stats and thinking that, you know, these are the few things which we need to work on, because ultimately the map of Miramar, no matter how wide they spread around when they go in for the drop, it's important for them to understand regrouping at the right time and taking the fight together. Holding each other's off angle is much more important. But they're stars in the making. We can expect them to evolve much better.
Yeah, they are stars in the making. And a few moments ago, we did look at the players of Team Xbox as well. And again, just there's a little bit of a forceful fight situations were the things for Xbox that backfired. They were holding quite a decent position. And that push that came in towards the end on Mavi from the players of Skylightz Gaming, just the final lane in the coffin for that exit. But again, quite a lot of interesting talking points about this match. I mean, the circle was definitely smack in the center. We saw a massive cluster forming in towards San Martin and Hacienda del Patron. I believe it was just 10 minutes in, there were like 8 to 10 teams present in those positions. The rest of them obviously playing, trying to play from the edge. But even then, I expected a lot of fights. This time, I guess, even the players knew. You pop your head from one corner and it's getting shot.
Obviously, right? But amongst all these popping out, I really like the position of two teams. One is going to be Kinetic and the other one is going to be Xbox. Because Mavi is one of the strongest players when it comes to the map of Miramar. But ultimately, the strongest amongst them all in the previous game was obviously Rex from the side of Enigma Gaming, who did try to do wonders over there, did get himself 3 finishes. But the damage given by him, in case he had real benefits of the hard work he's done out there, probably he would have had 10 for himself.
I mean, I have to say, I love the position of Enigma Gaming. They were holding that hill just west of San Martin City, and they were doing a pretty phenomenal job. There was no need to push those fights towards the players of Team Kinetic and 7C Esports. They could have easily just gotten down from the south and then rotated wide from the west to get themselves inside the zone. But again, they did in fact do quite a decent job of just creating a lot of chaos on that cliffside, and that sort of allowed 7C Esports to make it to the late game stages. Team Kinetic as well. Daljit was very impressive in this match, and again, this is his map. Miramar is his home ground.
Yup, and let me tell you this, whenever we take the same the names of Mavi, Daljit and all, that does ring a bell for us, right? Obviously, when they were together, they have done wonders in the map of Miramar. So obviously, we can expect the same from them every single time. And as the highlights going over here, this is the reason why we keep speaking about Mavi. With that mini 14, he did pick up the early 2 finishes, and from later on, he was there until the final player. He did take down 2 players of Team Skylightz, if I'm not wrong, but ultimately had to hit the ground because of angles being held by them. Like the way Skylightz just comes down, spread their wings from all different directions, covering out the enemy and then pecking one player at a time. That is why Skylightz are good at Miramar.
I mean, I wouldn't even say it was just the off angles, it was also the fact that it was a 1v4 situation and Skylightz Gaming literally just all of them came together to pick him off, which I guess would make sense when you're facing a player off like Mavi. But on the other side, 7C Esports, for a long time it felt like 7C Esports were going to be the ones, making it to the top 3, but again, once again, if you get too greedy, it will backfire.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, I do agree on that. But ultimately, it was about all of them trying to get those finish points. They all know how to get the position points. But rather trying to concentrate on finish points in the initial part of the tournament, especially when we have crossed our, halfway through. Just one more game and then will be end of day 2 as well. So probably they're all trying to strike a balance between the position points and the placement points, which eventually will affect the overall points table. And ultimately, it's all gonna come down to the comparison of the chicken dinners which all of these teams are holding. But as you said, 2 teams which were concentrating on finishes like Skylightz and Enigma, and as well as 7C, all of these 3 teams have done a good job.
Well, yeah, I agree on that. I mean, all these teams have done a good job because even in the early stages of the match, we saw a lot of good fights coming in from uDOG and Big Brothers towards Ruins. Big Brothers obviously securing a lot of points from that entire fiasco. But the thought process of dropping in towards Ruins comes from the fact that if you are struggling in the overall rankings, you're going to try and play as slow as possible. Ruins is definitely one of the most underutilized locations on this map. So it hardly happens that you have a drop clash there, but this time I guess both of them were unlucky. But I think they are going to start to try to play for placement points again and again. uDOG have been doing that. Big Brothers, they're on the same path now.
Yeah, and I do believe that should be plan B. If you're not able to take that 4v4, avoid any kind of 4v4s and make sure that in the final circle, it's just that, your confidence comes and backs you up. And probably if the crosshairs are placed right with a perfect recoil, you might come out with a proper 4v4. But ultimately, now is the time for us to listen to the players who won the previous game, as Mamba will be going in with the interview.
जुड़ने वाले वैक्सी कमला बॉय भी जुड़ने वाले। कमला, मैं आपके पास आऊंगा सबसे पहले। कल भी जो 5वां मैच था वहां पे आपने चिकन डिनर निकाला था, आज भी यहीं पे निकाला है। कुछ सीन चल रहेगा 5 नंबर के साथ?
पता नहीं, कुछ जादू टोना कर रखा होगा किसी ने, तो सीन चल रहा होगा 5-6 मैच से।
अगर जादू टोना हो रहा होता तो सारी की सारी टीम्स चिकन डिनर निकाल लेती उस हिसाब से। लेकिन मीरामर आपके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रांग होते जा रहा है धीरे धीरे। बाकी सारे मैप्स का क्या प्लान है?
बाकी सारे मैप्स की भी हम मिस्टेक्स तो बेटर करने का ट्राई कर ही रहे हैं और उसमें भी बेहतर करेंगे अपना गेम प्ले आने वाले मैचेस में। वही चीज़ पे
ध्यान है अपना अभी।
उस पर तो ध्यान रहेगा, लेकिन जितनी भी टीम्स बैठी है यहाँ पे सब कोशिश करें यहाँ पे चिकन डिनर निकालें, लेकिन कोई एक टीम के ऊपर नजर है जिसका कमबैक का इंतजार कर रहे हैं आप?
टीम सोल आई थिंक उनको अभी थोड़े पॉइंट्स लेने की ज़रूरत है, फिलहाल के लिए उनका उतना अच्छा नहीं है। आज एक मैच उन्होंने अच्छा निकाला तो है, अब देखते हैं बचे हुए मैचेस में कैसा खेलती है सोल।
जी हाँ, जरूर देखेंगे सोल कैसे खेलते हैं। लेकिन बात करें आपके बारे में, पहला सबसे ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट हुआ था BGIS, वो आपने जीता था, पहला ऑफिशियल लैन हो रहा है, यहाँ पे भी ट्रॉफी के ऊपर नजर है क्या आपकी?
एक दिन का इवेंट है तो पूरा ट्राई आउट करेंगे जीतने का, एक दिन पूरा बेस्ट देके, क्या पता कुछ भी हो सकता है।
जी हाँ, कुछ भी हो सकता है। बात करेंगे एनालिस्ट से, उनसे पूछेंगे क्या कहना है उनका। बट फोक्स, आपने सुना इन्होंने क्या कहा है, आपकी राय में जानना चाहता हूँ क्या लगता है यहाँ पे इस बार सोल का नाम लिया, पिछली बार गॉडल की बात करी थी हमने, आपकी क्या राय है?
Yeah, I don't think I should be taking teams' names anymore. Every time I do that, they just get taken out.
I mean, I wouldn't say obvious for that, but rather, you know, it's hard for us to say. The unpredictable tournament is here, right? Showdown, where everybody wants to give their 100% and probably outperform themselves like how they played previously to bring in the new standards altogether.
Yeah, on that I completely agree. I mean, because with the way this tournament started again with the very first game yesterday, we all saw that every single team, every single player, they all came prepared to face each other. And again, with what's on the line, it's going to be important, especially considering, again, first official LAN of BGMI. There's a lot more than money at stakes. That's the bragging rights, the reputation that these lads can build for themselves for the future.
Now, that is where, you know, I was looking for Skylightz Gaming to come in over here. Just like the pictures, they're looking serious on the desk. It's got to be 25 points in total for them, where Team EXO, thanks to the amount of finishes and trying to place themselves 21 for themselves, they'll be climbing up a lot when it comes to the overall point standings. Then we have Enigma as well as the side of Global Esports with 13 and 14. And after that, the Descendants is going to be really, really fast. And talking about the FD graph, we're able to see that Skylightz Gaming and Team EXO yet again will give a very hard competition for the side of Enigma Gaming, who did a lot of hard work but could reap only 40% of the benefits.
Well, but again, this game was about those extended fights, and Enigma Gaming, I mean, just the fact that Rex was there again, we did in fact split up and go to that cliff side to just get absolutely demolished by the players of 7C Esports from the distance. That could have just not happened had they just protected their own position. But it is completely understandable. Once the circle moves away from you, get a little too over-eager to try and find your position in the next zone. And Enigma Gaming, what's that patient factor? Because they were doing pretty well for themselves in the early game situation.
Yeah, we saw Rex, right? He was actually dishing out the maximum amount of damage, and that's why he was there in the MVP. It's just that he couldn't convert those into finishes, but ultimately Team EXO climbing up another, position over here, but will be reaching the 3-point or the 3-digit, crossing 100 over here. They have another game to go, but can they overtake OR is going to be the question in the minds of their fans. But ultimately, it's going to be Skylightz Gaming yet again coming up 2 positions higher on the 4th position.
Well, Skylightz Gaming, again, one of the heavy favorites of this tournament, showing us why they are known to be the favorites. Climbing to the top 4 after a not-so-good start yesterday, they have managed to recover quite nicely, but so has Global Esports. They find themselves in the top 16, sitting on the 14th position with 46 points to their name. Now, they are going to keep on moving up, considering they're going to be playing the last game of the day as well. But on the other side, trouble in paradise for Orangutan, moving down to the 17th position.
Now, 7C on the other side, finally getting their waves together. Probably they need one good tsunami to make sure that they wipe out the teams on the top and make sure they climb up the ladder. But ultimately, Esportswala as big brothers are still on the bottom. They'll have to think about something else with the final day to come, because ultimately this day is already passed by for them. Even though there's a last match where Team EXPA can do something different over here, winner chicken dinner will be something they'll require. But the way Mavi, the kind of disappointment I see on his face every time he removes his headphone as the last man standing, I'm expecting to see a little bit of a support coming in from his teammates, because the first game ever of Erangel, I still remember when the new squad up came in another different tournament altogether. They did wonderful. So I'm wanting to see them replicate over here as well.
Yes, I mean, especially considering the kind of experience that Mavi has and the kind of big brain plays even Juicy can make sometimes. Not sometimes, in fact, all the time. Juicy himself is an impressive IGL as he used to play with Team 8 a few moments ago. So that actually can, in fact, give Team X-Pac that X factor that they need. But I guess, Arka, as you said, it is all about getting that one winner chicken dinner that can push them into the top 16 and take them to the finals. The sooner they get it, the better it will be, because tomorrow is going to be the last day of the league stages, and after that we have the finals.
Now 5 different games and 5 different teams have taken the chicken dinner. The 6th game coming up, I'm hoping to see another new name altogether, as in the beginning we are told that, you know, teams will be, the middle bracket teams will be looking out to dominate over here. Most of them actually have, as finally this is the moment, you know, we all been waiting for.
Yeah, but before we head to the last match, we're going to take a very short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Watch it, earn it.
ये लोग हैं डकैत, हमारा पहले वो हक वाला फ्लैट ले लिया, उसके बाद हमारी पार्किंग।
ये रोज रोज की खिटपिट से ना मैं एकदम तंग आ गई हूँ। अब तो ना बस सिर्फ फैसला हो।
काम कौन सा डरते हैं, कर लो फैसला। तो हो गया फाइनल, परसों रखते हैं मैच, और जो जीत गया पार्किंग उसकी।
क्यों बेटा हार गया ना? जैसे तू कैंपिंग करके खेलता है ना, बॉट्स भी तेरे से अच्छा खेलते हैं। तेरा तो नाम भी बॉट जैसा है, गोलू।
अपेल लग कैसे पेल देगा साले?
Welcome back once again to the Battlegrounds Mobile India Showdown, where we're going to determine which team is in fact the best in India. My name, of course, is Angat Singh Chahal. I go by the Experiment, and of course, things are pretty bright up in the studio right now because, well, Arka the Sun himself is joining us. Arka, Skylightz Gaming once again coming in hot and heavy in the 5th game on day 2, just like they did yesterday, I believe. something of a pattern showing up over here, huh?
Obviously, their forte is the map of Miramar, so they tend to find an average in the other games, and finally, you know, when they need to strike that balance, they calculate the amount of points required, and they bring in the balance perfectly by the end of the Miramar map.
Yes, sir, that is, of course, correct. And if patterns are to be believed, well, before we do that, let's just make sure that everything is good, because Orangutan, they are bringing it in. They are thinking of what to say, and in about 3, 2, 1, they might just say something in unison, but there you have it. Boom! They are ready. The apes are going to be coming in full force, and let's see what they bring to the table. Now, just coming back to my point, I was talking about patterns, right? I kind of feel INS might just come in and do something drastic over here.
Oh, for the first time, XP goes in for a prediction even before it's asked. I mean,
I don't
that's
want to be left out. I kind of felt left out. I was like, you know what? I'm shying away from predictions. You guys get them right more often than me.
Obviously, that's because you're not going in for predictions. But ultimately, this time, as you've already spilled the beans, yeah, because you have come out and told us the side of Team INS. That's going to be an added luck for them. You know, let's see how they perform in the map of Erangel, which will be coming up as the final map. But I would like to, you know, vouch for the side of Enigma over here, because they need it. They actually need it.
I mean, last time around, I mean, you know, you guys were talking about, especially that last fight where Enigma was a little high up as far as 7C Esports is concerned, when, you know, we did see Kinetic Esports, the G, trying to make a move. They have the good position, but again, once you let loose your bullets from the gun, the thing is, it kind of attracts a lot of attention from elsewhere. And in Miramar, you know, it's not the enemy that is closest to you that is most dangerous, but the one that is far away. But again, all that aside, we are going to be heading into the final game on day 2 in the league stage of the showdown. It is going to be Erangel as the Big Bird takes the sky for the last time on day 2, and we are going to be flying from, I do believe, just north of the quarry all the way towards Kameshki. And well, the major island is going to be pretty much split in half, but again, it doesn't really make a difference, because teams are going to be jumping to their favorite spots, but it's the first circle that decides how they're going to be moving about.
Now, for me, the first circle, I would need it towards the side of Milta Power. It's been long since I've seen that. Or obviously, the final circle happening towards the side of Shelter, where few teams in the bottom and few teams on the top might be going in for a heal battle, because these are the few things which we are actually missing out in the map of Erangel. Most of the other things we have already witnessed, almost the circle in the open fields of Yasnaya, military base, water circle. I mean, at least 40% of the water in the circle. So, I'm fingers crossed. I'm hoping for a Milta Power circle.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case, because one thing that does kind of strike right at the beginning is the fact that HYDRA official aren't heading to Yasnaya Polyana this time around. They know the Autobots aren't playing, which means Primosk is going to be up for grabs. But the problem is uDOG India are going to be dangerously close just north of them at the quarry, but they also have the option to, you know, filter out into the Gutka Plains. But looks like we aren't going to be seeing Milta in the circle anytime soon here, buddy. It is going to be a little bit like the first one. Of course, this one is still a bit further up north, with a nice chunk of the Sosnovka military island in play as well, which means Team INS, who I'm assuming are going to be heading to the military base sooner or later, are going to have a run as far as the loot is concerned. But early on, any clashes coming up? Well, of course, that is to be expected, as Tom is the one who does steal the UAZ, as Enigma is going to be running away. But the problem is, they can still be run over.
Now Rex on the other side, until the final moments, he waits it out. And it's got to be Tom trying to do that, right? Because ultimately we have seen that, you know, Tom is one person who played it. A false flag is exactly what he played. Even though it felt like he was going away from that fight, he eventually turned around and came back over here with that punk. He's going to be getting the confirmation against the player. And Tom, who was unarmed until now, unarmed in the sense without a gun for himself, will now be heading to hard covers to find the right kind of farming and then coming back for a fight.
Team EXO, once again, as it was in the last game, do get the first blood over here, as Scream is going to be skedaddling out of there, as INS, the boys that I did kind of pick for winning this game, are going to be laying some lead in his direction. But Beast over here is going to try and make sure he lays down some suppressive fire for his teammate. And for now, the chase is over, as Joker's like, you know what, I'm not going to be extending a little bit into the lion's den, so to speak, as they are going to be looting to their heart's content. Now, the thing is, if they do decide to head down to the military island, I'm pretty sure the Orangutan boys might just be lying in wait for them. But again, that is a story for later. Team INS on your screens. Question is, are they going to do what I think they will? Because, again, they are showing a little bit of aggression, aren't they?
No, they need that aggression, right?
Oh, yeah.
One of the most aggressive teams out there. Better play on your advantages, better play on your powers, rather than playing trying to cover up your negatives, is what I would like to say. But ultimately, yes, hoping to see them going towards the side of military base area. Orangutan trying to guard them out. I don't think so they will be meeting paths anytime soon. But the Gatka area completely empty because Team Soul is not going to be there in this map. So that area is still to be taken. Being the epicenter of the circle or the circles to come, I'm hoping to see somebody like Skylightz Gaming or probably the side of Gorel to come in take the area of Gatka region. Because previously we have seen that during the rotations, these two teams tend to come in and hold the Gatka region.
They do indeed. For now, Skylightz, they're going to be happy looting Pochinki to their heart's content. And of course, since, you know, Pochinki is pretty much close to the center of the first zone, they don't really have to budge right now. In fact, I think the maximum movement they might just showcase on our screens is them taking that massive hill that seems to be around Pochinki towards the west, which is something that, you know, I kind of like that position because it is high up. You have a good lay of the land, you have a good 360 vigil, and, well, you can kind of set things up from there on forth. Elsewhere, if we do focus our attention to the north, we are going to be having a look at 7C Esports all the way up in Severny. And, well, pretty much the Northern Island is going to be theirs for the take.
Yes, apart from the side of Revenant towards the side of Stolba, they've also spread around towards the side of Kamishki as well. So both of these teams will have a proper amount of loot for themselves. As INS Joker yet again, you know, I do believe he needs to be a little more composed at this point of time, because every time he sees a person lurking around, all he decides is to just head on to them and take the fight. That controlled anger, in case it comes in from the side of Team INS, letting go of their anger only when required, probably that is where they're going to be taking that winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Well, Team INS are definitely on the prowl right now. They're going to make sure that the compound down below is unoccupied, and they're going to do it, not making it a bit too obvious. Now, as far as Orangutan is concerned, it does kind of seem like they've pretty much cemented their position, A, at the ferry pier, and B, in those little houses that lead to the bridge to the military base. So for now, all the teams are going to be in their preferred drop spots. They are going to, you know, traverse around just a little bit, but ooh, just as they take the name Trigger, is going to try and close in the distance. Of course, he is going to be doing the Superman jumps, making sure he's not hurt, but now the vehicle is going to be giving away the sound. In fact, Crazy Soul is backing up. Crazy Soul is going to be shot at, and Crazy Soul is going to be brought down and finished in the blink of an eye. And, well, the remaining members of INS, all they can do is helplessly look on.
Now, with that grenade coming in, obviously the confirmation will be coming in on our screens, but Ash is also coming in, making sure that he gives the cover for his teammate just in case the retaliation comes in from the side of Team INS. But the damage has been done against the side of Team INS. The firepower is brought down to 3 men standing. Now, will Orangutan commit yet again a little more further towards the side of Team INS? I would dare not still go towards them, because obviously with the hard covers for themselves, just one knock against you, the way those hooligans are going to rush in towards you, they're just going to eat you up with just one bite.
They could just dig their fangs in deep, and, well, it is going to be a bit painful. But for now, as you did mention, they aren't going to be making the move as expected. Elsewhere, however, Global Esports' Knuckle is definitely going to be making a move, and, well, one of the big boys are going to be brought down from Team GodLike. But the question is, are they going to be in a world of trouble? Because INS, they are going to be skedaddling out of there. However, shots are going to be fired by that Scar Whale. A little bit of precision is going to be the order for the day. But for now, it does look like Team INS are going to be moving on towards greener pastures. Now, speaking of the other team, looks like Zegard is going to finally succumb to his injuries, as Joker is going to be brought down by Shadow, and Neo finishes what his teammate started.
Now, with the golden car coming into the picture, we know that Johnny would now want to chime in, make sure that he uses his firepower as well. But ultimately, it's going to be the side of GE falling back from this fight. Do not want to commit any more, even though it was one man trying to, you know, lurk around for the team who did pay a hefty price out there. But this one finish, or the damage he has done against the side of GodLike, let's see how much that's going to be heavy on them, because having that 4-man standing in the final circle does help you a lot. Not just helps you a lot, but does get you that winner chicken dinner itself.
Well, of course, you want to have every single advantage in your kitty. But for now, GodLike and GodLike Esports, they're going to be happy with their little trade-off as they are going to be moving away from one another. However, oh baby, have a look at what's happening down south. HYDRA official are going to be driving past the enemy, and it looks like INS decided to head in that direction as well because, well, they obviously want to have those compounds for themselves. The only problem is, it does look like the compound is already under control of uDOG India, but elsewhere looks like GodLike's woes are still not over as Shadow is going to be brought down by a member of Team Xbox, which means, well, Neo, he's got to make a decision over here. Does he go in for the revive, which of course is something that he is going to go for as you have a look at that smoke being popped in the distance. But it also means that Jonathan's work is going to be cut off, making sure he keeps the enemy at bay. As the circle is going to implode in on itself, we might see some action taking place down in Dutka. But have a look at INS's rotation here, Arca. They're going to be coming in from the west.
No, that's a very, very good rotation according to me. But what they have to do is concentrate in coming in from the northern western side rather. But Jonathan on the other side, the perfect person to give the cover fire with the crosshairs being held to perfection over the horizon. I do believe Ultron has held back too much over here. Mavi came in way too late for this fight. Rather than committing to it, it's better for the side of Team Xbox to actually fall back. They have the northern area of ruins completely inside the circle. They can continue the farming if required and then concentrate on taking this fight against the side of GodLike. But Mavi, we know the IGL is an aggressor himself. Let's see what he's got in plan.
Now, the thing is, they do have a couple of options over here right now. Have a look at that. Neo almost getting spotted out. My question is, since two of his teammates, as you just had a look on your screens, are going to be in those six-pack houses a bit to the north, there isn't really any point of them taking this fight over here. In fact, Ultron and Mavi might just fall back towards Dark and his teammate over there, because have a look at that. Enigma Galaxy's green is going to be driving right past it. In fact, right in their vicinity. He is going to be a bad neighbor, but unfortunately, this time around, he is going to be living a nightmare as he's taken down in an instant. But Apollo is going to make sure he gets the better of the IGL Mali. It is going to be an IGL versus IGL situation, but Apollo the God, he's like, you know what, I did my job, and now it's time to get out of here.
Now, without getting the confirmation, I think he has taunted the big bears as the revival will be coming through. Team Xbox will also be looking a bit more stronger. But after losing a player, Apollo coming in and chiming in against the side of Mavi, I don't think so that was a wise decision, and that is why he fell back wisely to regroup with his teammate and then re-strategize this fight altogether. Whereas GodLike on the other side, it's going to be Apollo coming in from the other side, making sure that he's the god in the lobby and getting two knocks over here, and both the confirmations coming through. Yet again, we're going to have Johnny, if I'm not wrong, the final man standing for the side of GodLike, which has become a most common thing lately, as the assaulter himself will be in the final circles.
Well, of course, the fact that he was in that fortified position is going to be helpful for him. GodLike, again, not expecting Enigma Galaxy to actually make a little bit of a U-turn, because if you remember early on, you know, when they were taking on TX in their position, they were actually heading in the western direction. However, Apollo's like, you know what, boys, the church is up for grabs. We might as well take them to church. It's not a Sunday. However, they are still going to be calling it their home for now. Now, the thing is, in about a few seconds, the zone is going to be shrinking in on itself, and let's see if this gamble is going to pay off, because for now, all Jonathan can do is basically just, well, hold his ground, because if he does make a peek, chances are he might just get a few bullets in his noggin.
Excuse me. But ultimately, I do believe that Johnny is clever enough not to do so. But in case, it's Johnny, right? He doesn't back up from a fight. He always believes in his firepower. And if that becomes a little bit of an overconfidence, we can expect to, you know, witness what you just put in front of us. But ultimately, far, far away, they're going to be holding the very compounds they started off. It's going to be Team Xbox, where Revenant are coming in from very different directions. We can see from 3 different directions, to be specific. Paradox, Encore, and Siam will be closing in towards the side of Team Xbox, as the circle is going to be to everybody, but will be favoring the side of Team OGs. Now I want to say who will be coming into their doorsteps, as it's going to be KE, Enigma, and Team XO, who might be going in for a 3-way Mexican standoff to the eastern side of the map.
Oh, they are definitely clashing, because Kinetic Esports, they currently have the compounds for themselves, but Enigma Gaming, they are rolling in hard. In fact, I do believe you might just switch to that action in a few moments. Before now, Revenants. They're going to make sure that they come in via south of the ruins. But the thing is, they've got Team X Spark ahead of them. Enigma Galaxy might be there. And, well, the last man standing for Team GodLike, Jonathan, has been spotted out. In fact, Malvi is going to alight from his vehicle. He is going to line up his scope, but he's not going to let those bullets loose because, well, it would not have made any sense in the long run. But there you have it, the golden car glimmering, shimmering in the sunlight is going to be a little obvious, you know. I mean, if you have an idea of, you know, who drives what, you can kind of make out, all right, it's the Golden Boys, it's probably GodLike itself. But for now, Enigma Galaxy, they are going to be moving away from the church. In fact, they are going to be at the foothills of the mountain, currently in control of Skylightz Gaming.
Now, before we step into more action, if you guys also want something like that golden car in your name and you want to shine out like Johnny does in the game, do not forget to go buy the RP for yourself, because the Royal Pass is going to give you such beautiful skins that people will eventually get to know when you are playing in a lobby, because you own them all and you're going to outshine everybody else.
I mean, that Nocturne Tebra set is something I want as well, because I don't know if you know this, so Nocturne is the Latin word for darkness, right? And if you are lurking in the darkness, it is kind of terrifying at times. And if you have that suit, oh boy, all the others who do see you, they're going to be trembling with fear. But it looks like it's going to be Enigma who are going to be trembling right now, because two of their members were taken out in the blink of an eye. And I do believe it's Team XO which are dishing out all the damage. Now, Tom is going to be deploying some smoke, making sure he obscures the vision of Enigma Gaming, as Fierce is the first one to go in. A little bit of suppressive fire coming in. Fierce going in from the right side, making sure the right flank is secure. Just trying to gather as much information as he can, because, again, they really don't have to take this fight just yet, because you've got to keep one thing in mind. Remember Kinetic Esports were at this position right now? They've done the smart thing. They've kind of slinged back over the hill. It looks like they are going to be spotted. Parkey's going to let loose a few shots. In fact, KU could have been taken down. Pradhan could have been taken down. But looks like, well, the luck and fortune was in their favor.
Now, one thing which I'm feeling bad about myself is I vouch for the side of Enigma Gaming, and they're down to just 2 players. I just hope they don't get taken off and it doesn't become a caster's curse ultimately. But INS on the other side will have 3 men standing. So it's doable from my side, as long as XP's players are in the game. It's all about the
I'm rooting for everyone.
oh yes, that is true as well. But but the circle shift going again to the northern western side, a hard shift which I wasn't expecting to come in, will be favoring the side of Team GE. Look at that, Manya wanted to traverse away to find another place altogether, will now fall back to make sure that they fortify themselves in the very hard compounds of the circle. Now all they have to do is create a no-go area, avoid the opponents from coming in a bit more closer, so that it becomes easy for them to take them down in the final moments of the game.
Well, all the teams are going to be setting up their convoys. They are going to be moving out one car behind the other. But the thing is, the one who comes in last sometimes has an advantage, sometimes it can be a little bit of a disadvantage. But elsewhere, I do believe we have a fight breaking out between Team INS and uDOG India. Now, uDOG India have been on this hill for quite some time. They do have the lay of the land. They do have a bit of control over here, but looks like they are going to be skedaddling it out. In fact, what they're doing is quite interesting in Arca. They are heading outside the circle. In fact, Claus could be trying to position himself in such a way, there you have it, that he does get INS in the backside. The Mini 14 is going to be rattling off all those shots. In fact, Clutchguard did just take a little hit. However, not much damage done over here as far as uDOG India is concerned.
Now, Team INS, if they stick on to this position for a long time, obviously they're going to become the patty in the sandwich. One is going to be the side of uDOG. The other one is going to be the side of probably OGs who will be trying to come in a bit more closer towards them, or 7Cs as well. But ultimately, if nothing is going against them and they hold this position for a brief period of time, they might get the position points, as Sultan will now be looking through the smokes, trying to fire out and finding some knocks out there, will be just burning his resources as a wise decision, will be lurking back towards his teammate.
Well, he's going to make sure that his teammates are going to be there exactly where he needs them, because for now, Clutchguard and his teammate Joker are still on the downslope over here, while Gil is a little bit further away from their position. Now, the only thing that does kind of scare me is the fact that if HYDRA come up from behind, it could be problematic, but it looks like HYDRA are going to be taking the fight with another team right now as we speak. In fact, it's going to be ExoFierce who is brought down, and Tom is going to be going down as well. Dynamite is going to be on fire. Immortal goes down as well, but it's going to be Jonathan, the last man standing for Team Godlike, who is going to be thwarting their attack right now, as 7C's Madman is going to come in and steal a couple of finishes. In fact, Avi is going to join that party as well.
I mean, I don't know how come Johnny is still going to be so aggressive with the last man standing, but finally somebody hits the nail at the coffin, the final nail in the coffin, as Johnny gets taken down even before he does take it down after the side of Team X, so it's just a lack of those finishes. He'd be hitting the bottom of the table, but we'll see how, Team INS might be playing this off, as Enigma did pick up some finishes for themselves when they third party the fight between the side of Hydras as well as the side of Team EXO. It's going to be hard for them to be trying to, survive with just two men standing in a circle like this. As the northern eastern side, we can see the top dog is trying to do the talking against the side of NIGMA Galaxy. Probably the last man standing might be cleared off over here. And NIGMA Galaxy also hits the deck unknowingly that, they were heading into the jaws of death.
Well, they've been sent packing once again. An early exit for Enigma Galaxy, something that they aren't really going to be happy with. But what's the issue on our screens right now is the fact that Team INS could be in a spot of bother. Now, the thing is, it's the same situation for uDOG India, because they're going to be wasting valuable time outside the circle. And have a look at what the play zone does. It starts bringing people down to their knees, as Eggy is going to find out the hard way. But for now, Team Revenant Esports, Encore, and Top Dog are going to be alive and kicking. They do have 3 finishes for themselves. They want to make quick work of Skylightz Gaming, as Gamla Boy does take a lot of shrapnel to the face. However, he still has half his HP for now, as Wexy is trying to ascertain the right position as to where he should lob a dangerous projectile. There you have it. The sound cue has been given out. Top Dog needs to be a bit careful. The grenade is going to come in. They, in fact, are going to move away from that splash zone in the nick of time, which means this fight is still going to continue. But the problem is, Arca, they are far away from the circle, and what's happening in the circle is our esports could be in a good position to gatekeep all the teams on our screens right now.
Now, let's see whether that's going to be the case, but the continuous throw of nades coming in from the side of Skylightz, but not connecting. Finally, this one might, but ultimately, they have to thank their stars, and now with the information, right kind of information, the retaliation is going to be coming in, but that grenade into the face of Encore as he was trying to traverse through that vehicle. Now, Top Dog is going to be receiving, as well as it's going to be Rockstar from far away, coming into the picture, and goodbye, says another team from the lobby.
Well, as predicted, our esports, like we said, are going to be in a good position to rack up quite a few finishes for themselves, as elsewhere it looks like the orangutans are going to come under heavy fire courtesy of a couple of teams. But 7C Esports getting the last laugh for now. But there you have it, Vexy. He's going to be moving in. He's going to be shot from the right. He's going to be shot from the left. As elsewhere, looks like Hero is going to make sure he gets the better of him. No, he cannot, because, well, the vehicles are moving just a bit too fast. He does see Vexy go in that little shack over there. And, well, all he needs to do is lob a hot potato in his direction.
Now Vexy on the other side extends too much, comes out of it, obviously trying to avoid the nade, but what he couldn't avoid is the pour of lead which came in towards them. Now our esports on the other side with 6 finishes strong. Can we expect another dance to be coming in from the side of Canary?
I feel it.
That's, yeah, you feel it already. So let's see whether it's going to take place, as ultimately now we're able to see that Hydras from one corner, Ari from the other, as Team X-Buck is going in for a close range battle. It's going to be 7Cs doing wonders with the stun working out against them. It's just that blankly press the trigger and don't forget to jiggle around and make sure you get that finish for yourself.
Elsewhere, G's position is going to be compromised, as it is going to be Team X-Spark looking for that little bit of a spark to ignite a fire. But one of their members, Marvi, in fact the IGL, is going to be down on his knees. Now Ronnie is going to make sure he puts up a lot of pressure on him. The circle is going to be switching. It is going to be no man's land. The 7C Esports are going to be happy bunch. But we're going to hold on to this fight right now. Wow, that was beautifully done by Doc, as he ducks under the bullets as they go whizzing past his head. But now he is going to be in the attic, and looks like people are coming in. Manya is going to be on fire. Knuckles going to be on fire. They have to drop and roll as Manya is taken down. In fact, it was Ronnie, their own teammate's Molotov, that is going to thwart that attack just a little bit, making sure that, well, Team Xbox Doc does have a little bit of time. I think there's something happening down below, and in that commotion, he gets out of there. He does have his M4. He's switching to the first person expected, making sure he takes the fight right to the enemy. But Ronnie comes out on the other end, Knuckle comes out, and with that MQ49, well, Team Xbox, their spark has definitely fizzled out.
Now with just 3 finishes and 9 position, I don't know how much have they done to retain their spot which they were holding in the overall point standings. It's going to be Ari on the other side. It's going to be 7Cs yet again. Sprayguard, who's going to live up to his name with Sarang, trying to finish off the side of Team RE as the dance might be betrayed over here. Let's see whether that's going to be the case with all those commotions coming in. uDOG would have been watching that 7Cs is right in front of them. In case they do the damage against the side of 7Cs, that is where RE can again come back into this game, can again start dominating, but the hard compound's being held by the side of GE. I mean, that is the game changer for them.
Now the problem is, have a look at how Team INS, they're trying to creep their way closer to the enemy in the form of uDOG, as are 7C Esports' Aladdin. Now, Sarang has an idea that HYDRA are... just have a look at the amount of smoke out in the field right now. I mean, that is just sublime. That is what the smoke cover should look like. As Skips, he does spot some commotion in the distance. He lets loose his gun. In fact, Canary is going to be converted. Jadu is going to be brought down. Skips to the M4 as well. And this gives Team HYDRA official a little bit of a leeway to make sure they have one side secure, and now they can focus on 7C Esports. A Sprayguard gets the better of Secret.
Now, this time where, you know, nobody will be looking in towards the side of Team RE, and they can somehow do it, but a Joker on the other side, a beautiful grenade coming in from his side, now weakens the opponents as Spraygod can take care of Jackson. Look at that, that's here Molly, oh my god, into the faces of Jackson, and all he had to say is goodbye from the lobby, just looking at his faces get blown off.
That was pretty obvious, but right now the reigning members of 7C are in the fight. INS is going to be pushing up on uDOG in their position. One of them is brought down, Quad's down on his knees. Crazy barely has any HP. Kill and his teammate ClutchGuard are trying to dish out all the damage. There you have it, confirmations coming in. Joker needs to be picked up as well as Crazy. All he's doing is biding his time, making sure he doesn't move a muscle, doesn't bat an eyelid. Finally patching himself up with the first aid, but Kill, he wants to get the better of him. Now he's got to be careful though, because as soon as that smoke does dissipate, chances are 7C Esports might just smack him with the back of the hand from the other side.
Now ClutchGuard will be coming in a bit more closer. Crazy, he has not got any kind of throwables, and that's the reason why he's holding back over here, and all it comes down to is the trigger discipline. 3 players, probably knows the location of all 3 players over here. Slithering his way from the backside of the jeep will be the best way for him to get closer to the opponents, but will he able to do that? We are able to see that ClutchGuard will be going in for the bandages, and that is where he's going to be coming in, striking, puts 2 people down over here, gets 2 finishes for himself, but through those distance, far away, GE is going to be the blessing in disguise, and not only that, 7C is going to be stealing all those hard work.
Oh my goodness. Speak about that. I think they had no idea that he was lurking just amongst that burning rubble over there, but for now, Team INS are going to be down to 1 man, and Gil has a lot of pressure mounting on his shoulders. Sarang jumping behind the burning UAZ does spot him out, and there you have it. A few shots come in, and that is going to be good night, sweet dreams for Team INS as we are down to the final 2 teams. It is going to be Global Esports in their fortified position. All they have to do is wait for 7C to show themselves, and there you have it. Sprayguard is going to be spotted, and I guess we all know who's going to be walking away with chicken dinner in this game.
Now Sarang on the other side would want to give his finish away to the zone rather than the opponents, but in case he's fighting out over here to get a finish for himself, it's not going to be possible, and Global Esports with that final finish will get the final winner chicken dinner for themselves. And I do believe 6 different teams have taken winner chicken dinners throughout the 6 different matches played out here. I mean, I'm happy for the day.
Yeah, it's been a different day as it was on day 1. I mean, day 1 we pretty much had 2 teams dominate the lobby, but this time around everyone else is stepping up to the plate, and well, with this winner chicken dinner, Global Esports, they're going to be jumping up to the 7th position. However, it is not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. We still have another day of league play in store for you, after which the top 16 teams are going to be battling it out in 6 games to determine, well, who is going to be crowned the winner of the BGMI Showdown. But for now, a good outing for 7C Esports as well. I mean, Team INS, buddy, I think they were completely oblivious to the fact that there was someone in their midst, and well, they thought they had done the job. Unfortunately, they were taken out in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I agree on that point. I just hope that, you know, they looked around a little bit better. Probably, you know, it was just that, you know, there was a lot of smokes in front of them. They thought that, you know, everybody had come to an end. It would have been much more easier for them, but we have to give it to the last player. He was that slithering snake out there who did strike and weaken the complete squad of Team INS. If they were a 3-man standing, probably they could have cleared off the side of Skylightz Gaming and then taken the fight into the final circle against the side of Team GE. But you vouched for a team, you gave them some luck, they came in with a podium finish. I'm happy about it.
And the funny thing is, it was Global Esports from the distance who, of course, you know, once you have a fortified position, once there's a hill, once you see a silhouette moving, it's pretty easy to just lay down some lead in that direction and just finish the job, and that is exactly what happened. It could have been that they could have had a few more finishes for themselves, but it is what it is as we have a look at who is going to be crowned the MVP in the final game in Erangel on day 2. My money is going to be probably on a member from Global Esports. There you have it. Knuckles, 7 finishes, 818 points of damage.
I mean, the smiles on his face, even after the game ended, as well as the pick says that, you know, he's one of the salters to watch out for. He might look innocent, but with the gun, he's the most mischievous one out there. You know, today a lot of people have stood out as MVPs out there, right? So I do believe when we look at the overall MVPs coming in the list, we'll be seeing who's got the closest call, as Pragar and Sarang from the side of 7C did get themselves 8 finishes. So in the point match standings, which is going to be coming up next weekend, expect the side of 7Cs to be there in the top 3.
Well, there you have it. I mean, the blonde mop top in the form of Spraygard is finally making his way to the top players as well. And it does look like they are finally making some waves, as you had said earlier. But there you have it. That is going to be the end of the action on day 2, as a lot of the players are going to be heading home. They do have their pillows with them. And let me tell you one thing, good quality. But now we're going to be heading into the highlights. And although, well, we do see it on the desk on our screens, we're still going to be talking over here in English as first. Again, I like the fact that Team EXO, these boys, they thrive in the fact that, you know, they get those first few finishes. But over here, Team INS Crazy Soul completely caught off guard. And, well, they did lose that man early on.
Now, Apollo on the other side, the way weak on the side of, you know, Godlike, and this grenade coming in from the side of Gumbler Boy was so good that, you know, a vehicle knock is possible with the grenade was pretty much evident over there. But Hydra on the other side, in case they had also survived, probably they would have given a very, very good fighting chance. And this was the moment where Global Esports almost lost it. But thanks to one man, that's going to be Knuckle, yet again saving his teammates. But Dark had to be a little more calm in what he does.
Also keep in mind, Ronnie did pretty much burn 2 of his teammates to a little bit of a crisp, because it was a self-team Molly, but over here, Crazy, he almost got the job done. But the thing is, as Team INS started falling down to the knees, well, Global Esports saw that in the distance, and had he just been a little bit left of that vehicle, maybe he might have had a few more finishes and a few more points for himself. But again, coulda, woulda, shoulda, maybe ifs and buts. This is what we love doing. It's all about the speculation. But a wonderful day of BGMI action.
Yeah, completely agreed on this point, and I'm hoping to see more coming in on the final day, where, you know, few teams in the lower bracket will have to perform themselves. The middle bracket and the upper bracket almost are very close to one another, except for the first 4 teams who have almost reached the 100-pointer. I do believe 3 teams at least have hit the 100-pointer with this game coming up. Let's see how much more have joined them as the match standings will be coming in over here. Yes, it's going to be the side of Global coming in on the top with 25 points, and it's going to be 7C on the other side with 12 finishes, showing to us that they were almost on the verge of picking the winner chicken dinner for themselves. 24 points for them as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now the only thing was, in the open fields, they barely had any cover, and well, Global Esports, they were going to make sure that they capitalize on the situation. But speaking of the top 2 teams, let's just pit them head to head against one another. Global Esports on your left, 7C Esports on the right.
Now, damage received will be saying it all, right? So the less fight was taken by the side of Global Esports. They have very less damage compared to the side of 7C, who continuously took fights out there, and they were able to get 12 finishes for themselves. But rather, it was the clinical job done in from the side of Global Esports to get 10 finishes for dealing around 2,000 damage. As it will be coming on our screens, we are able to see that, you know, only 2 teams were able to dish more than 1,500 damage, excluding that of HYDRA, who have got 8 finishes for themselves. But you see, from the side of Kinetic to EXO, everybody are very close to one another. Just 1-2 finishes here and there.
just a couple of finishes. Of course, you do want to make sure you have a lot more if you want to be at the tippity top of this iceberg as far as the overall rankings is concerned. But again, I'm going to be an optimist over here. Now, we are going to have a look at the overall rankings in due time. But again, 4 more games is what each and every single team have left basically to make it to the top 16, to make it to the final day. And that is where, of course, all hell is going to break loose. And well, let's just jump right in. Oh, Hyderabad Hydras still shy 3 points off that big ton mark.
Now, Hyderabad Hydras, Skylightz Gaming, Hydra, all of them will be hitting the 3-pointer, 3-digit pointers anytime soon. But ultimately, for us to watch out for is that 14th to the 18th position. Who amongst them will be having that fight to make it into the top 16 on the final day of Global Esports? Will be climbing 7 positions with that winner chicken for themselves and making sure they are over there. But look at what happens in the second half. Team INS will be coming 9th as well. The 47-pointer is where Team Soul is going to be standing with 1 winner chicken dinner today, the first game which they played, after which their performance have dropped down drastically. 23-24, a good balance, but not good enough to be there into the top 16 if they continue to play like this.
Especially, I mean, if you keep in mind the way they played in the Pro Series, man, they pretty much came in. It was Veni Vidi Vici. They came, they saw, they conquered, but there you have it. Now, 47 points is what Team Soul had. 47 points is what Orangutan has. And of course, NIGMA's got 46. Team Kinetic has 46. Reckoning has 40. Now, up until, let's say, the 21st position, Team AUTOBOTZ, right? They have 31. One good game can still catapult them in the top 16. Now, the problem is for teams like Team Xbox, Esportswala, and Big Brothers, buddy, I think their chances are slowly but steadily just slipping through their fingers. Let's see if they do something big on the last day, as now we're going to have a look and see which players basically outperformed the rest of the competition.
Oh yes, before we head there, Esportswala, Xpark and Big Brother would need just 2 winner chicken dinners tomorrow to be back in the game itself. But Aditya will be on the top thanks to that one game which he played and got 12 finishes. But Rex on the other side, always, even yesterday he was the man doing the job when it comes to damage. Today also, man doing the job, but 2,326 coming in from his side. Max Kosh on the other side knows when to hit that bandages. The first hits and the medkits would have healed himself to the highest, whereas Secret on the other side will know how to survive in this game.
I guess it is a secret, and he's going to keep that a closely guarded secret as well. Not a bad day for Hydra official. You know, they did have good finish times and they did have good position points. But again, let's just have a look and see what happened during the day. Now, of course, you have your winners of each and every map. Sanhok won by Team Soul. Erangel first was won by R Esports. Again, I like the fact that this time around, Arca, it's a different team every single game. OR Esports coming in Miramar. Match 10, Erangel was won by Hydra official. Miramar once again taken by Skylightz Gaming, as you pointed out, one of their strongest maps. And well, Global Esports finally leaving a mark in the showdown as well.
Now, this is where, and that is why there's still a close call from the 10th position or the 16th position until, until the 20th position. So I'm looking forward to see how much more tighter this tournament is going to get, because ultimately, if Esportswala, probably Team Xpark as well as Big Brothers, in case they start off with a winner chicken dinner, we can expect the final map to, until the final map, we won't know who are the top 16 teams. Rather, we'll know the top 8. But the rest 8 spots is still to be taken.
Well, that is going to be the end of the action as far as day 2 is concerned. But don't go anywhere, because we are going to have something special in store for you. Because I'm pretty sure all you Global Esports fans out there, you want to see exactly what your boys are up to. But before we do that, Arca, again, one day, as we did just mention, 4 more games are going to be sealing the fate for a lot of teams. We are going to have to, unfortunately, say goodbye to 8 teams after tomorrow, which again is part of life, right? I mean, you win some and you lose some. But I do believe we are going to be heading to the stage. So it's been a wonderful day. Anything that stood out for you? But you know what? I guess we'll just bid them adieu, because I want to have a look and see what Global is saying. So from us, we're going to say goodnight. Bye-bye.
बॉस प्लेयर्स के साथ इंतजार कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स हमारे साथ जुड़ेगी। लेकिन सबसे पहला सवाल पूछना चाहूँगा मैं आपसे कि जिस तरीके से आप खेल रहे हैं, ऑफ कोर्स थोड़ा सा शेकी शुरुआत था, लेकिन बात करें आखिरी रैंगल के बारे में और आखिरी मीरामार के बारे में, सेकंड एंड थर्ड पोजीशन रिस्पेक्टिवली, व्हाट डू यू थिंक वेंट रॉन्ग?
सो मीरामार में तो ऐसे हुआ था कि मैं बैक क्लियर कर रहा था एंड मेरी कैजुअलिटी आ गई थी, मैं गलत एंगल पे था एंड उसके बाद इस पे रोनी पे पुश आया, उसकी कैजुअलिटी आ गई। देन मान्या सोलो सर्वाइवर था तो वो हमें थर्ड तक ले आया। एंड इरेंगल तो ज़्यादा कोई गलतियाँ हुई नहीं, पर हाँ थोड़ा जोन फेवर नहीं किया हमें, यही था।
जी हाँ, जोन फेवर करना बहुत ज़रूरी होता है, बट मैं बात करना चाहता हूँ कल के दिन के बारे में। बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट दिन होने वाले, ऑफ कोर्स प्रेशर होता है, लेकिन कल के लिए क्या प्लान्स है आपके?
कल के लिए कुछ ज़्यादा प्लान्स नहीं है, बस वही है बेसिक जो हमको सिखाया गया है उस पर स्टिक करना है और उसको ही एग्जीक्यूट करना है कैसे भी, बस ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं।
ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं, बट मुझे एक बात बताओ, आपका क्या सीन है? जो आखिरी गेम होती है वहीं पे चिकन डिनर निकालना होता है हर बार, तो ये क्या सीक्रेट है?
तो ये तो हमारा स्वैग है, लास्ट मैच ही चिकन आता है। पहले भी BGMS में आया था, लास्ट मैच में 3-4 दिन आया चिकन, तो लेगेसी बोल सकते हैं, लेगेसी कंटिन्यू हो रही है। सो यही है, आई एम डन।
अब मुझे ये बताइए कि डे 1 की बात करें तो एकदम बॉटम में थे, ऑफ कोर्स स्ट्रगल कर रहे थे, अब थर्ड पेज पे थे, पॉइंट टेबल की बात करें, अब फर्स्ट पेज पे आ गए। कैसे किया ये कमबैक? बिकॉज मेंटल गेम बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल होती है।
कुछ ज़्यादा नहीं हमारा, मतलब कह सकते हैं कुछ लकी है, ऐसा अभी पहला दिन हमारा इतना अच्छा जाता नहीं है, तो सेकंड थर्ड डे से हम कमबैक करना शुरू करते हैं तो खुद से हो ही जाता है।
या खुद से हो ही जाता है। मैं कंग्रेचुलेशंस कहूँगा दोनों को, कंग्रेचुलेशंस एंड गुड लक। बट ये तो थी ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स, हमारे साथ uDOG भी जुड़ने वाले, जो क्रेजी और सुल्तान जुड़ेंगे हमारे साथ। मैं आपके पास आना चाहूँगा, आपके बीच में खड़े हो जाऊँगा। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ कि सबसे पहला लैन इवेंट है आपका, यहाँ पे प्रेशर महसूस हो रहा है आपको?
ऐसे सच कुछ प्रेशर महसूस हो नहीं रहा है, सब यहीं बैठे हैं हमारे साथ खेल रहे हैं। घर पे होती तो बात अलग होती, लैन का कोई प्रेशर नहीं लग रहा अभी हमें।
ऑफ कोर्स प्रेशर नहीं महसूस हो रहा है, बट इट इज़ ऑलवेज अ स्पेशल ओकेजन जब आप पहली बार लैन पे जाते हैं। बट यहाँ पे मैं बाकी सारी टीम्स की बात करना चाहता हूँ। जब भी आप आते हैं लैन पे या फिर इन टीम्स के सामने खेल रहे होते हो, इट्स अ लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंस फॉर श्योर। तो दो सवाल है एक सवाल के अंदर। एक, आपके लिए सबसे बड़ा कंपटीशन कौन सा है? कौन सी टीम है जो आपका सबसे बड़ा कंपटीशन? और दूसरा कि कौन सी टीम से आप सबसे ज़्यादा सीख सकते हो?
कोई एक टीम नहीं है हमारी कंपटीशन, हम सबको अपना कॉम्पिटिटर मानते हैं, और जिस टीम से हम सीख सकते हैं वो आप देख ही रहे हैं, OR का परफॉर्मेंस एंड एक्सो का, इनसे हम बहुत कुछ सीख सकते हैं।
क्या उनसे बहुत कुछ सीख सकते हैं। लेकिन बात करेंगे स्ट्रैटेजीज के बारे में। कई टीम्स क्या करती है कि जब लीग स्टेज होता है तो अलग स्ट्रैटेजी का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, प्लेऑफ्स और फाइनल्स में अलग स्ट्रैटेजी का इस्तेमाल करते हैं। आप कुछ अपने पॉकेट में रखे कि नहीं भाई यहाँ पे एंड में हम अलग स्ट्रैटेजीज का इस्तेमाल करेंगे?
वो आपको फाइनल्स में पता लगेगी स्ट्रैटेजीज, अभी रिवील नहीं, अभी कोच देख रहे हैं, बताएंगे कभी।
तो देखिए, आपने तो कहा कि स्ट्रैटेजी बताएंगे फाइनल्स में, कॉन्फिडेंस अच्छा लगा मुझे, इट्स अ नाइस वाइब। बट बात करें BGI की, यहाँ पे आ गए BMSD में, सफ़र कैसा रहा आपके लिए?
बहुत रोमांचक सफ़र रहा, अप्स एंड डाउन हुए, और अभी हम यहाँ हैं, लैन में हैं, और बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस गेन कर रहे हैं अभी, चल रहा है अभी।
जी हाँ, चलते रहेगा। आपको भी कहूँगा गुड लक, होपफुली वी सी यू इन द फाइनल्स। बट जितने भी दर्शक देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे, उनको मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि if it was fun, please make sure like और subscribe करें, follow all the social media handles। यहाँ पे Battlegrounds Mobile India Esports जाके follow जरूर कीजिए, क्योंकि सारी की सारी अपडेट्स वहीं पे मिलने वाली है। ऑफ कोर्स बहुत ज़्यादा फन होने वाला है। आज तो फिर भी दूसरा दिन था, we still have 2 more days of action, but nonetheless ladies and gentlemen, remember same time same place, 4 बजे शाम को अलार्म सेट कर लेना अगर नहीं किया, वरना मैं आऊँगा सपनों में बताने के लिए कि भाई मैचेस देखनी है। But nonetheless ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching, we'll see you guys tomorrow।
it, earn it.
ये लोग हैं डकैत, हमारा पहले वो हक वाला फ्लैट ले लिया, उसके बाद हमारी पार्किंग।
ये रोज रोज की खिटपिट से ना मैं एकदम तंग आ गई हूँ।
अब तो ना बस सिर्फ फैसला हो। काम कौन सा डरते हैं, कर लो फैसला। तो हो गया फाइनल, परसों रखते हैं मैच, और जो जीत गया पार्किंग उसकी।
क्यों बेटा हार गया ना? जैसे तू कैंपिंग करके खेलता है ना, बॉट्स भी तेरे से अच्छा खेलते हैं। तेरा तो नाम भी बॉट जैसा है, गोलू।
अपेल लग गया, देगा साले।